Hello and welcome to this course, Basic Web Development with ASP.NET Core 5. I'm your instructor, Trevoir Williams, and I'm a software engineer and lecturer. In this course, we're going to be learning about ASP.NET Core, which is a free and open source web framework. And it's also the successor to ASP.NET, which is developed by Microsoft. In this course, we're also going to be looking at connecting our ASP.NET Core application to a Microsoft SQL Server database. And to do this, we're going to be looking at Entity Framework, which is a library that is specially designed for this kind of interaction. We're also going to be looking at source control, which is the practice of tracking and managing changes made to source code. We'll be using GitHub as the tool to facilitate this practice. Now, this course assumes that you have fundamental knowledge in HTML, CSS, and C#. If not, then I encourage you to check out my other courses on those topics. With all of that said and done, let's get started, and I can't wait to see you in the course. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we're just going to be setting up our development environment for our ASP.NET Core application. And so what I would like you to do is just hit start and type in Visual Studio installer. You already have Visual Studio installed. And what we need to do is install some more workloads so that we can get some web development done. So once you get that installer up, you should see a window looking something similar to this. And what you can do is click modify. Now, when you hit modify, you're going to see a list of potential workloads that you can install. So you already have the one for desktop development. What you would need is the one for ASP.NET and web development. So if you don't already have it ticked, then you can go ahead and tick it and then go ahead and install. So you can see that I already have mine ticked, so I don't have to do that. And you can install other workloads, but for this particular course or the next few lessons, we definitely want to have ASP.NET and web development ticked and installed. Now, once you have completed that installation, you can go ahead and launch your Visual Studio. And from there, we're going to create a new project. So you can go ahead, hit create new project, and we're looking for an ASP.NET Core web application. So you can just type in the search ASP.NET Core web app. So you'll see quite a few of them, and you notice that you have the web app, which uses Razor Pages. You also have the core web app, which uses Model View Controller, and then you have Web API, and you have a bunch of other templates. So as you get more experience, you can experiment with the different templates. But for this course, we're going to be looking at ASP.NET Core web app using Razor Pages. So we can go ahead and hit that. Go ahead and hit next, and we're going to be calling this project Car Booking App. So the general idea behind the project will be that we're building an app that allows people to book or rent a car from a company as they need it. All right, nice and simple, but it will be wonderfully complicated enough for us to get the fundamentals under our belt. So we can just go ahead and hit next, and we are going to be using .NET 5, and then you can enable Razor runtime compilation, which will help us with our debugging and testing. We're not going to set up authentication right now. We're going to do that manually later on so we can see all of the components that fit together. So with those settings in place, you can go ahead and hit create. So now that we have our project up and running, what we're going to do is just take a quick look at what we get out of the box. So we get this project structure, and when you hit start, you'll notice that we get a ready-made web app, right? So we have the web app, we have our nav bar at the top, the content area. So it's a very similar layout to what we would have looked at when we were looking at the basics of HTML development. So at this point, we haven't written any code, but yet we have a web page up with at least 2 pages for our viewing pleasure, right? So we're going to be drilling down into the basics of what we get out of the box, how all of this is generated, where we find what. So stick around, and next when we come up, we'll be exploring the folder structure that we got with this web application and what all of these files mean and represent. All right, so we're back, and we're going to be discussing the dynamics, or at least a folder structure, and the different files that we get in our ASP.NET Core application. So you've already gone through and looked at HTML and CSS and JavaScript and how all of those files combine to give you a website, and the fact that you put a new project in a folder, 1, and 2, you tend to put the different types of assets, the images in their own folder, CSS files in their own folder, etc. Well, this is just building on those principles. You'd have also seen that during the C# coding exercises, where each time you were creating a project, you got a brand new folder where all of those files for the project would have been. So it's the same principle. Our solution is in a folder by itself, the project is in a folder by itself, and then there are different files and folders inside of that other folder. So let's start off with looking at properties. So properties gives us this file. So dependencies one has to do with libraries and frameworks. You'll see more of that as we go along. I'm not going to bore you right now or overwhelm you with that. But if you look at properties, you'll see that you have a JSON file that has some launch settings. So you don't generally have to modify this file unless you are doing something very explicit, which we are not doing right now and we probably won't do for within the scope of this course, but it's good to appreciate what is in here. So you'll see that you have the application URL kind of defined here, where it says you have the URL at an HTTP address and then you have the SSL port, which means when we hit start, we're going to be able to access the application by either typing in this URL or https://localhost with the port number of the SSL port. You don't generally have to ever change this, so it's just good to understand it once again. Next major folder is our www root folder. So it doesn't really look like a folder based on how the other folders actually look in this project structure, but what you would realize is that it has subfolders in it. So this is a folder that stores the static files for the website. So when we say static files, as you can see, you see the CSS folder, the JS folder, and another one called lib. So all of those assets, any CSS files, JavaScript files, or third-party libraries that might be a combination of CSS and JavaScript or jQuery files, you'd want to store all of them inside of the www root, because the application itself kind of maps this location and makes it very easy to access that location when you want to access the CSS, the JavaScript, or any of the other asset files. So you can see it comes built in or ready made with Bootstrap, jQuery validation, and another library for jQuery validation. So all of those libraries kind of come out of the box. If we want to add other libraries, which we will be doing later on, we can always right click and we can go to add, and then there is a feature to just install the client side library. So when we get to that point, we can actually just use this and, search for a library, and it would show us all the results, and we can just install it into the application without manually going and fetching. So remember, when we were doing our jQuery inclusion and so on, we had to actually go to the website, get the file and copy it locally or use the CDN. Well, using this library manager, we can do all of that here, just a few clicks, and it would actually just download it to our system or our project folders for us. All right, so that's where all of our static files are really held. Now, if you've ever seen an MVC application, you would be used to seeing model, view, and controller folders out of the box. If not, that's fine. But the difference between the MVC or model view controller template and the Razor Pages template is the fact that the way the pages and their assets are structured is different. With the MVC, you have the model, which is a class file, pretty much. You have the view, which is the HTML file, and then you have a controller, which holds the intelligence. In Razor Pages, what they've done is they give one folder called pages, and then each page comes with the CSHTML or the HTML file, as well as a code file, which doubles as both the intelligence and the model. So let's take a look at the index page. The index page, remember, from HTML basics, always name your first page index. Well, here is Microsoft living up to that very simple principle. So when I click on the index page, the CSHTML file, then you will see that this is really just an HTML file. Yes, it has some embellishments, but once you get over that, which we'll discuss later on, you notice that they're the same tags that we would have learned from HTML basics. The div tag, the H tag, the P tag, and every other tag that you would know, they're all usable inside of this file. Now, the h.cshtml.cs file looks like the C# code that we just finished looking at. All right, so we have the public class called index model colon. So this is called inheritance. So index model is inheriting from the page model, which is a base class that comes built in. But the fact of the matter is that this is called index model. And if you take a look back at the index class, you notice that at the top, it says 1, I am a page. And then 2, it tells the model, it's a declaration that my model is index model. That means anything that anything that gets defined inside of index model can be accessed from the web page. As we build on it, you'll appreciate that a bit more. All right. So most times when you see a razor page, most if not all times, then you're going to see them in pairs. You're going to see one that is .cshtml and one that is .cshtml.cs. Based on your Visual Studio, you might have them actually kind of nested by default, but you can actually toggle that nesting. So right now it's disabled. For me, I can enable it. So I tend to think that this is a bit neater because when it's nested, I can just click and then I see the resulting file directly underneath that one. Sometimes it gets confusing when all of them are, listed like that, but that's up to you. So I'm just showing you that you can list or you can nest and disable that at will. So as I said, every time you create a page or at least a standard razor page, you're going to end up with both of those files. Now in the shared folder, this is where files that are going to be used or accessed by all the other files, all the other pages, that's where these are stored. So let's take a look at the layout. Now, you would have noticed that with our index page, let me just jump back over to index quickly. You'd have noticed that the index page doesn't have that HTML skeleton structure that we had discussed from the basics, right? Remember, we always start with doc type and then the HTML tags and then head and body, and then we put the content. This goes straight to the content. So what happens is that they're using what we call a layout, or back in the day, we called it a template or a master page, where they lay out the template one time. So instead of repeating this template every single page, you have 20 pages, you have to repeat this template. Yes, on a basic website, it is absolutely necessary. But what they did was kind of abstract that busy work. Remember, once again, frameworks are set up to reduce the amount of repetition or reduce the likelihood of you having to repeat certain things. So because they know that you have to do this HTML template every single time, when they developed the .NET Core framework, what they did was they created it one time and then they allowed you to render the different pages inside of this area called render body. So what really happens is that every page is always going to have the HTML tag, the head tag. This is set globally, so you see it's always linking to the style sheet, so you don't have to do that on every single page. You have the body tag, which is going to have the header area with the nav, so you don't have to create nav on every single page. And then you're always going to have that div class with container. Remember, we looked at that div class is equal to container. And then, yes, you're going to see some new tags. You may use them, you may never use them at this point. You don't really have to worry about it. But the point is that whatever razor page you create will automatically get rendered inside this area and inside of this overall template. So whatever you do here will change the layout of all the pages globally. So that's an easier way of maintaining your website, because now you don't have to do it across all the pages like we would have seen when we're doing the basic HTML and CSS. So all of that is kind of laid out here. You see the script inclusions at the bottom of the page, and you can modify everything. So let us say, for instance, that what was auto-generated for us would be the view data title of the page. Now, if we go back to our index page, we would see that view data title is equal to home page. So that is what would get rendered inside of view data title. So that's like a variable and a placeholder for whatever is put in on any page that we have. And once again, title is what gets displayed in the browser, in the tab, right? So I want to change this from being one bit of text to car booking application. Right, a bit more human readable. So that's the title in the nav bar, in the tab of the browser. But then the nav bar also has car booking app written right here. So what I'm going to do is Control and F5. and that's going to run without debugging. And when this app comes up, the first thing I wanted to take note of is the fact that this is saying home page. So that's loading the index page. In case you don't believe, there it is. Index, it says home page, right? So it's loading the home page or the index page dash car booking application. That's that static text that we put in the title. All right. So what if I wanted to update this bit of text here? I don't want it to say car booking up there either. So I can go and find that bit of code, which is right here, and I'm going to change it, car booking application. I'm going to save. So remember, always save. Unfortunately, I haven't seen them implement any autosave in Visual Studio. That would have been very cool, but I guess they haven't done it for a good reason. But after making that change, I'm just going to control refresh my browser. And lo and behold, we see the change being made. And that change, once again, is global. So if I go on privacy, if I go on home, every one of these pages is just inheriting from the overall layout. So I'm just going to also update it in the footer. So I can just go over, change it in the footer. And anything I want to change here, I mean, this is saying 2021. If I needed to update it to 2022, or, not display only privacy, put in whatever I need to put in, all of that is being updated globally. So after making that change, I'm just going to refresh one more time, and you see the change is now reflecting. So that is how easy it is to really modify globally, right? Now, if you wanted to modify the pages, well, it's just a bunch of HTML. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run and take the HTML from our basics class that we had on our index page, and I'm just going to slap it onto this new index page, and let's see what happens. So here is our HTML from the basics, all right? And what happens once again is that we don't need all of these tags. We don't need this, the HTML body, all I really want. I don't even need the container. I remember we had to repeat container, we had to repeat the nav everywhere, and then we had a div for the content. Well, what is in content is what we really need, which is what displayed on the page. We don't need a footer either because we have a footer. So I'm just going to take all of this content. I'm not really concerned about the buttons working or not yet, but what I'm going to do is just replace the default content that came with the template with our content from our course. I'm going to save that and then do a refresh, and look at that. All right. So now we're seeing that we can just modify the pages the same way, right? The only thing is that we don't have to repeat our skeleton every single time. That is done for us. We just need the content. And notice all the classes still work for the displays of the buttons and for the H tags and the font. Why? Because the CSS file for Bootstrap is already included. Out of the box, they already are giving us that Bootstrap file. Now, one thing is that with .NET 5, and this might change in the future, but right now that Bootstrap library is, so I can drill all the way down and see the physical file. So when I said it, they make it easy for you to access. All you really need is this tilde / and then it will start giving you all of the folders in the hierarchy of folders from www root. All right, so if I wanted to get to the CSS file, that's my site CSS, or I wanted to get to the CSS folder, I just say tilde, then /, and then it starts listing out all of the folders for me. So I want to get to the CSS file. All right, so that's why I said all of your static files that you need to access can go in the www root folder, and that will make it very easy. But I was making the point that we can drill all the way down to the Bootstrap file, and the Bootstrap version that we get out of the box is 4.3.1. So in the basics, we looked at using 5, but then with this template, we only get Bootstrap 4, which isn't a big deal because the differences between the two are not that big of a deal, and the documentation is always there in case you're using something from one that's not available in the other. Like you would have seen me trying to use Bootstrap 4 classes that are not in Bootstrap 5. So you can always double check on that. All right, so now that we have a better understanding of how the layout and the files work in general, and there are other files there like the view imports and view start. View start basically says just use that layout file. So if we have multiple layouts, we can actually create another layout, right? So if you wanted one type of user to see one layout and another type of user to see another layout, or have different layouts per page, whatever it is, you can actually dictate which one should be used. All of those things will come in due time. So I'm just going to continue the tour of the files and the folders, and let's move on to the app settings.json. So the app settings.json is like a configuration file where we basically stipulate things like connection strings, like where to look for the database, any static settings that we need to have in place to make sure that certain features run a particular way. All of those things can get defined in that app settings file. We have the program.cs, which is very similar to what we would have seen in our C# endeavors, where every time we created a new project, we had a file called program.cs that had a method called main. It's the same thing, program.cs, and here's our main method, right? So all that happens is that when you hit IS Express or hit start, it's basically just calling the main method, and the main method says build and run the application, right? So where does it know what configurations to put in place? It uses the startup file, and startup here represents the startup.cs file, which is another place where configurations live. So here in the startup constructor, you see that they're doing what we call injection. So later on, you get to understand that, but they're injecting an object of iConfiguration, which represents our app settings.json file, right? So that if whatever static settings we put in there, we can access them, and then via code tell it use this configuration when you're initializing this feature. So the startup file is basically where all the feature initialization occurs, because you see here we're saying services.addRaiser pages. Later on, when we're adding authentication and other things to the project, you see that we have to come in here and let it know, okay, please use this module, please use this middleware, please use this feature, right? We'll be adding to this file as the application grows. So the startup.cs is really just in charge of dictating what should be in place by the time the application starts up. So if I mess up anything in this file or certain things in this file, like what if I was to comment out this line as I don't think that line looks useful, and then I try to run, then I would be getting this error saying that there is some mismatch between what I want to do and what features are available to me. So without trying to read this error word for word, it's basically saying that you are trying to initialize the runtime compilation, but I didn't see where you told me that I can use the feature set for runtime compilation. So that line I commented out is integral to the features that need to be called elsewhere in the application, right? So as you go along and you understand how .NET Core works, you'll understand which libraries need to go where. Once again, this is not something you need to memorize. You just need to have a good idea of how this thing works, so that when you want a new feature, you can go and research properly to find out what exactly you need to include to get it up and running. All right, so that's really it for the tour of the folder structure. When we come back, we'll start working a bit more on our interface and exploring how everything is wired. Welcome back, guys. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at how we can experiment with our Razor pages, add more pages, modify our navbar, and even look at how we can probably inject our app settings into different places, similar to how we saw it being injected into the startup. So let us start off by scoping what we want to do. So I'm going to create a very simple page. I'm just closing all the distractions, and then in pages I'm going to create a new folder. So this is always a good idea, because when you have the different areas, what happens is that you have three main operations: create, read, update, delete. So most times you want to create a folder, and then inside of that folder you would have the different pages to support the different features. So since we're doing car bookings, the first thing that we would need to probably have would be the cars. All right, so I'm going to have a folder called cars, and inside of this folder for the cars, I would have an index file, which would represent the first page you land on when you go to look at cars, which would usually be like the list of cars. You have the edit, you have the delete, and you have the read, which means I'm looking at, a particular car's details. We're not ready to get into all of those complications. I'm just explaining why we have that folder structure, and you will see that as a common theme throughout this course and in most web applications, regardless of the technology or the stack being used. So inside of cars, let's create an index file. So I'm just going to go ahead and right click and hit add, go to Razor page. And what we're doing here is using the scaffolding tools, right? So the scaffolding tools allow us to kind of generate files. I guess Microsoft is saying that we know the type of files that we want in our framework, and these are things that you would have to repeat manually each time. So here's the scaffolding tool. Use this and we will do most of the heavy work, putting in all the basics, making sure you don't forget anything, and you can continue from there. So I guess that's why they gave us this nice tool. So we're just going to create an empty Razor page for now. I'm going to hit add and I'm going to call it index.cshtml, and it's already there for me. So I'll just go ahead and hit add. So now I have this new index file. So if we look again, we'll see pages/cars/index, right? So that I'm just giving you an idea of the URL, right? Because index will always be the first file. So when we go to /cars, it will automatically look for the index file to load that first. All right, so what we want to do here, I'm going to say view data. So we're going to be typing this stuff manually ourselves. I'm going to say title. So remember that this view data title is a placeholder that feeds into the layout. And I'm just going to say cars list. All right. And what I want to do is just say H1 list of cars. Something simple. All right. We're not ready to get too complicated here. We're just whetting our appetite and understanding. But then if you look at this index page, you see that it looks very similar to the other index page. And the reason the index pages aren't clashing is that the subfolders that they're in are different. This index is in the general pages. So this is the entire home page of the entire application. However, when we go into the /cars will have its own first page and its index file is going to be different. But then we'll see that they have the same directives. This is a page, here's a model, and you see the namespace there for this model versus the namespace for the other one. All right. And once again, we get a code behind file for our index model. Right. So if I wanted to navigate to this new page, what I would need to do is modify my layout and let the nav bar have the new link. So I'm just going to copy one that exists there already. I'll just copy the existing home page link and I'll change it out to say, so we don't have an area. We have the ASP page. Where is the ASP page? So the ASP page is not /index anymore, but it's /cars/index, right? And notice we don't necessarily need the extensions, or we don't need the extension. So this is where they kind of abstracted some of the things that we're used to with basic HTML, because if you look at it carefully, there's no href tag here. Not saying we can't use an href. We could say href is equal to, but then if we're going to say href is equal to, building the exact URL to get from application to pages to cars is going to be a bit difficult, because we can't just say, oh, the file name with the extension like we could in basic CSS and HTML. So what they have given us are called tag helpers, where they will say, just point me based on the path of the folder structure and I will generate that href for you. So ASP-page is equal to, and I know I have to go to /cars. So the first slash means the root of the application. Then I have to go to the cars folder, and then I have to go to the index file. That's where this link should lead. So it will generate the href at runtime. We'll see that in a few. So I want this to say cars. All right, so now we have a new URL, we have a new page, and I'm going to go ahead and run. If we, like how we're only doing user interface stuff, we can just do Control F5. We don't have to debug every time, because this way is a bit faster. So now we are loading our application page. Remember that this is our home page that we migrated from our static files. And if you wanted to migrate the other ones, then that would also probably be good practice for you. But right now we're starting off with this. And then when I click cars, before I even click cars, let's inspect element. So inspect element is going to show us the href for how we get there. If you look at the href here, it says href slash, that means go home. Slash cars means go from the base URL, which is what we see in the browser, right? Localhost with that port number slash cars. All right, if we look at this one, we'll see localhost blah slash privacy. So when I go ahead and hit the cars, then I see that I'm landing on my new page, which is list of cars. So you see, it didn't even have to say slash index.html, because by default, every web browser will go to the index page first. So that's really all it takes to build a new link and get the pages to see each other. All right. Now let us look at how the code file and the HTML file can interact a bit. So right now I'm displaying that list of cars text directly on the page. This might not always be the case. As we saw when we were doing the C# coding, sometimes the data that needs to be displayed or interacted with is dynamic from user input. It needs to be in a variable somehow, but we still need to display it. So what if I wanted to put this bit of text in a variable in the code file and then have it displayed? So I'm just going to cut it. And in the code file, what I'm going to do inside of our class is give it a new property. So I'm just going to say prop, press tab twice, and then I say string, and this is going to be heading. All right, and then onGet. So when the page loads, this method called onGet is the first method that gets called. All right, every time you navigate to a page, you're going to hit that onGet. So whatever you want to prepare for that page, if you have to load data, if you have to set a message like we're about to do now, you have to make sure you do that onGet, and then all of that will be ready by the time the page loads to the user. So in this case, I want to say heading is equal to the text that I just had, which is list of cars. Now, I'm preparing this variable. I'm making sure that the value is available before the page loads. How do I make the value show on the page? Well, on the page itself, wherever I want it, which would be in between these H1 tags, and then this is what we call razor views, or razor syntax rather, right? So the razor syntax allows us to kind of interweave our C# code with our HTML code. All right. So anytime you see an @ sign, that is preparing you to write C# code, because this is C# code. That's a namespace coming from C#. Yet we see HTML in the page. All right, so let me show you. If I wanted to print something from the C# side inside of the HTML, all I need is @ sign. That basically sends a directive that you're about to type C#. Now, model is like a static variable or a global variable that represents an object of the page model, which is the code behind. So anything that is public in the code behind file, like this heading is now available to me by me saying model dot, and then I get all of the properties of the model, including my custom ones. So you see some that you didn't put in, no problem. Don't get daunted. Don't get, flustered or anything. But if you look closely, you see heading. That's the one I just created, right? So I can just say model.heading. And then if I save that and then refresh the page, and what you can do while you're at this point, you can always just do a build using Control, Shift, and B, and then you can just refresh the page that you probably still have open from when you were debugging, but then you see here that we're still seeing list of cars. And if you inspect element, there is no indication that it's C# or HTML. As far as the browser is concerned, it's only seeing the HTML. So that's the power of Razor syntax. We can dynamically put anything there. So if I wanted to change the heading, instead of maintaining the whole page, right? What if I had to display that text multiple places? Instead of having the static text multiple places, I put it in a variable. Here, I change it from variable, just so we know that it's working. And I'm going to do a build. And once that build is done, I'm going to do a refresh. And then see, there we go. List of cars from variable. So that makes it so much easier to make a dynamic page where we might have to change the text on the fly. We change it one time and then we can just make a reference to it as many times in our code as we want, right? So unlike when we were doing our static pages and if we had a bit of text multiple places, we had to go manually and change it everywhere. We can do that here, just nice and easy, right? So if I replicate all of those pages across or all of those tags, there it is. If I change it one time, it's changed as many times. All right, so that's a nice and easy way of understanding how our Razor syntax works, how we can put something in the code file and access it inside of the Razor page. Next up, I'm going to show you our first bit of what we call dependency injection. So what we're going to do is move this heading text from the C# variable here, and we're going to put it in the app settings, and then we're going to show how you can just inject and access these configurations quite easily and display them on the page just the same way. So now we're going to be looking at how we can inject dependencies into our page and access data in a very what we call decoupled way. So that is one of the foremost and marquee features of .NET Core. It makes what we call dependency injection, which is a very important principle in solid development. The D in the word solid, it actually means dependency injection, right? So solid is a bunch of principles that would help us to practice clean and good coding practices, and dependency injection is very important, and .NET Core makes dependency injection very, very easy for us. So what we're going to do is in the app settings.json file, I'm going to put in a new configuration. And once again, this is only for demo purposes, just so we can understand, how everything kind of flows and everything. So we're going to just set a comma. Then I'm going to create a new section or a new node. I'm going to say this is message. So I'm calling this one message. So basically what we have is like a key and value pair, right? So here I'm creating my value and they're all comma separated. You notice that logging is the key and then the value is what we call an object. And then the object has a key which has in another object, and then each key has its own value. Right, so every time you see a colon, what's on the right is the value, what's on the left is the key. And then you comma separate the main nodes. So this is one main node separating allowed hosts, which is another node or value key pairing. And then that's comma. So we're creating our own value key pair message. And then that is basic JSON syntax. All right, nice and easy to understand. So message is going to have the value. This is the list of cars. Nice and simple message. Nothing too fancy, right? Now, I set this in the app settings. How do I access this text in the page to further display on the, to the user, right? So what we have to do is go to our index.cshtml file, and I'm going to create another property. I'm going to call this one message. So to duplicate, it's Control D or Control C and V, similar to Visual Studio Code, but Control D also works, right? So I have another property. I'm calling it message, and I need to set message to have the value from the app settings file, which means I need to access the config. So just like we discussed in the startup file, we were injecting the configuration object here, and then that allowed us to access anything, or at least allowed them, because we didn't write this. Whoever wrote this did that injection so they could access the configuration at will. So we're going to follow that model. So the principles of dependency injection: one, you have a constructor. So we're going to write CTOR, press tab twice, and then we get the constructor. It starts off parameterless, which is fine, but then we need to tell it what dependencies it should have. So I'm going to tell it that it should be using iConfiguration. And if you want, you can just go over to the startup.cs and you can take it iConfiguration, and we're calling the variable configuration. All right, red line means we need a library, so control dot, and I can just go ahead and hit enter, so it will include that using statement. So we just do that, get the using statement, red line disappears. So now I need to initialize it. So I am telling it that I need the I configuration from the inversion of control container or the IOC container. So the startup basically puts everything in that container between the startup and the program.cs file. They put those things in the container, and then anywhere in my application, I can access them from the container. So it literally loaded everything from this app settings file into that container. And I'm saying that I want access to that file, which is then abstracted to this type called iConfiguration. So I need a local variable that I can use while on this page to access, or like a copy. So what I'm going to do is just say control dot after putting it in the constructor, and then I'm going to say create and assign field configuration, and that automatically does that injection process for me. So now I have this local version, and just so that we can see them differently, I'm going to call this one an underscore, and I tend to do that with my fields. Underscore configuration and control dot to rename everywhere else, so it gets rid of that error. So now that we have this configuration object injected one and initialized and accessible to the page, I can now say that my message should be equal to configuration, right? And the configuration object allows me to say, give me the key of what you want to access. So that, remember, we just discussed key value pairs. What's the key? I want to access the message. So I'm going to say the key is message. So if you remember from arrays, it's basically an array, right? So this file gets basically turned into an array that I can now access using the key as the subscript. So once I do that, I now have a new variable called message that is accessible to my index page. So I can, underneath the heading, put in maybe an H4 tag, and I'm just going to separate them with an HR tag. I get a little fancy with it, right? And I'm going to say @model dot. And then remember that once I say model dot, I have access to all of the properties that are inside of the model class. So now I can access the message, right? So now message is not just something that we typed and put in a variable. Message is coming all the way from app settings. So you see how far away that is. App settings has the value and key pair for the message. And then on the page load up, I'm saying when you are loading this page, I want to get a copy of this object from the dependency or the IOC container, and I'm creating my copy locally. And then on the fly, I can say, well, when the page is loading up, go to that local copy of the app settings file, get me the value that has the key message. So when I do all of that, I can do a build, and I still have up my page from the debugging earlier, and you see it just updates for me. So now I'm seeing that message coming over from the app settings file. All right, so that's basically how dependency injection works. As the application grows, we're going to see definitely more of that, but at least this is a nice little gist of how you can actually access data from other parts of the application and still get them to display in the page, and your users would never be any wiser as to where this data is coming from, whether it's a database or it's a variable in the background, but we are in control, so we know how to make it dynamic. The user is only seeing what appears to be a very static page loaded to them. Up until now, we've been looking at some of the basics of how we can get Razor pages to display dynamic data coming from our C# code. The reality, however, is that in a real scenario, we're not really going to be hard coding these kinds of values and putting into variables and displaying, especially given the kind of application we're building, which is a car booking application. We're going to need a list of cars, which may be prone to change. A new car comes into the company, one gets retired, etc. We're going to have to manage booking. So what we have to do is find a very dynamic way to actually store this kind of data. So then we need to employ the services of Entity Framework so that we can, one, create the database, two, interact with the database, and three, continue to build on the database. So what we're going to be doing before we get into any of the complications is scoping out what we need to store. So we're going to make it relatively simple but complicated enough that we can get a good idea of what needs to be covered in a general scenario. So what we want to do is employ the S in solid, which is separation of concerns. And the principle behind that is, one, a method or a file should never have more than one responsibilities, which is why it's good that for every page there is a dedicated code file. So all the responsibility of this code file is for that page. What we're going to do is take it out of just files and we're going to apply it to projects. So now that we're thinking about database interactions, what we need to do is create another project that is going to host or house rather our database related objects. So I'm just going to minimize or collapse the car booking app. I'm going to right click the solution, click add, and I'm going to create a new project. And from this project listing, we're going to choose a class library. So if you don't have it in the recent projects templates, you can always search. What we want is a C# class library. All right. So you can go ahead, select that, and we're calling this car rental booking app.data. So the name is going to signify that this is the data project. Hit next, and we want to keep it as a .NET 5 project and create. Now, class library is a very stripped down version of the C# application or the C# projects that we're used to, because you can see that this project just has that CSproj file and the one class file. So it almost looks like a console application, except there's no program.cs. And if you even look in the actual project file, you see that all it has is just the target framework. If you go back to your console applications from C#, you notice that they also have an executing instruction to let it know that it's an executable file. All right. So what we need to do here, and I'll just delete the first class, is define a few classes. So what we're doing is creating entities, which are really just class files that will get converted into database tables. So whatever, and we already looked at OOP. So whatever it is that are properties of the data that we would want to store, we're creating a class to represent that, which later on will actually be turned into a table via the APIs that Entity Framework allows us. For now, we just want to understand how we design the domain model. So our first domain model, since we started off with the cars, will be for cars. So we want a table to store the cars. What are the properties of the cars that we need to store? Well, in general, that might differ based on business needs, the different scenarios. So I'm just going to base it off my scenario. You might do a little more or find the need to do a little less than me. But as long as you understand the general scope of what we're trying to accomplish, then that is no problem. So what we need to do is create our first class. So I'm right clicking the data project. I'm adding a class and I'm going to call it car. Nice and simple, right? So inside of car, so we're going to make this class public, and then we just define the properties. So first property of any database table, if you haven't done databases yet, don't worry, I'll make this as friendly as possible. If you're familiar with databases, you'll know that they'll always start off with a primary key, which is auto-incrementing. If you're familiar with using SQL Server or so on, you know that you have to go through a few steps. You have to set an identity constraint. You also have to let it know it must increment by 1 and so on. With Entity Framework, or in designing an entity that we know we're going to be using Entity Framework to handle, all you really need to do is call it ID. Just by doing this, Entity Framework will know that, okay, this is the primary key and it should be auto-incrementing. That's it. So always have the primary key for every, most if not all entities. 90% of your entities should always have a primary key value called ID. If you don't want to call it ID, then there are other things you might have to do using Entity Framework for it to recognize it as a primary key. But between calling it ID or car ID or table name ID, Those two will guarantee that Entity Framework Core will see it as the primary key. So we have an ID. What else do we need? I'm going to say public int year. Maybe the year of the vehicle is important also. So we're going to store the year. And the next thing that I'm going to store is the string name of the vehicle, Toyota Yaris, etc. I'm just going to keep it simple, and that's all we're storing about the car. So we would have created our first entity. Now, the next thing that we need in order to have Entity Framework recognize that this class should be a table is called a DB context. So DB short for database, context meaning I am looking at all of the resources in the database and I recognize them as such. All right. So we're going to be setting up the DB context. We're not going to be connecting or creating any database just yet. We're just setting up the groundwork right now. So I'm going to right click once again and add another file, add new item or class rather. And I'm going to call this one car booking app DB context. Nice and easy name to remember. All right, car booking app DB context, just another class file. Now the DB context is going to once again be public, and it's going to inherit from a base class that is given to us by Entity Framework called DB context. So by just typing DB context, and if you give Visual Studio a few seconds, you will notice, okay, one, there's an error, but two, in order to use the DB context, you need to install a package called Entity Framework. So you have Entity Framework and Entity Framework Core. We're using .NET Core, so we have to use Entity Framework Core, which is the latest and greatest of Entity Framework. Now, the cool thing is that we need to use a package manager. So instead of us having to go off and find things manually, Visual Studio comes with a package manager called NuGet. So we have two options. We can allow it to just go ahead and find it for us and install it, or we could manually go right click and hit manage NuGet packages. So it's good to just understand all of your options, because a developer who knows he needs Entity Framework would probably just start here, right? He would probably just go to NuGet, go over to browse, and then he would see all of the packages available to him. And then he would actually see that you have Microsoft.entityframeworkcore.sql server, and there's the one that was advertised to us, and you have a bunch of other ones. But we're not going to be worried about the ones we don't need. So actually, we're going to be using SQL Server databases. So Entity Framework Core is actually open source and available for most database engines. If you're using MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQLite, all of those are different database engines or providers. Entity Framework provides APIs that allow you to use C# to talk to any one of those. However, since we're using SQL Server, we can just go ahead and install the Entity Framework Core.sql server, which will give us the SQL Server APIs as well as the base library for Entity Framework Core. So I'm just going to use NuGet package manager, and all I have to do is hit this down arrow. We can change the version. We see that this is the latest stable version. No need to modify that. Hit install, give it a few seconds. You might get prompts about licenses and agreements. And as those come up, you just click OK and accept. And in no time, it's installed. And when we go back to the CS project, you'll see an item group gets added where the package reference is being put in, right? So that's fine. We can leave that. We let it do its thing in the background. But now when we go back to DB context and control that, we see that we have the ability to just add the namespace. So that was our first taste of how we can use NuGet package manager to add libraries that are inherently missing. All right, so go ahead, add the using statement. Now we have the DB context, and in order for us to let the DB context know what the tables need to be, we need to add public DB set, and then we tell it create a DB set. DB set is Entity Framework talk for a table, right? So context represents database, DB set represents a table. So we have to provide the model that this table should be based on. Well, we have created our model in the in the form of car. So I'm going to say database, you have a table modeled of car, and you should call it cars when it's created in the actual database. All right, so let's just look at that again. This entire class represents our database and all the assets that will be there, the views, the tables, store procedures, etc. Once we want to add a table, we have to create the model that the table should follow. So in the case of car, we gave it the properties. We know how to build a class by now, right? So this is really just showing how a class looks like a table in terms of database development, right? So we just created a class with all the properties, all the fields that we know our table needs to have, and the data types. And then we're telling the database context that I need a new table or a DB set of type car, and I want it called cars. So when we come back, what we're going to do is set up a migration where we actually tell it, one, generate code that will create the database and we'll assess how that looks. And then two, we'll actually generate that database and see that all of this is going to work out in the way that we are talking about it now. Welcome back, guys. So now we're going to be setting up our actual database. We already set up our context, which basically represents the connection to the database. We already created at least one entity or table for that database. Now we need to, one, set up what we call a connection string, and then two, create what we call a migration, which would be the set of instructions that Entity Framework would use to inform how it is going to go about creating the table and the database and any other assets that needs to be created accordingly. So let's go up to our app settings from our car booking app. And what we need to do here is add our connection string. Now the syntax for our connection string looks something like this. And I just added it right above logging. So remember that all of this is one big JSON object. So I'm adding a new key called connection strings. And then that key has an object value, which takes another key value pair, default connection, and then this is the value. So let's just go through what this value has. This value has a server, and the name of the server is pretty much the machine name or the name of the database instance. So if you're not so familiar with databases, that's fine. We have a built-in database provider with Visual Studio called the local DB, MS SQL local DB. You can always get to these databases by going to SQL Server Object Explorer. If you don't have it on the side like I do, then you can always go to View, and then you can look for SQL Server Object Explorer. So this gives you instant access to that database instance, and you can just drop down and it's localDB / MS SQL localDB. Under that, you'll see all of those databases. All right. So server is equal to localDB, and write it exactly how you see it. Open parenthesis, localDB, close parenthesis. The double slash is because we need to escape the slash. If we have one slash, you'll get that error. So we need to have that double slash in the context of this file, and MS SQL localDB. Then we have a semicolon, and then we state the database is equal to car booking app underscore DB. Now, once again, we haven't created this database as yet, but we know what we want the database to be called, so we're letting it know at that point. Later on, you'll see that you have trusted connection is equal to true, and multiple active result sets is equal to true. So this is security related, and this is for usability. So you can just go ahead and replicate all of that. Now, after we have put in our connection string, we need to let the application know that at startup, you are to use this connection string for the database. So still in our web app, we're going to jump over to the startup, and then in the configure services, we're going to register our DB context, right? So I'm going to say services.add DB context, and then I'm putting in the name of the DB context. And as I'm doing this, I'm looking across and seeing that I have one name here and another name on this side. So actually, this is what I want it to be called. So I called it car book app DB context in error. I'm going to update it right now. Car booking app DB context, update the file name, and then update the class name accordingly. All right, so now that refactor is done, I feel a bit better, and I can go back here. So services dot add DB context, and then we have type brackets with the name of the DB context, and then we have the option. So obviously this is not really registering what we're trying to do, hence the red line. So what I'll do is control dot, and then it is going to indicate that I need to add a reference to my car booking app data project. All right, so we have it in two different projects, two different what we call assemblies. And right now, the Visual Studio or the solution sees that, okay, I'm trying to reference something that's not in the current project, but I see it in another project. Would you like to add the reference? I'm going to say yes, please go ahead and add the reference. So once I do that, you see that this now changes to that color that indicates it knows what file it is, and everything is now okay. But then I still have another error. I'm just going to control dot, and it's telling me I need to add a using statement for Entity Framework Core. So I can go right ahead and do that, and now I have no more errors. So that is how we add that bit of code with the options to use SQL Server. Like I said, Entity Framework Core can support multiple database engines. So we're specifying that we're using SQL Server here. And then I'm looking in the configuration. Remember, all of that was injected in earlier. So the configuration dot get connection string. So that's a built-in function of the configuration. And then we're looking for the default connection. So that default connection, and then it's getting that value. So anything you may have called this, if you didn't want to call it default connection, you may have wanted to call it car booking app connection. Whatever you called it, we just have to get that connection string here. Now let's do a quick build just to make sure that we haven't broken anything. All right, so the build was successful. Let's carry on. So next up, I need to actually generate this database. So like I said, we need to do a migration, and then we can actually generate the database after the migration. So what I'll do in the data project, once again, I'm going to jump down to manage NuGet packages. And then we're going to look for the package entity framework core.tools. So if you don't see it listed here readily like it is for me, you can always go ahead and search for it. When I see it here, I'm just going to go ahead and install it. As usual, go ahead and accept any terms and conditions. And now that it's installed, let me just give you a quick background as to what these tools allow you to do. So if you look at the description of the library, it says that it enables you to use commonly used commands, right? So you have add migration. That's what we're about to do. You have drop database, get DB context, migration related things, scaffolding related things, and script migration and generation related commands. So these are all the commands, and these are actually PowerShell commands that we will be executing using our package manager console. So that package manager console, if you're not seeing it where I have it in my taskbar, once again, you can always go to tools, and then you get package manager and the package manager console. All right, so once you do that, you get a window similar to this where it's asking you for the command. So what we're going to have to do, one, is change our default project to our data project, because that is where our DB context is. That's where we want our migrations and everything database related to live. So I'm going to change it, the default project, to the .data project. And then I'm going to say add dash migration, and you can even press tab to complete it for you. And then I'm going to call this initial migration. So after that, I just press enter. It will rebuild the project, and then I am getting this error. All right, no problem. So it says my startup project doesn't reference this library. That's fine. So this package is required for Entity Framework Core tools to work. So they're actually telling us what's wrong. No problem. So misstep by my part. Let's fix it. So let's right click on our web project, use NuGet. And I'm just trying to show you how easy it is to get these libraries in. Once they're missing, NuGet more than likely has them. So go ahead, go to NuGet, and then I'm just going to paste the name of the library that it said. Once again, you can always just search or type in the search bar. And then once I get it, I can just install it. So when that is done, I will now go back to my package manager console, and I'll just press up. So when you press the up arrow, you get back the most recently attempted command. So I'm just going to press up, get back the add migration, press enter again. And now we're getting another error. All right, so I'm not going to hide these errors from you because sometimes you tend to forget some of the steps, and it's good to see the errors and know how to work through them, right? So I'm clearly forgetting some steps here, but that's no problem. As the errors come up, we'll fix them. So this one is saying that there was an error accessing the hosting services, and there needs to be some constructor that takes the configuration being passed in. So let me explain exactly what this is saying. All right. So back when we would have set up in our startup class that it should be using the DB context, and I would be passing in these configurations. So the options, pretty much. This whole object here called options would allow us to put in a number of different settings that we want to govern how the database is interacted with when the application starts up. Granted, it's a very simple one right now. The only option here is that it should use a connection string. However, this is not enough because while we're telling the application, use this database and this connection string or this DB context and let it represent the database that is at this connection string, we need to let our DB context know that it is supposed to be relative to whatever options we're passing in. So let's jump back over to our DB context and we'll create a constructor. So I'm just going to write CTOR and press tab. And then what we have to pass in here would be DB context options. And the DB context options would be relative to our car booking app DB context. And I'm just going to call it options. And then we have to let the base know that it should use the same options. The base, of course, represents our DB context from the inheritance. So now this is completing that whole dependency injection hierarchy that I would have alluded to, where when the application starts up, once again, we're saying use the DB context that is found at this file and give it these options to govern it. Without what we just did, without that line of code, the DB context was just sitting there in la la land, right? So now we're letting it know this is what, be aware of the fact that options will be passed in and also pass them over to the DB context, which is the base class given to us by AF Core. So now that we've done that, let us try once more to do our migration. And at long last, we have a successful migration attempt. All right. So now we have this initial migration file, and you see we get a new folder called migrations that you can collapse. But every time we do a migration or every time we make a change to the database, adding a new table or column or changing something, we have to do a migration. The migration file will generate and say, these are the changes or these are the things I'm going to do. And then we can execute them and it will keep a history. So it's like a nice way to keep a history of all the changes being made to the database. If at any point we make a change and that's not quite what we wanted and wanted to remove the migration, then you can literally run the command remove migration, which would just undo the most recent migration. All right. So just a quick scan through of what this migration file is saying. It's saying, well, we have a class called migration builder, which is being initialized or passed in rather. And then this builder allows us to create the table. The name is cars. So remember that whatever name you put here, that's the name of the table going in. So it's saying create a table with the name cars and the columns should be ID. And remember I said once you call it ID, it will automatically know that it's identity, it's primary key. So it's already setting up all of those constraints on the ID column for us, and it will create the year and the name columns for us. So that's in the up function. All right. Then you have a down function, which basically says, this is what I'm going to do to undo this. So if we ever make a change to the database and then down the line you realize, oh snap, that's not really what I wanted. I have to change this quickly. And you want to undo the migration as well as the change to the database. Because what happens is that if the change is already applied to the database, right now this file is not, no database exists. This is only an instructional file to say, when the database exists, this is what I'll do. So if you already have the migration and you already applied it to the database, then you will have to roll back the migration before you can remove it from the history. So this down method is what contains the instructions that say, well, these are the changes that were made. Well, this is how I'm going to undo them. So this one says create the table with all of those things. The undoing for that would be to drop the table. All right. As we go along, we'll see more of that. So don't worry too much about it. Right now, we just want to make sure that we have our database created. So the next command that we're going to run is update database. You can go ahead and execute that. And then once that has been successful, then we can go and verify that our database was created. So go back over to your SQL Server Object Explorer and then expand, go into databases, and then you will see the car booking app DB. In that database, you will see cars for a table and EF migrations history as a table. So this table tracks all of the migrations that have been applied to the database, and then we'll see this database filling out as we put more and more tables in it. All right, so now that we have done our migration, we've created our database, the next logical step would be to allow the application to interact with the database, right? Because, well, you wouldn't want to necessarily send your users into your database to be able to manage the cars. Not everybody will know SQL, not everybody will understand how to operate in that environment, which is why we have user interfaces or web applications that allow us to conduct different operations in a more user-friendly manner. All right, so what we're going to do is explore how Razor Pages makes it very, very seamless for us to actually generate user interfaces to interact with our database. So we already kind of started building out pages for the cars. And what would happen is that we have the index page, and the index would usually be the list of cars. And then you would have the other, what you call CRUD pages. So C in CRUD represents create, R represents read, U represents update, and D represents delete, CRUD. Basically, every application that you'll ever use on your mobile app, on your fridge, whatever it is, all they're doing is CRUD operations. They're allowing you to view something, remove it if you don't want it, change it if you don't like it, or, well, create something else, right? So CRUD, that is the crux of every application. So what we're going to do is create the CRUD pages for our cars, because we need to be able to manage the fleet. We want to view all the cars in the database. We want to delete the ones that are no longer here. Maybe somebody made a typographical error, you want to update it, etc. So I'm actually just going to remove this first index page that we created for cars. And what we're going to do is scaffold a new index page using Entity Framework. So what we can do is right click our cars folder, go to add, Razor page. And then when this dialog box comes up, we have three options. We have the empty Razor page, which we already looked at. We have the Razor page using Entity Framework. So we'll use that one. So this next dialog box allows us to say, what is the name of the page we want? So we're replacing the index page, so I can just tell it index. Then the template would ask, okay, do you want it as a list template, edit template? So we can actually scaffold out the form or the whole display for whatever we want. So in this case, we want the list, because the index page, generally speaking, would have the list of whatever data type or data you are showing, right? So the model class would be next, and the model class means what model or table model am I supposed to use when generating this page. So I can say car. So what we'll do is go ahead and generate code so it can display the different data points of the car entity. The data context class, of course, would be our DB context, which is where all of our database objects will be living anyway. We don't have to change any of these other settings, and we can go ahead and hit add. Now, I encountered this error. You might not have, but we're going to work through this error, because since recent versions of .NET Core, this error has occurred during the scaffolding procedure, and it's good to understand at least how you can get around it. It's very frustrating at times, but let's just work through it. So there are a few things that are recommended. One, you need to, and I'm just going to cancel all of this. One is to go to tools and go to NuGet package manager, sorry, and then the settings, and then you're going to clear all NuGet caches. So go ahead and hit that. Next is to go ahead and build or clean the solution. So we're going to run a clean solution and let that do what it needs to do. And then I'm seeing that I have two errors here. I have an error regarding the versions of the packages. So that is generally what causes this error. When the packages or the versions of the packages that you might be using don't necessarily match up to the versions that the scaffolder is looking for. I'm not sure why. This is one of those more irritating parts about what the Microsoft team has been doing in recent times. But let's just work through this. So right now my packages, and I'm just going to click on the project file, and I can see that my packages are at 5.09. So what I'm going to do is drop them to 5.08. So in the csproj file, I can actually just change the package. So this is another way you can change package version. So you can change it right here, but then if you're not entirely sure of what the version numbers are, no problem. We'll use NuGet for the next one. So you can always just go down to the NuGet package manager in for that project itself, look at the installed versions, and then you'll see which versions you have, and then you can change that version. So I'll just drop version to 0.08 and then click update. So you can just do that for the .NET Core, Razor compilation, and design packages for the entity framework. All right, so after I've done that operation, I see that I have built successfully. So I'm going to try the scaffolding again. So I'm going to right click cars, add, raise a page, and then page using entity framework. And we just fill out the same things that we just filled out. So index, template is list, model class is car, and then go ahead and hit add. All right, I got another error. This one at least is a bit more informative. It says there was an error running the selected code generator to scaffold install this particular package. So, okay, no problem. Let's just go ahead and follow the instructions. But then in the background, you can see that NuGet actually started installing that very package, right? So I'm going to just try this one more time. And this time we have liftoff. So I know that that was quite a cycle trying to get this thing to work. Once again, it happens when certain versions are released, but the underlying mechanism in Visual Studio has not been updated to know that this is the library version it should use. So you might have a bit of back and forth with that. And like I said, there are not many resources online to walk you through exactly what to do. So those steps, generally speaking, will work for you. All right, but what we end up with is an index file and the code file. And in the index file, you see that a lot of HTML has been generated for us. And in the code file, you see that some amount of C# has also been created for us. All right, so let us briefly discuss what is happening here. In the index file, let's start with the code file because that's less to look at. What we're looking at here is injection. So remember that we did a form of dependency injection earlier with the config file because the config has something we wanted. We didn't want to create a whole new instance of the config file every time we want something. So instead, we're taking that shared copy that was registered in the app to be shared across everybody. So in essence, when we would have gone to our startup class and it's registered our DB context, we were registering it to be shared across the application, thus making it a candidate for injection anywhere we want. So this is us injecting an instance or injecting the shared version of the context and initializing our own private copy in this file. All right. So that's dependency injection 101. Anytime you want to do dependency injection, it's going to look something like this. And you can inject multiple things as at will, right? So you're not limited to only one thing at a time. So now that we have the context injected into our index, what we're doing here is creating a list object of type car. So it's just a collection of car, right? We should call this cars really. So I'm just going to call this cars because it's a list. And I tend to get very specific with my naming. If it's a list, then I pluralize it. If it's singular, then it's singular. So you can rename it, use control dot, and allow it to refactor all the other references for you. And then what we have is our onGet. So remember, we discussed when the page loads, we have the onGet. So our onGet here is being fired once we navigate to this index page. It's going to automatically call this method. This method sets up any data or whatever we need for the page, just like we did with the config and initializing our variables in the previous example. So here I'm saying that my current list of cars should be equal to, and then we're going to await the result of calling the context dot cars table and getting all the elements. So this is classic entity framework now. So entity framework gives us access to the database through this context file, and then whatever tables we declared, because remember, cars, we put cars there, that's ours, right? That's all it's doing. So it's saying context, give me the cars. And then the way entity framework works is that this is what you call an executing method. So it's saying to list async means actually give me everything in the table as a list. And then we're storing that list in our local variable or property called cars. So after all of that is done and the page has been set up, let's jump over to our actual HTML. So on the actual HTML page, it knows that it's an index page. It gave it the name index, fine. All of those little things are because we call the page index. We get a complimentary create new button, right? So we have a link to the create new. Of course, that page doesn't yet exist, but that's fine. We get a table, and that table has a header or a head section with the header rows. So we have the table header for the year, table header for the name. All right. And then we have another table header column that is empty. And then for each item that came in the model.cars, so model.cars, that is our list of cars. And then we're using that for each loop to go through each item in that list of cars. We're saying, give me a display for the year, give me a display for the name, and in that third column that had no heading, we could have called this actions maybe, but in that third column, give me 3 links, one to edit, one to delete, and one to view the details. And each one will pass over that ID. All right. So remember, the primary key ID, that's what uniquely identifies that column in the database, or that row rather in the database. And then we're just tying that to the button so that when we click edit on any one of these rows, we know which ID we're going to view. So let us just take a quick look at what was generated for us. And here is our page. So this is our new page. We see here that we have something looking like a table. If you're not familiar with how tables look in Bootstrap, then that's really what they're going to look like. But we have the table, we have the column for year, we have name, and then we have that empty column, which is going to have the links. What we don't have is data. All right. So yes, we have the page. We have that create new button up top, that index flag. So, we can start customizing this page to what we want. So instead of saying index up top, we can say cars or list of cars. That's basically what we had last time. So when we do that and save, we see it refresh and change. All right. So what we don't have would be the create new. We don't have any data, and we don't have any of the other pages either. When we click create new, it's going to just loop around because there is no page for creating new. So when we come back, what we're going to do is create a GitHub repository for this project, and then we can continue developing on our features. All right, guys, so we're back, and what we'll be doing in this lesson is setting up our GitHub repository for our project. Now, GitHub, we've gone through this. It's a very, very useful tool or platform for keeping a copy of our project one and keeping the history of our project. It also allows us to collaborate with our colleagues or friends on a project very easily. And Visual Studio, well, Microsoft bought GitHub years ago, and ever since the integration between Microsoft tools and GitHub, namely Visual Studio, and you already saw Visual Studio Code, those integrations have really matured and become very, very, very powerful. So we're going to see how we can send up all of our project information using Visual Studio to GitHub and then keep them in sync. So it's really simple to get that done. What we can do is just look in the bottom right hand corner of our Visual Studio, and we'll see this button that says add to source control. So you go ahead and click that and you'll see Git. So Git was installed on your machine automatically when Visual Studio was installed, if it wasn't already installed from when you did this exercise using Visual Studio Code. But now they'll say create a Git repository, and they'll set up the local repository, and then they'll also allow you to create the GitHub repository out of the box. So if you're not signed in, go ahead and sign in. You'll probably get prompted to log in with your GitHub credentials at this point. But then from here, you can indicate that you want a private repository, and that's fine. For now, you can leave it as private. I've actually realized that when you untick this, unless they fixed that bug by now, but it wouldn't create it on GitHub if you didn't make it private. Not entirely sure why, but you can always go back and change it to public if you so desire. So we'll leave it as private. We don't have to put any description or anything else. And then they're telling us what the URL to it will be. So you can go ahead and click create and push and give it a few moments. And I didn't get any overt indicator that it was finished, but if I look in the bottom right hand corner, I'm seeing that the button to say add is no longer there. Instead, it's telling me the path. It's telling me that I have a master branch. It's telling me about what we call the remote. Remember the way I set up that remote, right? Which basically has that link to the remote repository, and it has pending changes and commits that might be unpushed. So now in Visual Studio, you'll see that all of the files in the Solution Explorer now have little padlocks. So these padlocks indicate that the version that is on your machine has been unchanged since the last update from the server. So if I go in and make any adjustment, and I'll just make a slight adjustment to this file, then you see that it gets a red tick. So this red tick means yes, this file has been modified. And we have another panel called Git Changes. If it's not where it is on my screen for you, you can always go to View and you'll see Git Changes. All right. So once you open Git Changes, it will show you the files that are changed and waiting to be committed. So you have your commit message. So I just say modified index file. And then the easiest way to do this would be to commit all and sync. So what this does is a push and pull, right? So it will send over your changes and pull over any new changes that might be there. Now, there are situations where you might end up, conflicting with your colleague, meaning you made a change to this index page. He or she also made a change to this index page. And then, one of you checked in before the other. So when you're checking in your modified version of the old one, GitHub is realizing that the version it has is different from the version that it last gave you. And then that would cause a conflict. At that point, you have to do some conflict management and resolution. We can discuss that later on as the project grows. But right now, let's just keep it simple enough to know that we can create our repository, send over our changes, synchronize, and when we do commit and sync, it will commit it locally and then synchronize the local commits with the GitHub commits, automatically bringing down anything that you don't have that is currently in GitHub. And really and truly, that's how easy it is to code as a group. So each of you could easily log on to this project on GitHub, and I'll just show you through my account. So here's the car booking app that was just created 1 minute ago. And there's the check-in that I just made, modified index file, right? So right now, 1, it's private, and 2, I'm the only person. So if I wanted to, keep it private but share it, then that's as easy as going to settings, going to manage access. They might ask you to confirm who you are. And then after confirming who you are, then you can invite collaborators. So inviting collaborators is as easy as typing in the person's name, right? So I have another, I'm trying to find my other GitHub account so I could just demonstrate what that looks like. But you can actually just look for the the username of that person. All right, I'll just deal with random usernames, right? So you can just find the username of another person, go ahead and add, and then they would accept the invitation, and then they would be able to also push and pull from the project. Now, in order, let's say the new person on the team, or even if you lost your code, let's say your machine crashed and you lost your local project, and you need to retrieve it from GitHub, it will be the same procedure as somebody who was just added to the project and they need a local copy to start working. All you really have to do is go to code, and then you'll see open with Visual Studio. Once you do that, you will open Visual Studio on your machine, and then indicate that you can clone from the repository. So this is a repository location. That's the URL for GitHub. Sure, this is your local path. Now it's showing red because I already have that local path. That's a project that we're working on now. So once again, if it was a fresh machine, then you wouldn't have this problem. Or if it was the first time you were getting this project, you wouldn't have that problem with the path. Even if you already have the project, all you have to do is change that path, and it would clone to a different folder if you really wanted a copy. After you signify where you want it to clone locally, you just click clone. Between Visual Studio and GitHub, all of the project files that have been uploaded up to now will be downloaded to your machine and synchronized, and then you can start working. So that's how easy it is for teams to start collaborating. Now, if you want to make the whole project public, so right now it's private, meaning if I took this URL and I try to browse it, and I'll just open a new incognito window. If I try to browse it, I'll get a 404, right? Technically, it doesn't exist. Versus one of my public projects, let me just find one that I know is public. If you were to get that URL and browse to it, then it would show, all right? So anybody can browse to public repositories on GitHub, but once it is private, nobody can. So when you're working on your serious projects, the money-making projects that you don't want to share your intellectual property with, sure, make it private. But then in the true meaning of open source and collaboration and sharing, then you probably want to have a few open projects, because then that can also double as your portfolio for your suitors or your future employers when they want to see what kind of projects have you done, and just get an overall idea of your skill set. Overall, GitHub is a wonderful tool for just meeting new people, looking at what other developers might be doing. You can follow people, people can follow you as you post, people can star your repositories or make their own copies of your code, because maybe you are doing something that somebody else is interested in doing, and what you are doing or have done can help them. So in the true meaning, once again, of having an open source community for collaboration, that is what GitHub brings to the table. So go ahead, and what we'll be doing is making shorter accounts. So every time we get a piece of functionality in, we will be synchronizing with the repository, because once again, it will give us the history of everything. So if we make a mistake and something stops working, we can always roll back to the previous version. And what you don't want to do is leave too many changes between the versions that you're checking in. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have an idea of how we can generate the code to view the cars or any data in any table, pretty much, what we can do is continue along this line and flesh out all of the CRUD activities. So CRUD once again stands for create, read, update, and delete. So right now we have one of the read options in the form of the index, but we have no data in the database. So we have two options. We could go into the database, put in the record, but of course, in the real life scenario, we wouldn't be doing that. We wouldn't be encouraging our users to do that. So instead, what we're going to do is continue to scaffold out the pages, and next up is the create page, which would connect us to the database, allow us to use the UI, enter our data, and then have it viewable from the index. So in the same way that we had generated the index file, we're just going to go right click cars, add razor page, and I'm going to do another Razor page with Entity Framework. Now, once again, you could just scaffold all of these out, but I want to do them one by one so we can, assess the different bits of code and how they all come together to give us the full CRUD functionality. So Razor page using Entity Framework, I'm going to add that one. And this time I'm going to do a create. So I'm naming the page create. The template remains at create, so it will give us a form. Our model class will be our car, and we can leave the data context class. Go ahead and hit add, and it generates or scaffolds that page for me. So I get the page file as well as the code file. We're used to that now. Just remember that if you get any errors about it not being able to scaffold, we just went through that activity with the index. So in between the lessons, you may have been inclined to update your NuGet packages, and then that would probably cause some disconnect with the scaffolder. So if you're getting that error, just roll back to the previous version or a version before the one that you're now at and try again. And as you try again, if you keep on getting the error, you just keep on re-scaffolding or dropping the NuGet package version and reattempting the scaffold. So now let us assess what we got through this scaffolding activity for the create page. So we have our code behind file, which we know is a class inheriting from page model, and then we have our context being injected in. Then on get, it's just saying return page. So in other words, we don't have anything that we need to necessarily load up for the create. So we don't have to go and fetch any data in order to show the form, because we're just going to be showing an empty form to the user for them to actually create a car record. So the on get is empty. There's nothing to return here. That's fine. We also have this property called car. So we have public car, and it's an object of the type car, right? And then we have bind property. So bind property here basically tells the Razor page that on the form, whatever input is given for any property that is inside of this class, it should watch it. So once it is submitted, then it's going to hit that post. So anything that is bound, it's going to be watched, so that when we hit the post, it will actually scrape all that data, the matching data for the car properties from the form, and so we can process it in that on post. So here we firstly check if the model is valid. Now, the validity of the model can be a number of things based on what data we're asking for. So in the case of creating a car, it would be absurd of us to allow a car to be entered without a year and without a name. Or at least maybe the name is the most important thing. The year could be optional. So we would definitely want to make sure that at least the name is present before we attempt to send anything over to the database. So that if model state is valid here, basically does that check for us to say, what are the validation rules? Are they met? If not, just reload the page. I'm going to show you in a few seconds how that will translate to it showing what is wrong with it. But if it is not valid, just reload the page. Otherwise, what will happen is that it will go to the database context, go to the cars table, and add the new object of cars. See that? That's the same object that we said bind property for. And then after that, it will save changes. So that's how Entity Framework works. It says, one, tell me which table and tell me what you want to do. So in this case, we want to add, and we want to add a car. And then once we're augmenting the data, meaning we're adding something, deleting something, updating something, once we're changing something about the data, we have to call save changes. Now you'll notice the await. And when I double click await, you'll see that there's this other title called async. So in asynchronous programming, you're going to see a lot of that. Async task of the type iAction result. So notice that the onGet is just iAction result. This one is task iAction result because it is an asynchronous function. The reason it is asynchronous is that it is making an async function call to the context. So it does have a non-async version called just save changes. But then that would require us to make a few changes to our method and all these things. But if it, I mean, it generated that for you, it is always going to try and give you the most efficient code based on what it's capable of. So that is why we're getting the asynchronous versions of these methods. After it has saved changes and everything is okay, then we redirect to the page index. So you see, even the generated code knows that it should be looking for a page called index. That index page would be right here on the same level as create. So after everything is done, it will just redirect to the list and you'll see your newly created record in that list. Now let's take a quick look at the HTML file that was generated for us. Now it's not a lot. It's a small form because the table doesn't have that many records to, that many fields to fill, right? So what we get the H1, we get the car. So we could actually just, redesign this and say create car, right? That's our H1 tag, remove that H4. And then we have some bootstrap divs. So we have a div with a class called row, and then in there we have a class called call MD4. So that means it's taking up 4 columns in the row. So in Bootstrap, the grid system is such that you can create a row, and then you can have call dash a number, but you have up to 12. So you can have as many call divs inside of a row up to 12. So you could have 12 ones or 3 4s or 4 3s, right? You can mix and match, and you can just not choose to have any, right? So if I wanted the form to stretch right across, like we would have seen from the HTML section of this course, when we just created the form, we gave it all the form tags and so on, it stretched as far wide as possible, then you wouldn't have to specify any call MD. So, you can experiment with that. Look at the documentation for the different column measurements, and we can experiment with that and see what that looks like. But most importantly is our form. And then in the form, we have this div that says ASP-validation summary on model only. It also has another mode that says all, right? So sometimes I tend to just make that all. Sometimes you'll have model only. That's fine. I mean, you'll see the benefits of one and not the other, although is more global. So I would just recommend that you use all when you have to. Then we give it a class with text danger. So this section of the page actually gets filled with any validation errors that were present when we said, if the model state is not valid, return the page. So that's automatic, right? So the model state is actually tracking to say, well, this is the entire model and this is being bound. So when data is entered and on post, it is going to track all of the data that was entered here via the form, right? So you'll see that you have 2 inputs, one for car.year and one for car.name. So we get the label, we get the input, and then we get the span with that validation message being built in. So 2 places the validation messages will show up, right underneath the input and at the top of the page in a giant summary, right? So whenever it gets posted, it checks, was it valid? If not, we return the page. When it reloads that page, between the validation summary and these validation spans, we will see all the text that will indicate why something was not valid. So what I'm going to do is flip this around because it's our form. It was generated for us, but we can change it around. So I'm going to put this form group for name above year, right? I just think that flows more. Put in the car name and put in the year. That's optional at this point. And then we have the create button underneath with a btn class or btn-primary. And you can even extend this and say btn-block. So it stretches right across the entire page, right? And then we have our list back to list button. So if the person got this far and then they said, okay, I don't want to create the car anymore, they can always just hit back to list, go back to the index. All right. Now, underneath all of that is a section for the scripts. And what happens is that this whole validation workflow that I just described, it's really a combination of us adding validation rules, and I'm about to show you how that works, and some partial, or sorry, some scripts that get rendered on the page via this bit of code. So this is rendering partial async for validation scripts. If we look in the shared folder, then you'll see that exact partial underscore validation scripts partial. There it is. And if you look in that partial, you see that all it has are two script tags for jQuery.validate. So two jQuery libraries, which we saw in our www root. I'm just trying to show you how everything is interconnected here, right? So we have the jQuery validate, I have the jQuery validate unobtrusive. So we have those. We just created a partial, or the framework generated this partial for us that automatically has references to that. So anytime it will generate a form for you, or even if you create your own form later on, we'll be looking at how you can create your own form from scratch or your own page, then you can actually just use this bit of code to get that kind of validation workflow in. So on our part, when we want to tell it what fields are, valid, or sorry, should be validated and against what rules, we have to go over to the actual model that is being used, or the actual entity. Now, putting these attributes or data annotations is as simple as going above the field that you want the rule to be applied to, and then using square brackets, and then we'll say required. So that's our first rule. That is saying that anytime data is supposed to be entered against any page that is modeled off car, or any form modeled off car, the name field is required. That's step number one. What other rules might we have? We might also want to say that its string length should be, and then we can say a maximum length of maybe 50. So no car name should exceed 50. Let me put that to 150. And then we could say that if it does get exceeded, we want an error message of name is too long, right? Something like that. We can also set a minimum length, so the person shouldn't be able to enter anything with one character, stuff like that. So you can actually just string them along right above the field. Now, putting these rules against the data entity, because this is the actual entity that is being used to generate the table, like we saw when we added the DB set, we added our migration. When I put these here, I'm actually going to be affecting the database. So if I generate another migration at this point, and I'm just going to generate one to say added validation rules, press enter. And when you do that, always remember to change the default project to the data project. But once that is done, then you can see here that you get an alter column bit of syntax. So here it's saying alter the column with the name, because that's the one that we just set the rules above, right? And then the type is still, the type is nvarchar 150. So before it was nvarchar max. So now that we're setting a string length limitation, it is going to change the data type in the database to know that even then it cannot store more than 150. Right? Now it's no longer nullable because now we made it required. So before it was true, it was nullable. We could have left it empty. The database wouldn't have a problem. Now the database itself will actively refuse it if it is null. All right. And then if nothing is provided, it will give it a blank string as a default value, but it cannot be null. However, on the client side, it would never even accept the blank string because it is required. So when we go and test our form, so on the index page, I'm going to hit create new, and then we have our form. So because of the call MD4, you see that it's only stretching to up to 4. What we can do just to explore this, I'm just going to inspect element, and we can play around with this width. So if I made that call MD8, for instance, it would stretch to 8 times. So from where we see the HR line stretching from left to right, that's as wide as the 12 columns. So right now it's only taking up 8 of the 12. If I didn't specify a width, then that's what it would look like, right? So it would be kind of tiny. So if we wanted it to fully extend, then we could just say call MD. So I'm just going to do that here, equals call. So this is a nice seamless way to test what it would look like before you actually make the code change. So now we're seeing call dash 12. So you can say call dash MD12, meaning on a medium size screen, take up that size. Or if you just want it to be universal on every screen, take up that much size or that much space, you can just say call dash 12 or call dash the number. So here we see it stretching, ultimately from left to right as far as possible. And then we have our create button, which is btn dash block. All right. So if I just try to create at this point, there we go. We're seeing our validation working. So now we're getting that validation summary at the top, and then we're getting the validation messages below. Now, we didn't tell the year field that it was required based on our rules, but I'm going to explain why you're going to see this. So it's good to understand these nuances with our validation and what fields are automatically validating, so to speak. So because year is an integer and not a nullable int, so by default, when you say int in C#, it means that it can never be null. All right. So null means empty, but then an int can never be empty. An int is always going to default to 0. So that means when we submitted just now or attempted to submit and it hit the if model state is valid, it was not valid because the integer did not get a value at all. It didn't even get the 0. So as far as it's concerned, it is invalid. So if I had put a 0 there, the validation message goes away. If I try to create, it is satisfied. As much as 0 is not a valid year for us, 0 is a valid value compared to null for an integer. All right, so I'm just trying to explain how the different data types might have their own kind of validation going on based on how they work in C#. But ultimately, if I don't put anything there, it's going to automatically just say, well, it's required. If I try to create, it won't go any further. And if you want further proof, I'm just going to put a breakpoint right at this line where it checks, is it valid? We click create. It's going to hit that breakpoint. Well, it's not going to hit the breakpoint now because the validation is actively watching. So let me go ahead and create a car. And this is actually my old car. All right, beautiful car. Go ahead and hit create. And since there are no active validation errors just yet, what we have is this check to say model state is valid. So it is valid. This is saying if it is not valid, then return the page. So since it's valid, it's going to go ahead and add it to the database. So I'm just going to remove this breakpoint, hit F5 to let it continue, and then it does that redirect to the index page, which then runs the query to say, get me all the cars in the database and display them. So that's how everything is interconnected. So I'm going to try and do another create, and I'm just going to put back this breakpoint just so you can see what's happening. We're going to click create, and you see it doesn't even hit the breakpoint because on the client side, it is actively refusing because the validation rules are actually set up for the fields based on the rules that we set. So if we highlight or inspect the text box for the name, we'll see here that we have data val equals true. So all of these were generated by the JavaScript. So between our rules that we set up in C# and the JavaScript libraries on the client side, all of these attributes got added to the text box. So data val equals true means I am supposed to do data validation on this field. The data val length, that means the error based on the length is the error message that we had typed in. The max is 150. So all of the little rules that we had set up, you'll see them being applied in the forms of attributes here. And we did none of this extra code. And if you look back at our HTML file, it is still the same HTML file. We didn't type it in and it hasn't modified the file itself. All of this is being done on the fly each time the web page will load. That we've done all of that, what we're going to do is just update the database because I just created a new migration, and that's something that we're going to be doing a lot. Anytime you make a change to one of the entity classes, you make a migration where it will document what change needs to happen, and should you remove the migration, what change needs to be undone or changes. And then after making the migration, we go back and we say update database. So you can actually use tab. If you type some of it, you just press tab to finish the rest of it, update database. And if all goes well, we'll see done. Now, there are times you may get errors. Maybe some of the changes that you want to, apply may conflict with some of the data that's already there. Sometimes that happens. But as I said, anytime these errors come up, we will work through them together so you can have a good idea of how to troubleshoot something should it come up. So when we come back, we'll continue with our CRUD adventure. So far, we have the create, we have the R, so we have the C, we have the R in the form of this index page, and then we can do the edit next. All right, welcome back, guys. So now we're on to our new activity, which is to set up the edit page. So the edit would be the U in CRUD, update, right? Anytime you're going to edit something, you're basically making an update to the existing data. So continuing along the same vein of scaffolding, we'll right click our cars folder, go ahead and hit raise a page using entity framework. And then this one, we'll call it edit. So my rationale for using these page names, like why I said edit instead of update, or I said index instead of list, you would notice one, that in the index page, those are the page names it's expecting to see. That being said, however, if those are not the page names you want, you can always change them. So if I wanted this to say update instead of edit, then that would be fine, right? So I'm going to call it update. I'm going to change this template from create to edit, so we get that edit form, and you'll see the difference between the create and edit templates. Our model class is still car, data context remains the same, add, and then we get our two files. So we get update, CSHTML, and the model file behind it. Now, this says update, but if I go back to the index page, the code that was generated is looking for edit. All right. So the ASP page is going to want to see is edit and not update. So, okay, fine. I can just make it know it should look for the update page. I can also change the text if I want, because this is just an anchor tag. What is the text I want displayed? I can say I want to display update, but I'll leave it at edit because update is not as user friendly, or users don't really relate to the word update as they would edit. So what you present to the user is always important, but you can have a little leeway with your page names. But that's all I wanted to demonstrate by not naming it edit, but naming it update. So you want to be careful. If you're going against the norm, then you have to make more mods to facilitate your implementation. However, otherwise, if you go with the norms, your need for customization is greatly reduced. So let's get back over to our code file for the updates.cshtml file. So it's pretty much the same thing. One, we're injecting the database context. Two, we have the same kind of bind property that we saw in the create. So we are going to have the form, and we are going to have fields for the car on the form. So we need it to watch for the changes to the property values so that we can process them on post. Notice, however, that our onGet has a lot more action going on than we have become accustomed to. And let's just walk through what's happening here. So one, you notice that this onGet is async. So they made it async this time. And it has a parameter for int ID. Now notice that this int has a question mark beside it. So previously I would have mentioned nullable ints versus int. So int means that it is not optional. It has to be at least 0. However, there are times when you might need a null value in the variable that is supposed to be an int. So in this situation, they're basically saying somebody can try to navigate to the update page without providing an ID, right? So that means that when it hits here, that ID value would be null. So the first thing it does is to check if the ID value is null, then return not found, because I can't find nothing. Null means nothing. And if you're telling me you want to edit a record with nothing as its ID, And we already went through how the ID is that unique identifier in the database. It's a primary key, right? That's what the ID is. So if you tell me you want to edit a record and you can't tell me the ID of the record, then I'm going to tell you, well, it's not found. I can't find it, right? So anytime you get those 404 pages on any website, basically this is all they're doing. They're returning not found, right? So if no ID is provided, then I cannot find nothing. That's pretty much what we're saying to the user. However, if it goes beyond this, then we can assume that the ID has a value. So we try to find that value in the database. So this is basically saying, go to the context, go to the cars table. So go to the database, go to the cars table and get me the first or default record where the ID matches the value that is coming in. So this is what you call a lambda expression. All right. So pretty much M could have been any token. This could have been the word record. It could have been a letter Q. It could have been the word puppy. M is not anything overtly special. However, M followed by this arrow, which I'm just going to call the lambda arrow, makes it a lambda expression, which means you're basically defining function-like capabilities inside of one statement. All right, so that's a lambda expression. So I could have used any letter. They generated M, that's fine. But I could have used any letter, any word, any token, and said token, arrow. Then the token basically represents every record in the database. So instead of me having to use like a for loop, because we already established that cars is like a list of cars or the list of records in the database. And we already looked at how we would have to use for loops or for each loops to go through a list to get every record. So instead of saying, get me the cars and then for each car that is in the database, if the ID matches, basically this is doing all of that logic that I just described for us. So the token here represents any one record in the database. We get the properties. So I can say m.id, m.name, m.year. So if I needed to search for something, I could use this lambda expression to search by name, by year. In this case, we're searching by ID. Get the ID that matches the value that is being passed in through the user's browsing attempt to this page. Now I can say if the car is null, because maybe they passed in ID 10 and there's no car with an ID 10. So that means nothing would have been found in the database. So we're saying if nothing was found, then we return the page. All right. Now, there are ways you can refactor this, but I can explain why it was written like this and why I would probably want to refactor it. So one, it was written like this because a database call is expensive. I like to think of them as an expensive thing. You do it when it's necessary. You don't want to just do it off the bat, just because, right? So pretty much what they're saying is that if nothing was provided, don't waste a database call. Check if anything was provided, and if not, then kill it right there. The person is wasting time and resources, kill it right there. Don't waste the database call. After we do the database call, we still want to know, was a record found? If it's not found, then we return not found, 404. Otherwise, we return the page with the data loaded up, right? So unlike with the create, where the create only had the empty or just the instantiation of car, so there was nothing in car. This was empty. That's why we get the empty form, right? Because the car.name would be empty, car.year would be empty. It's up to us to fill it, and it would get filled and entered into the database on post. However, in the update, we're trying to fill this with data before we return the page. So remember I said that you want to put everything inside of the properties before you send it to the actual page, before you display it to the user. So just like with the index, we're on get, we went ahead and ran the query. So remember that this is being used on the page itself, model.cars, right? So unlike with the index just like with the index where we fill the cars with data before we return the page, we need to do that for the update. So we need to find the record and then return the page, and then it would automatically bind the existing values coming from the database to the input fields on the generated form, which we're about to look at in a few seconds, right? So that is really why it was written like this. If there's no ID provided, don't waste the database call, kill the execution. Otherwise, try to find it, and if you can't find it, kill the execution. Otherwise, go ahead and show the page. Now, this could be refactored to have one if statement, because these two if statements, while they're checking for two different scenarios, are really doing the same thing. So if we wanted a different response to either one, then we have two lines of code to change. So one refactor could be that, okay, we risk the database call. So we try to find the car regardless, we don't check the value, right? And then I could just say if the car is null, right? Because at the end of the day, if null is passed here, it's going to just say if the ID is equivalent to null, which would never happen. So car would be null and we return not found. Or if that value is 0 or some ID that doesn't exist, car is still going to be null, return not found. So you see, I'm just showing you that, yeah, you have the generated code, but don't be afraid to explore and modify it as you may think might be more efficient. But I'm giving you the two scenarios and explaining why one scenario was set up that way and what are the pros and cons of it. So now that we have an idea of what the onGet is doing, and I'm not going to modify this, I'll leave it as it is now, we can look at what the HTML page has to show us. So the HTML page is going to look pretty much identical to our create. And at this point now you're saying, well, they're the two same forms. Literally, they're the same forms. The only difference here would be that the generated form here, it says update car, and I'm going to change this to edit car, right? Take out anything it doesn't need. The button by default says save. On the create form, it said create, right? And then we can once again just take btn block and put it over here also, right? If we didn't want the class for call md4, we could make that call md whatever it is. So I'm just showing you that the two forms are generally identical between a create and an update form. In most web applications, they are generally identical. At this point, you could make another design decision. You could make one page that says maybe upsert, right? Update and inserts. That's just a portmanteau, right? Merging the two words, update and insert, and they call it upsert. So this upsert page would pretty much in the onGet say, did I get an ID? onGet, did I get an ID? If I got an ID, try to find the car and then return the page. Otherwise, just load the empty page. And that way, if data is present, it will show up. If data is not present, it won't show up. And then you could do another if statement here to say if the ID is present, then show one value in the button or show the other button. So like how this one is an update button, I would want it to be btn primary. I would want it to be btn danger. So it's orange, right? So I'm just showing you, I'm just explaining different design considerations. Everybody has different contexts. And so I might do something that you're saying, well, I don't need to do it that way. Or you might do something and a colleague or a friend of yours may say, you don't need to do it that way. But context should always be the determining factor for your decisions when developing an application. So let us continue. I'm not going to do that absurd stuff. I'll just, giving you an idea. But the point is that the forms are almost identical. Same validation rules will be applied. The back to list is there. We have the button. We have our input fields. I'm just going to rearrange this one so it looks just like the create in terms of the order of the fields. But there's one thing I want to point out, and that is this input for the hidden. I did change this to all in the last one. So for the hidden, if you go back to our create, there is no hidden for an ID, right? So this hidden field is absolutely important. One, it's a hidden because our users really don't need to know our primary keys. Think about it. On Amazon, you may see a product number, but that product number is rarely ever the primary key. You may see an ISBN number for a book or something, an ID number for a student. but that's rarely ever the primary key. So the primary key is internal to the system. However, it is absolutely necessary for tracking what happens, because if we don't have that primary key being tracked on this form, right, then it's always going to assume that this is a new record, right? So we have to, so that's why create doesn't have it, because create is always, it's always a new record. There is no ID when you're creating something. However, when you're editing or updating, I mean, the whole thing that we went through with the onGet, it's obvious that the ID is very important, and we have to remember the ID via the form, so that when this person submits the form and we head back to the on post, right? So you see a lot more is happening in the on post. Yes, we validate it. We already went through what the validation looks like. That's fine. But then here where we say context.attach car and change the state to modified, what's really happening here is we're saying database, please start tracking this object. So car. So we would have gotten the original car record here, right? So if the name was Suzuki Swift Sport, that's what we got here. The year was 2013, that's what we got. The ID was 3. Now down here, after it has been edited, the ID should never get edited, right? Because a different ID means it's a different record. So that's why it's hidden. We don't allow the user to see it or interact with it, but it's being tracked in the background. Now, if I changed it from Suzuki Swift Sport and then as like, oh, it wasn't a sport, let me take off the sport, then what we're saying is database, please start watching this record and know that it's modified. The database will know that it's modified, or entity framework will know that it's modified, rather, because of the ID. So it's going to assume that something on it changed. The only thing that should not change is the ID. And because the ID is present, it will know that, okay, I have a record with that ID right now. So what I'll do is save the changes that have been made to that record with that ID. So in essence, it's going to end up with 2 versions. It's going to have the original record that we just retrieved, and then it's going to have this new record or this new version of the record, same ID, but potentially different properties. And then save changes will say, okay, I'm going to save the new data to the table accordingly. So in this one, you'll see that we have a try catch, because it's a more delicate situation, meaning what if 2 people were to try and update the car, right? So I clicked edit this car seconds before you clicked edit this car. We both have this stale record, or at least we both have the current record. Then I make a change. I changed it from the year 2013 to 2015, and then I click save. You spent a little longer on the record. Now your record is stale because you had the version of the record prior to me updating it. So when you click update, you're going to try saving changes against something that was already updated since you clicked it. That would lead to this kind of error. So I already know about trying and catching from our exception handling exploits in C#. So what we're doing is trying to save the changes, but then it's just catching explicitly this DB update concurrency exception, which is that very scenario that I just mentioned. And then it is saying that, well, if the car doesn't exist, then return not found, because maybe it was deleted by the time I'm trying to update it, right? So if it doesn't exist, then return not found. Otherwise, just throw an exception. And there are more graceful ways to handle this, but that is what the code that was generated is telling us. So that's no problem. However, if the try was successful, there was nothing caught, then we return to the index page. All right. Now, this is just a method car exists that basically just returns true or false. Database, check the cars table if there is any record, and here's another lambda expression. And just to show you that the token really doesn't matter, up top it's the same lambda expression, but we used M. Down here it's the same lambda expression, it just uses E. Right? If you want, you can compare them. You can just copy this and put it near that and look at the fact that they're the same code, just 2 different lambda tokens. All right. So it's basically just saying, is there any car in the database that has that ID? If yes, then fine. If not, then return not found. So if it does exist, that means the data is stale that I'm trying to change. So just throw an exception, or we could just send back an error saying, hey, something went wrong. You probably want to, try that operation again. All right. So let us see how this update operation works. So I'm just going to go ahead, jump in. All right. So now let us look at how this update functionality works, right? So when I click edit, notice it's going to bring back the data, right? And all right, that shouldn't have been a red button. That should have been BTN warning, not BTN dash danger. Let me just make that change now, right? So BTN dash warning for an orange button, right? And after making that change, I can just refresh, and there we go, right? Now it's an orange button. So let us see what this editing operation looks like. And notice in the URL, you see cars slash update, then the query string. So remember we talked about query string, how data gets transmitted across forms, right? So when we use a get, then, or we don't specify, it will actually put all the data in query strings. Now that can be dangerous. And while we're working on a static website with nothing particularly dangerous being, transmitted from our form to anywhere, it was fine. However, you would notice that they explicitly generate forms with method equals post, because when you post the data or when you submit the form, you don't want to be sending data across in the query string. So especially like when you're dealing with credit card information, or a user's personal information, stuff like that, username and password, you don't want that in the query string at all. So while it's harmless to use the query string for the ID, it may not be harmless when you're submitting from the form. So that is why we always want to make sure that our forms are method equal post. However, let's do a little experimentation here. So we're talking about the whole onGet, right? So when we navigate to index with the ID, and I'm just going to put a breakpoint here again, right? And I'm just going to refresh it. When it hits the breakpoint, and we hover over the ID property, you see that ID 1 being passed in, right? So that is what I meant by we get that ID that's coming in through the query string, and then we're able to determine, okay, does that car exist in our system? Now look at what happens when I change this ID to one that does not exist. I only have one car in my system. So ID, there's no car with the ID 10. So if I try to browse there, I get 10, right? And then if I just do an F5 and continue, then you would see that it is just saying cannot be found, HTTP error 404. So this is what we get by virtue of us calling return not found. All right, so that is basically how that works. Now notice once again that this is an on post method. So the on post method is what is going to work with the form, which is submitting with the method equals post. All right, so let me go back to the record that I know we have, and let's make a change. So the year was 2015, not 2013. That's fine. I'm going to save, and then look at that. 2015. So remember that this is loading from the database. Every time you hit index, it's querying the database. So whatever you see here is the current state of the record. So that is, in a nutshell, how update works. And no matter how complicated a system may look, how fancy the buttons and the animations and so on, what we're doing here is at the root of every single system, every single website that you interact with. All they're doing is allowing you to put data in the database through a form, modify it through a form, look at it through an index page or a details page, which we are going to look at in a few, or delete it eventually. That's all that is really happening, no matter what system you are looking at. So when we come back, we'll look at implementing our delete functionality. All right, so we're back, and I know in the previous lesson I said that we would work on the delete, but I have a little surprise for the delete. We're going to do things a bit differently for the delete. So instead, let's work on our details page. All right, so let's jump over to our code, and I think by now we know the drill. Where we're going to scaffold our details page. So right click the cars folder, add razor page using entity framework. We're calling this one details, and the template would be the template for details, right? Then our model is car and everything else remains. And we get our page for the details with its corresponding code file. All right. Now, the details page is pretty much just another page that helps us to conduct the R from CRUD, which is read. So at this point, it might be kind of difficult to see the relevance of the details page, because what the details page really shows you is the details of something, whereas the index really shows you like a preview. So if maybe our table had 20 or 50 different fields, maybe even 10 fields, you don't want all of those on the list, right? Think about like a customer list, or even on Amazon. When you're looking at the products on Amazon, they're not showing you every single thing about the product. They're showing you the name, they're showing you the price, maybe how long it would take to ship. But then the moment you click on that product, you then see everything about the product. You see all the potential sizes and colors and where it's from and what material makes it, etc. So that is really what the details page is designed for. In this case, it's arguable that it's optional because car really only has two details to show at any point, which are the year and the name. But once again, if it was a bigger table with more details to show, then you wouldn't want to list all of them out on the index. So at that point, you probably wouldn't want to show maybe the year of the car or the name of the car. So let's say we didn't want to show the year. I'm just going to comment this out. So when you look at the index page, you're only seeing the name of the car. However, you want to see the rest of the details about the car, you click on the details page where they have the link here. And then now that we've created the page, we have it wired up. So it's going to go to this details page, details.cshtml. I'll just modify this to say car details, get rid of that H tag. There's no form because once again, it's just reading data. Then it has an auto-generated link to go over to edit. So here's another thing. It's looking for edit out of the box. We use the page name update. So I have to make sure to change that, right? Then we can go back to the list if we so desire. Right? So what the details page or the code file is really doing, it has the property car. It doesn't have bind property because there is no form present, but does have the property. And then it does the same thing where it says get me the record with the ID. So it's looking for that ID. If it's null, return not found. If it's not null, then it tries to find the record. If it can't find the record, it's not found, return the page. So this is kind of the same code that we saw generated for the edit page. All right. I'm not going to make the modifications here. So you'll at least have both to compare. So you have the regular out of the box code versus our little modification where we just do the database call and determine if it's not found. So you can compare those two. But let us go ahead and run. So I'm just going to Control F5 so that we can look at what the details page brings us. So from our index page, if I hit details, then I'm going to see car details and it's going to give me all of the details. So once again, this is generated. You can modify the look and feel of it as you need to. From here, I can click edit, and because I modified the link, I'm not having a problem jumping over to the edit page. I can go back to list. So once again, all of the navigation is tightly coupled here because every link knows where to find what. All right, that's very, very important. From any page, you should be able to navigate to another page, or no page should be more than 2 or 3 clicks based on the size of your website. But there's generally a 2 or 3 click policy when it comes to navigating between pages. All right. So that's really it for the details. Nice and simple, right? So compared to all of what we've gone through with the create and with the edit, you see that the details is really just loading the record and showing us, right? You can modify what is being displayed on the index once again. So if you don't want all the data on the index page, that's why we have the details page to show what wasn't being shown in the list. So when we come back, we're going to look at using some jQuery, right, with our delete. Because with our delete, I'm not going to create a whole page for the delete. So you have two ways of looking at it, and we'll explore the options when we come back. All right, guys, so welcome back. We're going to be looking at working out our delete operation now. So I started mentioning that there are generally two models that govern how the delete occurs. One, you can set up a whole delete page, which is really just like a details page, but it also doubles as a confirmation page because you want to allow the user to see the record they're about to delete and then ask them, are you sure you want to delete? So let's look at that one first. So that follows the same pattern we've been following. Go ahead, add a new razor page using Entity Framework. I'll call this one delete. And from the template, I just choose delete, our same model. And then we get our generated page for delete with its code file. So once again, injecting the DB context, we also have a bind property for the car. So some form of form or data collection is going to occur here, right? On get, we have the same kind of logic that we just saw with the edit and the details page, where we get the ID, make sure it's not null, get the record, and return the page if a record was found. But then on the post, it's also going to verify that the ID is not empty. So notice it is looking for just the ID. So on post, it is very possible to just take a parameter that corresponds with data that is on the page, right? So, and let me just run the parallel here. So with our update operation, we said bind property on the entire car. Notice there are no parameters in the on post. That's because the entire car object had fields present on the form. So we had the ID, we had the name, we had the year. So when we click save, it would actually serialize all of those data points that were entered and place them inside of car. So that's why bind property is basically tracking what data went in to the object. Then we can operate on it. Now, in the case of a delete, I really don't need to know the name and the year. I really just need to know what is the ID of the record that needs to be deleted. So then I can specify in the on post that I am only looking for the ID. Once again, I can do all the checks. So check if it's null. I mean, if I'm trying to delete nothing, then return not found, right? But otherwise, try to find the car record that needs to be removed. So this time we're just going to use this find async. So it's kind of different from the first or default because the find async uses the key value. So I can just pass in the ID as opposed to the first or default, which requires a condition or this lambda expression. So where this is true, then we get back the car. Whereas the find is just going to say, go to the table and find a record with that ID for the primary key, which of course still runs into the risk of it being null. So we try to find the car with that ID. If the car is not equal to null, then we proceed to remove the car. So database, get the cars table and remove this record. So we have to find the record, then we remove the record. Once again, we're augmenting data, so we save changes. After all of that, we return to index. So even if car was null in this case, we're not going to return any not found. We're just going to redirect to index because maybe you're trying to delete something that by the time you click delete, somebody else deleted it. No harm, no foul. Just return to the index. Once again, this is just generated code. If you want to do something different in your scenarios, feel free to modify it as you need to. Now, this scenario works well because when we go over to the delete, we see one, it looks just like the details. This is the same code that was on the details page. However, we have a message. Are you sure you want to delete this? And I'll just do what we always do here where I say up top, change the heading, delete car. Are you sure you want to delete this? We show the details of the car, but look at the form. So this time we have a form, and all that's in this form, well, yes, it's method post, but all it has is the hidden for car ID. So that ASP4 basically says I am going to bind myself to that property. So you would have seen this ASP form, the create. You'd have seen it in the update, right? I am binding to this property, car.id, but then the name of the property will be ID. And then in the delete, that will actually just bind to the parameter ID. So that's how I know that I'm only getting the ID from this form submission. So here we're saying it's a submit button with the value delete, and it's a btn-danger, which makes sense. And if you change your mind, you can always go back to list. All right. So let's take a look at what we get with the delete. So from the list, I'm going to click delete. It's going to load up my record. Delete car. Are you sure you want to delete this? It's showing the details of the record. We can choose to delete, or we can choose to go back to list. So if I click delete, then it goes back to the list, and there's no longer a car in my database, or at least the database now has one less car than it had before I did that operation. All right. So I'm just going to recreate that car quickly. So Suzuki Swift Sport, and it was a 2013. Go ahead and create. All right. So we have our record again, and you can do this for as many records as you need to. So that's option one, right? You want to allow the user to review the record and ask them, are you sure? They click delete and you confirm. Now, what if I didn't want to introduce a whole other page just for the delete operation? What if I wanted that right here, when the person clicks delete, I ask them, pop up maybe, are you sure you want to delete? They click yes, and then the deletion happens. So let's try something like that. Now, one implementation method of this would be to wrap each delete link in a form and make it a submit button instead of just a URL to the delete. All right. So yes, we have the page, but let's go back over to our index and kind of modify what is happening here. All right. So I could say form right here. Let me get my spelling right. And in this form, we're going to have a button. And this button basically is going to say the same thing that the current button says, delete, right? But I don't want it to necessarily look like a button. And I mean, I guess at this time, we can probably start getting creative with our links also. So no problem. I'll just say class equals btn dash. So that's edit. So I'll probably want it to be like a warning. That's edit button. Of course, any button needs to have btn, then btn dash the type of button. This is a details, so this would be btn-info, just to show the info. And then this button is going to be class equals btn-danger. So now a user wouldn't be able to tell which one is a button, which one is a link. All of them will look alike, right? So we have this delete button. And what we can do is say on click. So I already kind of looked at that event stuff when we were talking about JavaScript earlier. I can say, are you sure you want to delete this record? So on click, I'm going to return a confirm. So that's a method built in. Remember, we looked at the alert method in JavaScript. So on click, or sorry, confirm is just another JavaScript method. So I'm saying on click, return, confirm, are you sure you want to delete this record? And that basically just gives a yes, no box. All right. So that is really all I need for the button. But then back to the form. One, we want to make sure that it is method post. Now I'm going to explain why we want to be so explicit about it being post. There are a number of things happening with the post. So the implicit benefit of using the post, we already kind of explored, where we talked about the fact that the data is not being sent across in the URL. It's kind of being hidden in the background. So that's good inherent protection for sensitive data like username, password, credit card information, etc. That's one. Now you'd probably be wondering, okay, so what's sensitive about maybe the ID? Well, we already saw that in the delete form. Even then, they tried to use the post here, right? Because it's the same concept. They hid the ID and then we had the delete button. It's the same thing that we're redoing, except we're doing it inside the list on the index. All right. But then other benefits of the post would be that built into ASP.NET Core are security features against XSS and CRSF attacks. All right. Essentially, without getting into the details of what these two mean and so on, the way they work would be that people can use JavaScript and maliciously hijack data being sent across the wire. So what ASP.NET has built in, or ASP.NET Core, anytime you have a form and you make it a method post, and then you have that on post waiting for that kind of send across, that post submission, they have anti-forgery tokens to validate that any request coming into a post is valid from the system and not hijacked by an external entity. All right, so that's like a security feature that's built in. Like if I didn't mention it, you wouldn't notice that all of that is really happening in the background. So that's why it's important that even though we're not generating our form here, you always want to make sure that you have it as method post, and those security features would almost be implied. All right. So other things that we want to do, now that we have the form, we have the button, we need to tell it where to go. And when I say where to go, I mean that the other pages that had forms, like let's say the create had the form, it said method post. It didn't have anything explicit to say where it should go. That's because it will assume that once the form is submitted, it's a post request. So automatically it will go to the on post. All right. Otherwise, it's going to on get. Same thing with the update, same thing with the delete. Index, however, only has one on get. So it has no post. And well, now we're putting in a form that is going to be trying to call a post method on the index page that doesn't exist. So what we can do now is create custom handlers. So just backtracking, just so we understand, on get, on post, and the one that we're about to create, those are called handlers. So these methods, getting, posting, doing whatever in the background, they are handlers. That's what we call them. So we need to tell the form that it should go to its ASP-page-handler. All right. And I'm going to say delete. So that's the name of the handler that it should go to. All right. And the method is post. Now, in addition to that, I also wanted to get the ID value. So I'm going to say ASP-route-ID, right? So that is me saying that when you're submitting the form, I want you to pass over a route value or a query string value with that name. So if I said car ID, or if I said puppy, whatever it is I type there after the word route, that is the name of the query string, and that is the name of the parameter that my handler will be looking for. So I'm going to leave it as car ID instead of just ID. All right, so that you can see explicitly what I mean. So ASP-route car ID, it should have the value of @item.id. So notice every time we clicked edit or details, it automatically sent over the ID. That's because from the for each loop, each item, we're binding that ASP-route-ID here. So that's already happening. We see it happening, right? When you click details, it's calling the details page and it's sending over the ID value. And that is why on get, it is watching for ID. All right. So just like with details or delete rather, on post, it is looking for ID. And that is because in the delete, let me find it quickly. In the delete, we're actually setting it here. So I'm just showing you different flavors, right? You get the generated code, but it's good to understand how you can do the same thing multiple ways. All right. So this works, the form, and it's sending over the ID this way. This will also work, and with fewer lines of code, just the form, and we're saying go to this page handler and send over a parameter called car ID with the same ID value. It's a method post. We're adding that confirmation to the button, and I'm just going to comment out the existing link. But what we're going to do now is create that delete handler in the index file. So in the index code behind, I can extend this and I can say public, and I'll make it an async task. Let's say it was a task of action result, because I will want it to return an action result. And I'm going to say on post delete. All right. So look at the syntax: on get, on post, and I can say on post async if I want. That's a naming convention that they recognize. That's optional. But my point is that, one, I know it's a post method from the form, so I have to specify on post. Two, I called it delete. So I said your handler is delete. So it will automatically look for a handler named delete that is expecting a post response. So just putting on post or on get will tell the handler what kind of request it should be looking for from the browse attempt. All right. So on post delete, what I'm really going to do is just reuse this code, right? So I'm just going to copy that from the generated delete, right? Certain things won't add up, but that's fine. We can fill in the blanks. But most importantly would be the parameters. So I'm going to say int question mark car ID. Why car ID? Because in my form, in the index, I did say that your ASP root is car ID. For everybody else, it was ID. But for this one, I'm going to say car ID. I'm not doing it for any special reason. I'm just showing you what the ASP root really does. So if I change this to ID, then my handler needs to look for ID. If I change it to puppy, it needs to look for puppy. So I'm just going to leave it as car ID just so we can see the difference. All right. So car ID from the form, it's going to call the page handler delete, and it's a post method. So it's going to go over here and look for a handler called delete that is designed for on post responses that's taking a parameter called car ID. Then the code will have to be adjusted, because now ID is no longer ID. Here it's now car ID, car ID. Now it's saying that there's no car. You can't find a car. That's fine. I can easily say, give me a local variable called car, because I don't need a property of the class like last time. I just need a local property called car. Go and find the car. Did you find the car? Yes or no? If yes, then remove car. All right, so this is just my local variable inside the delete. So when you click delete, we try to find the ID. We try to determine, does the ID have a value? If not, not found. All right. You probably wouldn't want to do not found here if we're deleting directly from the index, right? But then that's fine. That's fine. We can leave it. I mean, once again, context will determine how you want your user experience to be. So that's fine. We leave it as is, car ID. If you click it, not found. Try and find the car. If the car is not equal to null, then we remove it, and then we reload the index page. So redirect to page, well, that could easily be redirect to page with nothing in it. So it would literally just say, what page am I on? Let me reload that page. We could also say return page. All right, so that's why I did iAction result here. So unlike this one, this didn't have a return type, so it didn't need the iAction result. But in this case, I want to return some form of command to say, get me back to the page I'm on. So that's why I said task iAction result here. All right. So right now I'll just do the redirect to page without any value. So I'm just showing you the different scenarios. Once you get comfortable, you'll start writing the code at an expert level, and you'll be like, okay, yeah, I see how everything goes together and how everything works. So let us take this other delete or this alternative delete code for a test run. So go to cars and then, okay, we can fix this display issue later on, no problem. Click delete. Here is our prompt. Are you sure you want to delete this record? If we click OK, it calls the handler, they delete it, redirects to the page, right? So let's create another one, test car, some random year. Okay. So I'm going to put a breakpoint, or well, I'm not in debug mode. Let me go over to debug mode and then we can put a breakpoint to see what happens. All right. So when I click delete, I get the prompt, click OK. Then it proceeds to call the handler. So once again, it knew where to look because I told the form use that particular method and pass over that particular route ID. And this is the method, the request method to be used. So all three of these combine to let the form know that once it is submitted, it should hit this handler, and the code inside of this handler, I mean, the name suggests it's a handler. It's supposed to handle this scenario, right? So this scenario is I want to delete this car. Car ID is 3. All right, so we see that the root ID is going over well. Obviously, it found the car in the database, or it will find the car in the database, remove it, and then redirect to the page it's on. So let me just hit F5, and you see it just redirects without any hassle. All right, so I just quickly fixed the display issue we're having here with the buttons, and it's a really simple fix. Probably even a hack depending on how you look at it. But instead of putting the anchor tags outside, I just put everything in the form because the form is what was breaking the line. So I just put the anchor tags inside the form, and that's really to no consequence because at the end of the day, only the button will do the submission. So if I click on edit, it will just navigate away, right? If I click on details, it navigates away. All right. And then if I click on delete, I get prompted. If I click cancel, nothing happens. And then if I click OK, we'll see in what happens. So, this is how you can start working a little JavaScript in now to start saying, okay, well, this is what it's supposed to do. When we come back, I'm going to show you a little more JavaScript and we'll start styling up our pages because we see our create button is up top. It looks like a link. We started looking at how to style the edit, but then the back to list is still a link. The details has 2 links. So when we come back, we'll look at a more robust confirmation prompt. We're going to be using this library called Sweet Alerts. That's one. And how we can use JavaScript or jQuery to get that in. And 2, we'll start styling up our pages a bit more. All right, welcome back. So our objective for this lesson is to style all of our links to, look a bit more friendly. And what we want to do is put in a bit more robust confirmation on the delete at the very least. So let's get started. Firstly, let's change the create link. So jump out of debug mode, go over to my index.css file, and here's the create button. So we saw that all we have to do for our anchor tags is give them the class btn dash primary for the create. And, let's get a bit more creative. There are times when you may want to think about putting little icons, right? So sometimes you don't want the whole word edit or the whole word details. And we can even remove these pipe icons a bit, or even like the create, you'd probably want a little plus sign on it. So what we can use for that would be Font Awesome, which is a library that has a number of icons, and we can look at it quickly. So if you jump over to fontawesome.com and we're looking at the icons in version 4.7, you see that you have quite a few icons that you can use. Most of them are free. Some you may have to pay or enroll in some account that they have, but that's fine. But right now, there are so many icons that you get out of the box that it is really cool. So if you wanted like a plus sign, I'm sure they have a plus, say user plus. I think they have like a bin or rubbish or something to signify delete. But they have quite a few icons that we can use in order to just display certain things. There we go. Trash. Right. So sometimes you want an icon and what you think it might be, it's called something else. But no problem. Let's see how we can integrate this into our project. So going back to our code, we can right click www root folder and then we can add a client side library. Right. So when we do that, we just have to type in font awesome, and then you see it's already kind of filling out for us. So font awesome icon picker, and then no, that's not the one I want. It's not an icon picker. Let me try again. So I'm just removing the target location. Let me actually just cancel and start again. So add client side library. I'll just type font, and there it is, font hyphen awesome. That's what I want. So when we click that, you see it's going to tell us that we're going to be putting it in the target location of www.root/font awesome. But I kind of like to have all of my third-party libraries organized in the same place. So instead, I'm going to say www.root/lib/font awesome. That's where I want. But these are all the files that we'll be getting. And I'm not going to modify any of that. I'm not going to choose specific files. I'm just going to go ahead and hit install. And then it will download the required files for me and add it to the folder that I specified. So there it is, font awesome. We also got an additional file in the form of this libman.json, which is basically just tracking to say these are the libraries that you have used the client library manager to install. All right, so that looks good so far. Now what I need to do is let the whole layout know that it should also include font awesome resources. So in the head area where I put all my style sheets, right above the bootstrap, I'm going to put in the style sheet for the font awesome. So where am I getting the style sheet? It's in the lib folder, font awesome folder, CSS folder, and then you'll see all, and all.min is kind of collapsed under that. So instead of using the all, we use the minified all.min version. And we already discussed the difference between the one version and the minified, right? So we'll just do that. So we include that file right there. So with that inclusion, I can now go ahead and look at how I can use my icons. So if I jump back over to the website and I look at the examples, then they will show me what the syntax looks like. And it's really simple. All we need is an I tag and then a class with FA and then FA dash whatever icon it is that we're looking for, right? So we did say that we wanted like a trash for the delete. And here's a practical example, right? So you have the anchor tag, and then inside of the anchor tag, you have that icon and then whatever text you want. So that's where you get that house icon beside home, that book beside library, etc. So, you can be very creative and use these icons as you see fit. So here is something practical. We see here, we have the bin. How do I get the bin? Okay, it's trash. So I'm going to just borrow this, jump over to our code, and then in the delete button, instead of the word delete, I only want the icon for the trash. All right. For edit, maybe I only want, and let me see what it has for me. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, the IntelliSense will actually start filling out our options based on the fact that we included the CSS file. So what if I wanted a book for edit? Or let me see if there's an edit. Okay, FA edit. There's one explicitly for edit. And then for details, we can probably use something like, let me see if there's something for details. No. Then we can use a book. or an book dash open. There we go. So sometimes you would have to sit down and explore the different icon ideas, or the options rather, and then you come up with your own based on what you want to convey to the user. So I'm just going to quickly preview this. And when we take a look, we see that, okay, this looks like an edit. This is an open book. I hope my user would infer that this is a details, look at more. And then the trash icon is not showing up. So if I jump back over, sometimes also based on the version of the font awesome file you're using, certain fields or certain classes might not work. So like trash dot dash o might not work, but dash trash might work. So let me just make that change, refresh, and there we go. So we're getting our trash bin looking much better. So I'm just showing you that these are ways that you can use to spice up how your displays are. If you don't want to rely on just the icons, because not everybody might just infer what we want them to from just the icons, then you can always add your text. So icon, then the word edit, details, and delete. So let it not be said that it wasn't very user friendly because you didn't know what the icons meant, right? But at least it brings that little flair to it. So even for the create button, or the create link, rather, I'm just going to copy that I tag, and then this is create new. But then up top, I'm going to see, is there like a plus sign? There is a plus sign. So FA dash plus, refresh, and we see that plus sign appearing. So that's how you can start to bring a little character to your display of your application using these third-party libraries. So, you can go through. I'll challenge you to, redesign these pages, put on, make the back to list a bit more robust. In the details, change the edit and the back to list here. And well, delete is already doing what it needs to do. So you can go ahead and do that. So I hope you took on that challenge and that you went ahead and, applied some creativity to the other pages. But I'm going to show you what I did, and so we can compare notes, right? So on the edit, all I did was to add this back to list. Now notice that this back to list it is a BTN with a primary color, but it only has that look when I hover over it. That was easily accomplished by using btn dash outline dash primary, right? So for all the pages that had the back to list link down at the bottom, what I did was move it out of the div it was in, put it in the same div as the submit button, and then give it the btn dash outline primary, and everything else remained intact, but I gave it a FA left arrow icon, right? So even then, I missed an opportunity here with the input. So the input, I could not put in that icon tag in the input, right? So the save button is just an input. It's not a button tag. It's just an input tag. If I wanted to put in something to say save, then I couldn't use the input. What I would have to do is use the button, right? So I came to show you what I did, and I'm noticing that I had more room for improvement. So I can make that button and give it the class btn dash warning, and then buttons can take a type, and this one would be a submit button. That's fine. But then for its icon, let's see what icon I could use here. FA dash, is there a save? Okay, FA dash save, and I think that's going to give us that floppy disk looking icon. So after making those changes, I end up with that save button versus the input, right? So I'm just showing you how you can use the different tags to accomplish the same functionality. So now I can remove that input tag, or that input, yes, and now I only have the save with the icon or back to list. All right, so once again, that little hover animation is accomplished just by me saying btn dash outline dash, and then you have the same primary, warning, danger, etc. So I was in the process of saying that every page that had the back to list link, all I did was move it into the same form group as the button for the submission. So that's the update page. On the create, I did the same thing. So I can make the same kind of modification here with the create button. So I'm just going to do that while we're all here looking. So I'm taking that button, and this is almost a straightforward copy and paste. Only difference would be that this would be primary, or I can make it something else like success, because it's a create, so it's success, create, and then it can have the save icon also. Or I could, see if there's something else I could use. I can't think of anything else at this moment, so I'll just leave it with the save. So the create page, click back to list. When I click create new, I get that green button, that back to list. Okay. And then for my details page where I had the edit and back to list, same principle. So this is the same button coming from the index page for the edit. And then this is the same back to list that we have been using. Now there's a little syntactical difference in the details page where the ASP-root ID, of course, is model.car.id. All right, so that's one difference between what would have been and what I had to type. What was on the index page rather versus what has to be on this page. Otherwise, now we're starting to see how we can add a little, once again, character to our application. So now that we know how to integrate third-party libraries, the last thing we're going to do is use Suite Alerts to handle the confirmation for the delete instead of the standard JavaScript prompt that we are currently using. Step number one, let us find our Suite Alert library. So right-click www.root again, add client-side library, and I'm just going to type Suite Alert. There it is popping up. So I'm just going to go ahead and include that, and then I'm once again changing the location I want it to www.root/lib/suite alert. Go ahead and hit install. It will update our library manager or libman file. So now we know which additional library has been added, but we also get the files or the file added to the project. So now that that is in place, let's jump over to our layout file and include the script. So the reason we're going to include it in the layout and not in the page or the, exactly where, is that if we want to use it in multiple places, then we'd have to repeat that inclusion everywhere, which I don't necessarily want to do. So I'm just going to include it right above the site.js. I will just add that script tag where the src is equal to, and we know it's in the lib/suite alert/. So all of that was filled out by IntelliSense. See how nice and clean that is? All right, so now we can access that Suite Alert library from anywhere in our application. So you may want it on different pages. When you have different index files, you want to have the same kind of delete functionality. You can do it everywhere. So when I go back over to my index page, I need to set up a section for scripts. Now, this is something that we already saw because on our create page, it was there, section for scripts. So let me give you a background as to what this section is. I kind of highlighted that, okay, we wanted to include the scripts and so on, but I didn't quite explain why the section is there and we didn't just include the scripts. Going back to our layout page, you notice that you have different sections. So you have the view data title. We already established what that is for. We also have the render body. We already established that that is where all of the content inside of our views will get rendered inside of the entire layout. Now, later down, you'll see that you also have a section that says render section called scripts, and it is not required. This allows that whenever we want to put in a script, we can invoke that section, put in that custom JavaScript, jQuery script, whatever it is, and when the page on a whole renders, that script area will be rendered underneath everything else, or relative to its position in the layout page, that's where it will be rendered. This is important because remember I talk about dependencies. jQuery, then Bootstrap has a dependency on jQuery. So that means I can't put the Bootstrap inclusion or script reference above jQuery, because then what Bootstrap needs to do will not be available because jQuery was not available. Just like with the Sweet Alert. I can't call on a Sweet Alert if I don't have the Sweet Alert library already available by the time I'm writing my code. So what we need to do is make sure that we have all of our scripts that are needed across the board, all in our layout, and then in our views, whenever we need a script or custom reference to another script, we make sure put it in the section. So going back to one of the existing forms, the reason we had to do the validation scripts is that validation scripts are both jQuery related libraries. So we can't be calling jQuery functionality before the jQuery file exists. So we put it in the section so that when the whole layout page gets rendered with all of the scripts and the nav and so on, jQuery is on the page already. So by the time the form loads, the jQuery validation scripts are loading after the jQuery. So in our case, we want to make sure that we call our Sweet Alert code after the Sweet Alert library is already on the page. So at sign section, and then I'm going to say I want the scripts section, open and close, right? Then in here, I can start writing my own custom JavaScript or jQuery or whatever I want. So in this situation, I need a jQuery event to watch for when the form is being submitted. All right, so let's write this together. Let's see if it's going to work, but I'm just going to walk you through what I'm doing and we can fix it as we go along. So $, we're using jQuery. So once again, I can't be using jQuery code until the jQuery library already exists and has been invoked. So I'm just going to say $, and put in that function, that global function, open and close, brace, semicolon, and then inside of this function now I can start writing my custom code. So $, and I'm looking for a form submission. So I'm just going to say form dot submit. So on a form submission, we want the function, and I'm going to give it a parameter called E. So E is just like an event argument to say, well, I represent the event that's about to happen. So you're trying to submit the form. E has the information for everything that's about to happen. So the first thing I want to do is tell it E.prevent default, because the default operation of a form submission is to submit. I want to pause that, right? Because I'm about to ask, are you sure? Right? So the button, remember we're replacing this on-click stuff with the Sweet Alert. So you click the button. I want to pause the default behavior of the form submission. And then I'm going to say swal, which is my Sweet Alert. Swal is short for Sweet Alert. And inside of that, open braces, and then I'm going to just, so in JavaScript, the code hinting is not as powerful as HTML and CSS and C#. So what I try to do is when I open something, I close it same time and put the semicolon so I don't forget it later on. All right. So swal takes a few arguments, and if you want, you can look up the Sweet Alert documentation. It's always good to look at the documentation when you're not sure, but for now, I'll just continue and we'll just look at it here. So I'm going to say, are you sure? So this is the title of the prompt, right? Comma. Then we have the text, which will be the actual message that the person is going to see, which is what I'm going to say as what we had before. Are you sure you want to delete this record? I'm going to say icon, or icon is warning, so it knows that this is a very serious moment. I'm going to say buttons equals to true. So Sweet Alerts really can just be like a pop-up to say, okay, this happened. You click it off and say, okay. When you say buttons, however, by default, it's going to give you the okay and cancel kind of prompt, like what we saw with the on click, right? So then we'll also say danger mode is true. Notice each line ends with a comma, right? Because this is like us building out a whole object. Now that we have the suite alert object built out, we need to continue now to say dot then. The then part is going to be like a delegate now to say, okay, watch for the input from the user. The input will be stored in whatever variable we put in, so confirm. All right, so I'm saying then watch for the confirm. So if I click OK, confirm is true. If I click cancel, then confirm is false. That's pretty much what it is. And we do that same kind of lambda expression into this. So this is a delegate function where we're just making a function on the fly to say, then carry out this function against the variable confirm. So I'm saying if confirm, what do we want to do if confirm? So if confirm is basically saying if this value is true, if they said okay, then what do we want to do? So what do I want to do if they say they confirm? Then I want to say this dot submit. So I'm pausing the default behavior, but then I'm saying, okay, well, go ahead and submit if they said yes. So let us take this for a spin. All right, so I've gone ahead and added some additional records so we can test. So I'm just going to say delete, and oh snap, I didn't remove the original prompt. All right, but let me just click OK and continue, and then you see here's our suite alert. Look how nice that looks. Are you sure? With that nice little icon to let you know that, hey, danger ahead. Are you sure you want to delete this record? If I click OK, okay, it's still prompting. So we have to put in a bit more finesse. So I know exactly what's happening. What's happening is that because each one of these delete buttons is a form, when you click delete, it is seeing all of the forms on the page, and then that's why that prompt is coming up multiple times. So all right, no problem. We're exploring what needs to go in place to make this thing work properly. So firstly, let me remove this on click. Now that we have the suite alert, we don't need that browser default prompt. We now have a nice, cleaner interface to use. So an alternative method to printing a form per, what should I say, printing a form for every single button would be to have one form and then we watch on the button click. So I'm just showing you all of your options. So we saw that this works with the default prompt, and if you're comfortable with that, no problem. But then sometimes when you start working in other libraries, you start having to make compromises along the way with your entire design. All right, so let us work on combining our knowledge of how forms work and how the posting works and how all the data needs to be set before the submission can occur. So what I want to do is create one instance of the form. Instead of having 3 records and 3 different forms, I want to have, yes, many delete buttons as there are records, but we're going to use one form to execute the delete command. So I'm going to take this form and I'm going to place it underneath the table by itself. So I'm just cutting the form tags and putting them by themselves. I'm going to remove this ASP root car ID, and instead I'm going to give it an input, just like what we saw in the original delete, right? So in the original delete form, we had one form at the bottom of the page, and we had that hidden. So I'm just going to copy that so that we have a point of reference. So input type is hidden. ASP4, we don't have any property or anything in the model called car, so I can't say car.id for the ASP4. Instead, I am just going to give it a name. All right, so the name here is car ID. Now, what is the relevance of name? When we have a form, any form, remember that when we did the basic HTML page, we talked about the name, and because of the name, you saw the stuff going across in the URL. It's the same principle, except ASP-4 takes care of name and ID for us. So you notice that our input tags here, we didn't have to say name, we didn't have to say ID. All we had to say was input and set the class, and the ASP-4 bound it to the property name for the model. All right. So name would be the replacement for ASP-4. So really and truly what gets printed out is ID equals car.name, name equals car.name. So we can manually give our own tag its own name, which would correspond with the same root ID that we had, or the same root parameter that the post method is actually waiting to see. So car ID here, car ID as the name. I'm also going to give it the ID, car ID, so that we can access it through the jQuery. So that is our form. It doesn't even need a submit button because we have the button here. We do, however, need to know the ID of the button being clicked. So I'm just going to add another data attribute. And once again, we're just exploring all of the compromises and all the nice, cool things that we can put in. So there's an attribute that we can put onto the button called data-ID, and then we can give it the same value of item.id. All right. So now the links have their IDs, and each button that is going to be doubling as a submit button will have its own ID. Now we need to watch for a button click instead of a form click. All right. So for that, I can easily say, give this a custom class, delete BTN. So every delete button will be identified as delete BTN. Inside of my jQuery, instead of watching for an entire form submission, I can now say dot delete BTN. So watch for a click event on any element that has the class delete BTN. So you see how that can all come together? Now, whenever that is clicked, there is no default. I don't have to prevent default. So I'm just going to remove that, right? Showing you once again context. Why do we write the code? Under the different circumstances. So there's no form for it to submit. I don't have to prevent the default behavior from a delete BTN click. Right. However, what I do need to do is prompt, which is still going to happen. Then if they confirm, what I'm going to do is, and I have to give this an ID so that I can identify it. So anytime we need to identify an element in JavaScript or jQuery, we can use the class or we can use the ID. So this is delete form, right? So I'm going to say one, that the value that the input should get should come from the data ID of the button that was clicked. So let me just do all of this step by step. Firstly, let's get the button that was clicked. So I can say var btn is equal to $this. All right. So this is me saying that this is the element. This is an object that represents whatever element triggered the event. That's step number one. Two, var ID is equal to, and then I can get the ID from the btn dot data. So the reason I used data-id is that in jQuery, you can easily bind to that data element and get that key, get the value based on the key. So I'm saying btn.data and then get me the value that is being stored with the key ID. So now we have the ID or car ID that corresponds with the button that was clicked. Now, after I have all of that, I'm going to set the value of the hidden elements. So $, quotation marks, hashtag, and it's car ID dot val, and then I'm just going to give it the ID. All right. So now the value of this hidden will be set to whatever ID was on the delete button. Then after doing all of that, I can now say $, hashtag delete form. So use the hashtag for ID, just like with CSS. Dot for class, hashtag or pound or the number sign for ID. So I'm going to go for the delete form by ID and tell it to go ahead and submit. So go ahead and carry out your default behavior after I've set up your data for you. So let us take this version of it for a spin. So we can click delete, we get our prompt, we click OK, and look at that. It's working, right? So all that we did was in the background, once again, we created a form tag. So even if you inspect element, you notice that at the bottom of the table, so we have body, and let me go into the div, that's the container main, and then we have the table, and then we have our form. See, it's not even showing on the page. So just the same way it was kind of inconspicuous when it was attached to every button, but now it's only one form on the page. So there's no confusion as to which form is being clicked, which button, which form is trying to be submitted. There's no confusion anymore. There's only one form. And then if you look at each button, you'd see that the data-id has the ID corresponding with all the other links. So this is ID 5. So when it is clicked, we get the button that was clicked, we get the ID, and then we set that to the hidden element, right? And then we go ahead and submit, and then the form knows that it should go to the delete handler with a method of post, and it's passing over that hidden value called car ID. So once all of that is in place, it will hit the on post delete with the root ID it expects and do what we know it's supposed to do. So all of that, you know, all of those enhancements, whenever we're putting in third-party libraries and we want to use them, you know, we have to take those kinds of design decisions as we go along, because you may think it will work or it may work in a particular situation, but then when you add other code and libraries, you might have to add some more finesse or just modify your code, refactor as you go along. So that's it for this activity. See you in the next lesson. All right, guys, welcome back. This lesson is going to be short. All we're going to be doing in this one is checking in our changes. So we started using GitHub some time now. And what we did was to check in our initial, you know, when we got to a certain milestone, we checked in all of our changes. Now we want to do that again. So red ticks indicate files that are pending, you know, changes or edits. The green pluses represent the ones that have been changed, and the blue padlocks basically represent ones that have not changed. So all we have to do is go to Git Changes. Once again, if you don't see where it is on my screen, you can always go to View and click Git Changes. And then that panel will show you every single file that has been added. So all of our third-party libraries that we added are all there, and our migration file and our entity file. So I'm just going to give a quick message. And while the message doesn't need to be an essay, I usually like to be as descriptive as possible in my message so that anybody reading it will get the gist of what I am doing in this version commit. So after doing that, I can just say commit all and sync. And once that commit has been successfully completed, you'll see that message. And then when we go back to the Solution Explorer, everything will have blue padlocks. So when we come back, we will start extending our application a bit more. In this lesson, we're going to be setting up our other entities for this application. So right now, what we have is car, which is essential, but all we have for car would be the year and the name of the car. Now, if you've been around cars long enough, you know that it's not just a name. Cars have a combination of a make and a model, right? So the make would be the brand of the car, like Nissan or Lamborghini, and the model would be what model of that make are we dealing with. So what we want to do is make some database changes here, and what we'll have to sacrifice is name and split it out into make and model. Now, at this point, you want to make some design considerations, right? Because it's easy enough to say, okay, I want to change this to make, and we'll just duplicate that and make that model. And it would be easy enough to just have string. But then consider this. When somebody is entering a car into your system, right, do you necessarily want them to be typing in the make and typing in the model? What if you have two of the same kind of make and model vehicles? Would you want them to be typing in the word Suzuki every time, because then maybe they leave out or they, you know, mistake one of the S's for a Z, or vice versa? The point is that at that point, you want to limit the possibility of human error when taking data through a user interface. So while this is not a user interface decision, what we do here will influence how we design our user interface. So generally speaking, in a form, when there is data that needs to repeat, you would use a drop-down list, meaning that you would have a drop-down list with all of the potential options. You wouldn't leave it up to the regular user to be able to just say, oh, here is the value, and just type it in manually. So for make and model, I feel more comfortable, or at least for make, which would be the brands, because that's more set than the model, because different brands have different models and combinations thereof. So they can type in the model, but for the make, personally, I feel more comfortable giving them a list of the potential brands. If it's not in the list, we can add it to the list, but it's better they have that list, and they can type in the model relative to what they chose from the list. So now that's going to force us to make some key database changes, because if I need a list of make, I can't be saying string make. So now we're going to start talking about what we call foreign keys and primary keys. So we already know about primary key, right? But now we need another table, and we need a foreign key for that table present in car. So let's create this new table. So in the data project rather, I'm going to add a new class, and I'm going to call this class make. So the make, remember that these classes are really just models for what a table will have. And a table basically only has properties for what we want to store about it. So what would we want to store about the make? Well, firstly, we always have our public int ID, right? And then we would have the name. So prop tab string name. So name here just means name as in the string value that goes for the make. So in the table called make number 1 could be Nissan, make number 2 could be Toyota, etc. So that's really what the name here represents. If you want, you could say make name. Personally, I don't follow that naming convention. Some people do. I don't, because I'm already in the table called make, so I don't need to say make name. Obviously, name would be the name of whatever value I'm putting in that table, right? So now we have the make table. Fine. I have to let the database context know that there's a new table in town. So I just went to that line, Control D, just to duplicate the hard parts, but I'm going to call this makes. I could also call this car makes. It doesn't really matter what I call the table, but I really like to be consistent with the name of the entity and the name of the table, as you'd have seen with car and cars. But once again, you may not necessarily like my naming convention and you want another one, then no problem. If you wanted to name this car make and car makes, or you have the entity called make and this called car makes, then that's fine. I like to keep them consistent because it leads to fewer errors down the line. So now we have a new table. What I need to do is let car know that it should be it should have a foreign key to make. So Entity Framework makes foreign keys very easy for us. And what I'm going to do is, okay, I'll leave this validation message for the model. That's fine. But underneath all of this, I'm going to put another property, int make ID. So I was making the point that Entity Framework makes it easy for us to introduce foreign keys, because when we say we want a table name and ID, it will automatically infer that we mean we want a foreign key. So that's step 1 at least, right? So just by saying int make ID, it will know that, okay, I have an entity called make, and it does have an ID, so the combination means that there must be a foreign key. Another part to this, though, is to add a navigation property. So we would say make. So this navigation property basically says that if I get a car and I want to know the make of the car, make names are really stored in the make table, right? So all I really have to go off is that I have a car and it has make ID 1. I don't know what the name of it is just from the car table. All right, so if you're used to databases, you would know what I mean. When you look in the car table or when you have foreign keys, all you're seeing are the ID values. So make has ID 1. then car of make ID 1, all you're going to see is make ID. We don't know the details. So by adding this property, and generally speaking, we add it as a virtual, so it can be overridden if necessary. So you can just go ahead and do that. But when we add this navigation property, when I retrieve a car, I can say, please also include all the details of that additional table or that related table. So then I can bring back the make property with all of the details. All right, so whatever details went into make, maybe I could even put in something to say which country the make is. So if I wanted to get creative, I could say this make is from this country. And then I would kind of run into the same kind of data quality issue here if I leave country willy-nilly, because something from United States of America could be written as US by one person, USA as another person, United States by another person, etc. So that is why anytime you have like something that you want to control, you want to put it in its own table and then make a foreign key reference to it. So I'm not going to get too complicated just yet. Let's just look at having two tables, and we're introducing this foreign key concept, right? So at this point, car knows that it should have a foreign key to the make table. Where we have the navigation, or sorry, the validation above model. So it's required. I'm also going to require that the make ID is entered, right? And well, year, we can require year if we want. We could also set more validation on this to say range, minimum. So minimum for the year, let's say we don't want anything less than 1990 in the system. So anything that is 1990 or before 1990 is not applicable. And then maximum, let's just put it to 2021. We're in the year 2021. So I'm just showing you how the range validation really works. Let me space them out so you can see everything in its own space. All right. So remember that all of these annotations, all of these things need to affect the database. To affect the database, step number one, or after making those changes, the next step would be to add a migration, right? So I still have my migration commands from the last migration or the last set of database related activities we did. Remember, set your default project to the data project, and you can press up to get the previous commands. So I'm just pressing up to get the add migration. I'll just change the message to added makes table. Press enter, and my build failed. Why did my build fail? Well, that is because I deleted name, and name was being used very, very, very much in other parts of my application. So if you're encountering this is one of those consequences of refactoring an application. When you change something like that, it might have a ripple effect throughout the rest of your application. So let's keep this simple now. Firstly, we instituted the delete form and so on. So I really don't need the delete view and this delete.cshtml. So what I'm going to do is just delete this, delete the delete view, right? So I don't need that one. Fine. For the create, what I'll have to do is just at least temporarily comment these out. So anywhere that the name property was being accessed in any of your views, you can just go ahead and find it. So it was being used here, comment it out here. So now nothing will show up in the list. In the update, it was also being used here in the form. Comment that out. And you can just double check your error list just to see where you might have missed. And I'm going to do Control, Shift, and B to do a build just for it to recompile and see if any errors are there, and there are none. So let us try that with Package Manager Console again. So now the build is successful, and we have our migration. So what's in our migration? One is going to rename the column from name to model. All right, so just because we change the property, it's going to see it as a rename as opposed to a delete. All right. For our make ID, see it's adding the column. It's an int. All right. It's not nullable, and the default value is 0, even though we would have set the range to be between 1990 and 2021. So that means even then, it should never get this far where the database would have to set the default value to 0, because the client side will always do the validation. We saw that happen already. Then it's going to create a table called makes with 2 new columns, giving it the primary key. And then look at this part. It's creating an index. So an index in a database is a high-speed lookup. So whenever we look for the cars using the make ID as our key, or we're using that to say, give me all cars with this make ID, by creating this index on that column, it will do it very quickly. We're also adding the foreign key constraint. So it says add a foreign key in the table cars on the column make ID, where the main table is makes and the principal column is ID. So in other words, a foreign key means that make ID in the cars table can never get a value that is not available in the makes table. So I can't be adding a car that is not of type or not in the makes table, right? If it's in the makes table, if I only have 3, I can't add a car with ID 10. I can't just put in a car that's not present. So that's that kind of protection. So you call that data integrity when you're talking about your database design, 1, and 2, maintaining that integrity through your application design. So between all of these and the validations, that data integrity will be upheld. Once again, the down method is basically the tear down. So if we have to undo the migration, this is what it will do to repeal the changes that the up would have made. Now, after doing all of that, let us go back and update the database. So just run update database in the package manager console. And now we're seeing some errors. All right, that's no problem. So let us read through these errors. It is saying that it failed to execute the alter command, where it's adding the reference to the foreign key makes table. So it's saying that makes has a column ID, and in a nutshell, without, so the thing is that these errors tend to look very complicated, and the wording, if you're not used to it, might not come off as very user friendly. But the reality is that if you just pay attention, you will pick out the certain keywords. So right here, it's saying that the alter table statement conflicted with the foreign key constraint on the column that we're trying to add, which is makes with, or make ID rather. So what's the problem? The problem, even though the error isn't really saying that, hey, this is the problem, if we go to the database and look in the cars table, remember that we had entered some cars. All right. So we had entered cars into our database. You know, they don't have the make ID yet, but they are there. And the make ID cannot be 0, because once again, the make ID cannot be a value that doesn't exist in the make table. So this is one of those dangers when you're changing databases or doing migrations, right? So I'm going to have to make a modification, and there are 2 ways to make a modification. Whenever you're introducing a foreign key into a table that already has data, one of the dangers is that you're going to end up with this error. All right, so this is one of those good errors. I call this a good error to learn from. This conflict is because I'm introducing a foreign key into a table that already has rows that didn't need the foreign key. So as far as it's concerned, those existing rows are violating the constraints that the foreign key is being told it should have. The foreign key column is being told it cannot be null, and its default value is 0. 041 is an invalid value for a foreign key. Why? Because you cannot have a primary key or a matching primary key value of 0. So make ID can never, or in the make table, there can never be a value of 0. It always has to be 1 or above. It can never be 0. So by trying to enter it reactively into the database, or after the fact that there are already rows, it is trying to give them the default value 0, which is causing that conflict that it is talking about. All right. So I can actually modify the migration file here, right? Or I can remove the migration, change the model, and fix the error. So I'm going to show you what modifications I would make to the migration. And that would be to change the nullable from false to true. So in other words, this can go in, the foreign key can go in, but it doesn't necessarily have to have a model. All right, so the existing cars, we would just not know what model they are, pretty much. They would be null. That's why nullable is true. And then I don't have to set a default value either, because it can be null. So if there's no value, then it's null. If there's a value, then there's a value. So that's option A. Option B would be to, well, option A, before I continue, option A would allow me now to actually just try the update database again, and then it would try the new and edited migration operation, which would be to add this column as nullable and thus remove any potential for conflicts. So that's one of the options when it comes to having a migration generated that doesn't necessarily meet the requirements, or you need to modify it. Just modify the migration and try again. Now, another option would be, and I would probably choose this option because it's a safer option in my book. One, remove the migration. So just say, all right, forget that I told you to do this migration. And to do that, it's literally remove hyphen migration. Now, we saw this command earlier when we did the add migration, and it said to undo this action, use remove migration, right? So we have a migration that's faulty. We want to undo it. So I just say remove migration. It will actually delete that file from the migration folder, right? Then I'm going to update my model to then have rules that will generate a better migration. So the rule that I'm going to modify is I'm going to make the make ID nullable. Another thing that is influencing the entity framework's decision to make this an int that is not nullable is our annotation to say it's required. So this is going to be like a perfect segue into how we're going to have to separate the validation at the database level from the validation at the client side level, because at this point, I'm saying required for the year and setting a range. Okay, that's not really going to reflect in the database. But then we saw where the string length is being reflected in the database, and the fact that model is not nullable is being reflected in the database. But then when I made this nullable on the user interface, I'm going to need it definitely. I'm not going to allow them to proceed without it. However, at the database level, I'm saying it's optional. So those are now separating into two different worlds. The UI needs are different from the database needs. So just keep that in mind. But we'll be fleshing that concept out in short, right? So after removing the required annotation and making the int a nullable int, I can now go ahead and rerun my migration. And when I do that, my migration is now saying for the column, it is int, but it is nullable. All right, no default value. So that's no problem. Everything else is fine. So when we go ahead and update our database, press enter, then it is successful. So you see, once again, some analysis has to go into what might be causing the problem. As much as the error didn't really hint at it, but that's one of those errors that, generally speaking, if you see that error, just look out for what might be the potential risks around me introducing a foreign key at this point in my database design, because this is going to be an ongoing activity. As you see something new, you're going to have to add it. And well, it's this easy to just generate the migration, update the database, but then it becomes more difficult because of the rules and the constraints being put in around the different columns versus the existing data, which might not have known about the rules at the time it was being input. So that is us introducing this new table. Let us just jump over, and now you'll see that we have the makes table and the cars table. If I extend this, you'll see that in the keys for the cars, I have the foreign key that was just introduced. If you look at the name here versus the name on my line 39, you see it's the same name, FK underscore cars underscore makes underscore make ID. That's the name of the foreign key. If we look at makes, we'll see also that it has its primary key, right? So now our columns for cars would be the ID, which is a primary key, int not null, year, model, right? And then make ID, and notice that key item icon beside it, which means it's a foreign key. So primary keys look like that, foreign keys look like that. So we've successfully added another table to our database. We also had to kind of compromise and remove some of the things from our user interface to facilitate it. So when we come back, we're going to have to update our user interface to know about the new field or fields, because we no longer have name, we now have model and we have make. And we're also going to have to look at how we are going to separate the rules around what users can do on the user interface versus the rules that the database is imposing. All right, guys. So we're moving on nicely. When we were last here, we set up the new table for makes. We also set up the whole foreign key association for makes and cars. Now, the rules that we followed could have been extended for any number of foreign keys, because some people would have extended and said, okay, they want a model still because they can't risk two people writing the word Sunny for the same Nissan Sunny, and one person puts in one end, the other person puts in two ends. Later on, we'll look at that kind of scenario, but right now we want to focus on getting our user interface updated with our introduction of our new fields in the forms of makes and models, or make ID and model. All right. So the first thing, or well, I don't want to say first thing as though we need to necessarily follow this order, but one thing that we are definitely going to need would be the CRUD pages for the make, because we can't, right now, cars has a dependency on make ID. I can't very well put in a drop down list for the make inside of the cars unless makes exist, right? So I'm going to have to create some pages so that we can manage the make. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit add a new folder, and I'm going to call this makes. And then last time we actually went one by one creating all of the CRUD pages. We did the create page and we did the edit page, etc. For makes, I'm going to do a more wholesale operation. So we're just going to right click this folder, click add. We'll say razor page, and then we'll use the option razor pages using entity framework and CRUD. All right, click add. Then it's going to say, okay, what is the model class? This time we're dealing with make. That is the data context, and click add. Now, if you take a look at what's in the folder, you'll see that all of the pages that we so meticulously added one by one when we're dealing with cars, they're all generated for us. So we have the index page, which is the list of makes. We have the edit page, which is the form to edit the makes. We have the details. All of them got generated in one sweep, right? So I took you through them one by one so we could look at the code. Now that we have a better understanding of what each page is doing and the code that is generated is doing, we could just do the wholesale operation. So you can do that for your classes, but don't get too ahead and start doing it for everything else just yet, because there are more things that we need to consider in the design. But right now, it is fine. So now we have the capacity to make or enter data in the makes table. And then once we enter data into that makes table and we build up that list in the database, we need to be able to present those to the users when they're entering cars. One thing I'm going to do is add this menu item or nav menu item to the layout page so that we can navigate to it. And then I'll just Control F5 and just do a quick test just to make sure the CRUD is working for makes. So jumping over to the makes link, we can click create new. And then the first one is Toyota create, and we see created. So we didn't write any code just now, right? And all we did was just follow one simple step of scaffolding out all the pages, and now we have all of these. We have the edits, we have the details, and as you see, it came back with the standard buttons and links and so on. So I always talk about uniformity. We want to make sure that our buttons look like this for all our apps. So you can go ahead and style them, you know, exercise your flexible bootstrap muscles now and start saying, okay, I want everything to kind of look the same way, no problem. For now, though, we just want to focus on the functionality. So we're getting, let me just put one more in, right? So at this point, maybe an administrator would be the one to manage this makes list. That's fine. Now, when we look at the create for car, remember that we had to comment out the field that was taking the name, but now we need to have a field for model, and we need to have a field which is a drop-down list with the list of makes. All right. So what we need to do is jump over to our cars create page, and I'm going to uncomment the section for car.name. Now this can be car.model. So car.model, that is our new input for that section. But I'm also going to introduce, and I'm just copying the form group. So once again, uniformity, right? So that's what was generated. Every time we want controls, I'm just going to keep it in that kind of format, right? Even if I'm typing it manually, sometimes you might have to do that. It's good to just follow that coding convention because that's for that layout that you want, right? So for the car.model, or for the next one, I would say car.make ID. Now for the make ID, we want a drop-down list. We don't want a text box. So remember that in forms, we have a tag called select, and this tag allows us to put in options. So the first option I'm going to say is select make. All right, so that is the first prompt. But obviously, I'm not going to sit down and write in all the other options, Nissan and Toyota, because if I do that manually, that negates the fact that we want to have that dynamic list from the makes table. So in the select, I'm going to say ASP-4. So these are tag helpers where I can say I want this drop-down list to be for car dot make ID. And then the next thing would be to say, where am I getting the items from? My items need to come from some list. So I'm going to say makes. All right. I'm just putting that there. That's not the name of the list just yet. That doesn't exist yet. Hence the red line. So now in the code behind, I need to send or prepare a list called makes, which will comprise the list of makes from the database. So going over, I'm going to create a property. So right under that one, or actually I prefer to have my properties above my methods. So I'm just doing this quick refactor. That's because I prefer to have it that way. If you have no problem, then no problem. Don't necessarily have to follow, but I like to see them all in one place. So yes, we know we have the car property, but then I'm going to say public select list. So that's a new data type we're looking at. And I'm calling this one makes. And we do that get and set. All right. Then after I have the select list on get, remember on get prepares, or rather it is there so we can prepare all the data needed for the page. So prior to this, there was no data needed for the page. We just had to return the empty form. Now I need to actually get the stuff from the database, from the makes table, fill it or put it into this makes property. And I think based on the name here, I need to say model.makes, right? So now that I've created makes, I can say model.makes. Apologies. So that's model.makes, and here is our property called makes. All right. So I need to fill makes with the data coming from the makes table. Otherwise, we wouldn't be any closer to accomplishing anything than we are right now. So I can say makes is equal to, and I'm going to initialize a new select list. So a select list allows me to pass in a collection of items, and then just like with the select tag or the drop down list, I have something that is displayed and something that is being tracked or stored. So in other words, when we're displaying the make, the user should be seeing Toyota, Nissan, Lamborghini, Ferrari. However, what we need to track and store is the actual ID. So that is why we said it is the ASP for the make ID, meaning whatever I select from the drop-down list, look at its value and store that value in the make ID. However, I will be displaying the name that is associated with the make. All right. So for the select list, I'm going to say context, please give me all the makes and to list. So this is me saying, give me all of the makes in the database. Then I'm going to say, comma, the Sorry, I'm just going to make sure. Okay, yeah, sometimes I get them mixed up. So we have the data value field and then we have the data text field. So the value that we're tracking is the ID rather. So from the makes table, and if you forgot, just go over to the makes table to see what the field names are. The value that we're tracking is ID, and we want to bring back the name. You also notice that I have this additional property. So that's actually optional, but it serves the same purpose as when we put the make property in the cars, meaning one car is going to have one make, right? You can't have a car that you're going to call different makes, right? You either have a Nissan or a Toyota or something. So it's one. So that's why in the car table, we have one ID to the car and one navigation property. However, Toyota makes many cars. So if we're looking at the record Toyota, there could be many cars that have the Toyota ID in them. So that's why we have a list of cars. So for any make record that we look at, we can actually see all of the cars that are associated with it or related to it. And while we're here, I can just make this virtual. All right. So back to our code, we're tracking the ID, but we want to display the name to the user. So this is just me saying on get, when you're loading the page, please go ahead and run that query, fill that list, and then send back the page. So once we do all of that, I'm just going to save and Control F5 to preview. And here we are. So now, okay, it looks a bit anime, but we can fix that. Well, we're seeing the make ID. So that's our label. All right. We didn't type that. All we did was give it the label and say, let me just jump over. All we did was say label for car.makeID. Well, we're seeing the label. And if we look in this drop down list, we're seeing the option select make. And then we're also seeing other things that we didn't add as options. So you see that it is going to the database and getting Toyota and Nissan. Once again, the cool thing about this is once this list is updated, so if I say Ferrari and create, okay, once I refresh the page, it will refresh that list and it appears. All right. So that's the power of this drop down list. When we want to restrict what the user can enter, we just give them a drop down list and we maintain that table otherwise. So they have very little control over what they can put in for that value. So, I mean, styling wise, what we're missing is our class form control on the select. So class equals form control. I'll just save that and refresh and allow it to recompile. And that looks a little bit better. And then we can also look at how we can change out the labels. But let's try and create a car firstly. So if I say select make, I don't put in a model. I don't put in a year. So remember, model is required here. If I try to create, it will just tell me, hey, you can't go any further until something is done. It's telling me the wrong validation message here, and that's because I didn't update what this validation was for. So that's one of the dangers of copying and pasting. Just make sure you cover all the bases. But hey, that's why we're here to test. So if I put in Toyota, I put in the model, let's say Harrier, and the year is 2001. Everything looks valid and I create, then we see our list coming back with 3. So we had 2 before, now we're seeing 3. Now, on the list, nothing is being displayed. Why is nothing being displayed on that list? Let's jump over to the list and see. So we had commented out the name and the year. So what I'll do is just uncomment all of this, uncomment everything. And the name is going to give an error because there's no longer a name, it's no model. All right. And look at this now. When I want to say what kind of car it is, I have the year. So it's a 2001 Toyota Harrier. What do I have right now? I only have the year, which is 2001. I have make and I have make ID, which is the field in the database. But obviously, I can't be showing the user's make ID. So I'm just going to display what the users would see if I said make ID, because the ID values are really for internal use. They're not really for user visibility. So when I refresh and I see this now, the first two don't have make IDs, and that's fine. We understand why, because they existed before we broke it out into the make. However, I'm only seeing one. What is one? What is one Harrier? That means nothing to the user. So we already established that primary keys are useful for like navigating, so we know which record we're looking at and which record we're targeting. In this situation, this is display. This means nothing to the user. So that is why we have the navigation property that I was describing. When we created car, we made sure to put in that navigation property, because now I can say, give me the make that is associated with this car, and I can get the details of that make in the form of its name. All right. So I can now just make that quick change in my view, and I'm probably going to run into another error, but let me make that change, refresh, and all right, that is blank. All right. So let us see why that is blank. It is blank because in preparing the data, I am saying get me all the cars. I need to tell the query that when you get me the cars, I also want to include the details of the make. So it's getting the cars, yes, and it got the make ID, but it didn't get the details of the make. So, and I'm just showing you how everything is interconnected. So that's why I keep on showing you what doesn't work and how we fix it. So to get the details of the make, I have to say cars dot include, and then I'm going to give it a lambda expression. We already went through what lambda expressions look like. So I'm saying include make. So anytime you have a foreign key on a table and you have that navigation property and you want to run a query where you get all the details from the foreign key table as well as the main table, that's all you have to do. Database, get me the cars, include the details for the related make, and then give me everything as a list. So after making that change, if I refresh again, then we see Toyota. All right. So you see how everything just came together right there. So once again, let me just review. I included the details of the make in the query. So when cars went over, it was easy for me to say, give me the car, get me the make, and get me the name. Now, in case I didn't explain before what these array subscripts are up here versus them not being down here, we just want the display name. So you could actually just remove this and put in your own display name if you wish. That would be fine. So like name here, name doesn't really mean anything. Like, okay, yes, we had name initially, but we had name and we wrote out Suzuki Swift Sport. Now, name is only going to be storing Toyota because model is there to say Harrier. So this should really say something more like make, right? So if you want to change what is being displayed, you can easily just remove that code and put in your own. We looked at tables already. We know that we can put in our own text for the table header. So with that simple change, when we regenerate the table or the page, we'll see it now printing make. All right, so you see how everything is kind of coming together, right? So the thing is, we basically have to repeat that feed for anywhere that it is pulling data and expected to display something. So yes, we have it in the list, but let's go through. So this is called regression testing now. Anytime you make a change to your system, you always want to make sure that whatever obtained and worked still works. So we see that we got the list working. We see that we got the create working. If I look at edit and details, I'm going to see that, okay, update still needs some work on it and details needs some work on it. So let's change those out. So let's start with the update because we already know that the update looks just like the create. I just need to take the same fields that I have in the create for the select list and the model and put it over in the update. I'll just overwrite that commented code and paste. But it's not just that, right? We still have to load this drop-down list because see, it's complaining it doesn't know what makes is, all right? So just like what we did with the create where we had that property called makes, I'm going to have to give it that property called makes again, right? And then I'm going to have to fill that makes property with data. So just like how we did that on the onGet here, for the update, I'm going to have to tell it onGet, yes, you're getting the car record to be updated, but then I'm just going to go ahead and put in that make. So if you get the car record, it's not returning not found, then I made the next database call to get the makes, then we can return the page. So after making those changes to the update page, if I refresh, then I'm going to see that we have this happening, right? So notice that it's defaulting to select make. If I go back to list and I choose one that has a make, it will automatically bind and show me the make that was selected previously. So it is binding, it's a bit intelligent, but because the others didn't have make, it's not showing me anything, it's giving me the default, right? Once a make ID was present, it would automatically bind on the edit. For the details, well, before we get to the details, let's make sure that this still works. So I'm going to say this is a 2002, just a simple change. Save, and we see that it is being reflected, so the edit is still working. That's good. So we need to update the details now to let it know what is expected of it. So I can uncomment that section. So first I duplicated it, then I can uncomment it. This is now make dot name, no longer name alone, but make dot name, and this is now model, right? So now details will show the year, the make, name of the make, and the model. For our query, we need to let it know when you get cars first or default. Once again, please include the details of the make. So include lambda expression and the make. So on get, we get the car with the make details, and then we can see everything. So if I view the details of the Toyota Harrier, now I'm seeing everything coming back. Once again, we see that name right there instead. So the thing is now I'm going to kind of hold back on changing the property here because we did it for the index where I changed it manually, but then we might want to do it for the details. But then if we change it manually everywhere and then the client or whoever we're building the software for comes and says, I don't like that label, change that label, then that's as many places as we're going to have to make the change. So a quicker way to make that kind of modification will be to use annotations, right? So here I can say in the make class that your display, right? Display, and then I have to include missing libraries, control dot and enter, and then name is the parameter. So your display name is make, right? So just by changing that here or setting that here above that property, anywhere that display name for, there it is, it's already updated, right? Anywhere that display name for bit of code is being used, like it was being used in the index before I change it, see display name for, that is automatically going to look for any data annotation above that property that says display and then use that text. So that would actually spare me the heartache of needing to change that manually everywhere. So I can revert to display name for in the index. I can keep it in the details because there it is, display name for. And then everywhere that it is being referenced, it will automatically use that text. All right. So I'm just showing you nice, cleaner ways instead of retyping. Dry. Don't repeat yourself. That's one of the fundamental principles of solid development. So as little as possible should you be retyping code. Always look for a solution that has a more global reach, as opposed to one that requires you to keep on doing the same thing over and over. Now let us try and create something else. Model. Let's call it Tesla. Year 2021. Create. All right. So you see that this is not valid for make ID. So this is one of those default errors because we didn't put any error message over it, but it is just rebuffing us and saying that it is not valid for make ID. So validation is almost automatic at that point. In the same way, if I have an invalid date or year rather, then you see the field year must be between that message. So that message is coming up because we put on the range validator. So these are ways that you can enhance your UI and enforce certain rules for your users to preserve your data integrity. All right, guys. So what we want to do is continue building on how we enhance forms and little things that we have to do to make sure that we provide the best experience to our users. Now, when it comes to the validation steps in our views, we would notice that our is valid does not get hit when we try to submit invalid data. And that's really because we have the validation scripts here, making sure that only valid data gets beyond the client side. And that's good, right? But then in the event that, and there are certain circumstances where it may think it's valid on this side, but then we need validation in the server side. So this is client side validation. You have heard me talking about the whole client side thing already, right? Client-side validation occurs on the front end, right? So between JavaScript and or HTML, we're letting the users know what is valid, what is not. If a user turns off JavaScript, they can easily bypass that mechanism. Also, there might be times when certain validation rules have to get evaluated on the server side. So if you have a complex logic, like maybe you have another validation to make sure that the model matches the car make or something like that. You know, whatever it is, it's complex. It can't really be portrayed in a yes or no, like is it required or is it between these values? It's not really a Boolean or something that's quick like that. Then we would have to build some more complex validation rules in the server side or in the code to ensure that it is valid. So what I want to portray right now is what happens when maybe client-side validation is not running. So to do a quick experiment with that, I'm just going to comment out the validation scripts partial. So a quick way to comment, put the cursor on the line, Control KC will comment and Control K you will uncomment. So holding down Control, you press K, then you press C, and then it will comment, and then you do the same with K and U, and it will uncomment. So I'm disabling this script that is running on the client side, and I'm going to put the breakpoint here so that we can see what happens when something is invalid. So on the form, I'm just going to click create and look at what happens. It jumps right over to the post. So there's no validation message. Remember last time we would always just print out the validation message off the bat, right? No client-side validation is taking place. So our failsafe is this model state. So model state that is valid. So is valid right now is false. If we look in the model state, just so we can understand exactly what's happening here, we'll see validation state is invalid, how many errors there are, and then you have the keys and results. So let's go to results. Results would show us the keys and the validation state of each key. So the key here would be each value that is in the model being validated. Our model is car, and the validation would say that, you know, the year is required, model is required, make ID, all of those are required. Right now, none of them was provided, so all of them are invalid. And then if you want to drill down into it, you see the key, you see the value, and then it will kind of give you some other details. Attempted value was that. So there are a lot of things you can get out of this model state. So here is that exact error. It's saying that the value, which is an empty string, is invalid. That's the error that you're going to get. So after I press F5 and let it continue, this is what prints out. So we're getting back that validation summary, and we are getting each error underneath each field. So if I put in something that is outside of the range, we did say the range is 1990 to 2020. So if I put 1990 and try again, then it's still invalid. I press F5 again, and now it's going to show us a different, oh, sorry, I should have said 1900. That would have been invalid. Let me try that again. So create, hit the breakpoint, continue, and there we go. So the field year must be between 1990 and 2021. So we're seeing all the validation. We're familiar with this right now. So that is what server-side validation brings to the table. If somebody disables their JavaScript in their browser, or for whatever reason they're able to bypass the JavaScript because everything with HTML and JavaScript and CSS is available to your user. So this is about secure coding now, because all I have to do is inspect elements and I can see everything about the code. I could modify the certain things. I could choose to, disable this script on this page, stuff like that. So that's how important our server-side validation step is, to ensure that we don't return any garbage to our system. Now, another big issue a big issue that we definitely have to address is the fact that, and I'm just going to start over. We go to create new. We have our list of makes. All right, fine. I'm going to say Toyota, right? Model, car, model, whatever year. I click create. I'm going to remove this breakpoint because we know that it's going to be invalid because there was no model and no value for the year provided. But what happened to the make? Look at that. That list has disappeared. All right. So what happens is that when we're dealing with select list and certain types of lists, in the post, you always have to make sure that if you are going to end up returning the page, you need to return the page with all of that additional data. Because right now, the only data that is going to persist is anything that has the bind property above it. So even if I say bind property above the select list here, the reality is that there are no fields on my form to store the whole list. I have a field to store the ID that was selected from the list, but not the entire list. So this list has to be refreshed every time this page loads. So just the same way on get, I had to go and get the list from the database and prepare it so it could be loaded. When I am invalid, or the submission is in an invalid state, and the page has to be returned, the page is going to have to be returned without makes in it. So I'm going to run an example of what I mean here. So I'm just going to put some code here that is just going to say var makes after submit is equal to makes. All right. So we're going to look at what is in makes before submit, and then we're going to look at what happens to makes after a submission. So with the latest versions of Visual Studio, while you're in debug mode, you can actually just click apply code changes and then go back to your code. I'll just refresh the page. All right, let's just go through this again. So I'm going to try and create, and I'm going to send over something that's invalid. I'm going to put back my breakpoint so it pauses so we can look at what value comes here. I'm also going to put a breakpoint here before it returns the page. So when I say, okay, let me just refresh. Let me do this again. Sorry. So create new. And then when I do create new, it hits this breakpoint for the page. So if I look in makes, I'm seeing that makes it has data, right? It has stuff that suggests that it has data. It has the items that will be going into the drop-down list. All right, that looks good. So I'm just going to remove that breakpoint, send over something that is not valid. And when the breakpoint was at the if statement, it didn't hit it. So I'm just moving it up to the line 34 for me, or the first brace of the method. So I'm going to step into this, and then let's look at makes. Makes is null, right? Just to drive my point home that once the data is submitted, your select list and basically anything that is a list that is not being bound or that cannot be bound is going to be empty once you submit. All right. So what we need to do is refresh that list. So I'm just going to stop, and we're going to do that bit of code to make sure that the page is always provided with its select list, or in a case where you have multiple drop-down lists, it's the same concept. Just make sure that all of them are populated with the data when the page loads at all. So I could actually just take this bit of code and place it here, right? So if the model state is not valid, then reload the list of makes and then return the page. All right. Otherwise, just go ahead. So it won't waste the database call. If the model state is valid, then it won't do any of that. It will just jump down to this and proceed. Now, what I don't like to do is repeat code like this, right? While it seems simple, and I mean, it's simple enough, it's a small class file and it's really just one line. But then what if something changes? Remember I said that the more you repeat bits of code around your application is the harder your maintenance will be when something changes. So what I tend to do is have a private method. So I'll just say private task, and I will just say private task, and I'll make it an async task. And here I'll call it populate drop down lists. It's one, but I'll just call it populate drop down lists. And then inside of that, I make that method call. So this would now be, and I can make this asynchronous. So I'll say to list async, which needs me to include that library, and then I can make this an await. All right, so it's an async method. I want to make use of the asynchronous methods. So what I do now is just call this method everywhere that I need to do that population. So if I have multiple drop-down lists I need to populate, I just put them in here once I call that. And then you can kind of do that because there are other situations where you might need data that is not being tracked on the page. You may need it to be present on the page if the model state is invalid. So you can, while I'm calling it populate drop-down list, you could also call it like load initial data. So any queries, any operations that you need to carry out before the page is visible, you put all of that code here. So that way you don't have to repeat it in your handlers. If you have more than one handlers, only one handler, it doesn't really matter. You don't have to repeat it, right? Now, I have to await it when I'm making the call, right? Because it's asynchronous. But then up top, this one is giving me an error. And that's giving me an error because this method is not asynchronous. So let's convert this one to async. So I'll just say space async task. And this task is expected to return something of type iAction result. And once I have done all of that, all the red lines go away and everybody is happy. So I'm just showing you little pitfalls or little things to look out for when you are writing your applications. All right, so we're building this application and we showed our stakeholders because at the end of the day, most of what you're going to be building, you're going to have to demo to somebody. And, you know, it's while you test it, while you develop it, you test it, you're either guided by their expectations in the form of software requirements, or you're being guided by what you think they need, which can be dangerous. Because in this situation, without any formal requirements given, they have given us some feedback and told us that certain things will definitely need to be changed. Now, number one, they are saying that they need more information about the cars to be stored. Right now, the year, the make, the model, that's not enough information. They need us to say what color the car is and to provide a license plate number, which I think are salient points. Another issue that they've pointed out is the fact that spelling errors can occur because we left model as a free text field. So while make is a drop-down list, model is not. And we discussed the danger of that earlier. So for the very same reason we made make a drop-down list, we're going to have to make model a drop-down list. That comes with its own challenges also because model, we can't put every and any model. So like, for instance, one, Nissan Sunny with an I. Those are spelling errors. However, nothing is stopping somebody from typing in Ferrari Sunny. And if you know anything about Ferraris, you know that they do not have a model called Sunny. So they also said that when you select a make, they want to make sure that the model that they are able to select afterwards actually applies to that make. So those are some requirements that have come our way. So we've actually done stuff surrounding some of these changes already, and let's see exactly how this will work. So the first change that I'm going to make is to the car entity. So remember that we had introduced make. We need to introduce more fields, and we're already familiar with what we need to do to introduce new fields. So the first field, and I'm just using Control D to duplicate so I don't have to type out everything from scratch. The first field would be string, and this would be color. Now, color is also another sensitive topic because somebody can write blue, somebody can write BL, somebody can write black and forget the C. So that is another sensitive topic. Do we want to leave the color of the V-class free text, or do we want to lock it down and have it in a controlled list? These are decisions that we have to make to ensure that our system will be or do right by the users. Personally, I prefer to have colors in a list because then the chances of users entering incorrect colors or colors that don't even exist is greatly diminished. All right. So just the same way that we have the color ID. So this is going to be a foreign key. So let me backtrack a bit, and I'm going to introduce the new fields in the order. All right. So underneath make, I'm going to say public int, and I'm making it nullable. So remember why we had to make this nullable. We're introducing a foreign key after the fact, after there are records there already. So we want to make sure that we have very few conflicts with the foreign key values. All right. And we're going to have another property, which is going to be a virtual property. I'm going to call it color, and it's going to be called color. It's of type color, and it's going to be called color. Now, color, look at this. I can just do control dot. We don't have a class called color. So I can say generate a type called color, and it will ask me, do you want it in a new file? I'm going to say yes, because I want it in a new file. So there it has appeared as color, and that error is gone. So that's a nice quick way when you're creating new types and you haven't created them yet, but you're fleshing out what you need to do. Visual Studio has suggestions to help you be more productive and not focus on the small things. So that is color. What else do I need? We need the list for model. So model now is going to suffer the same fate that name suffered. So I'm just going to remove the model field, all right? And this is going to be model ID. And you notice that I always go back and kind of correct when I leave off something that's not capitalized or have a spelling error. I'm always correcting, because when you do it right the first time, it goes a far way. So once again, with model, I am not going to using any library. I actually want to generate my own class. And then model, as you see, is actually like a keyword, because model, you would have heard me talking about models when we were talking about entity framework and so on. So it's kind of risky if I just call the class model, because I don't know what other name or what other data type I might be conflicting with. So I'm going to call it car model just to be on the safe side. All right. So the data type I am creating is called car model. But then I'm going to call the field inside of my class car just model. All right. Once again, sometimes you name it differently. Sometimes you name it the same way. If you name it the same way, no problem. So let's just name it the same way. So this is car model ID, car model, and the field car model. All right. Now, for our new entities, what do we need? All of them need, just like what make had, they all need an ID, they all need a name, and they will all have that list of cars. So actually, these fields can be replicated easily across all of them. So for color, we have ID for the color. The display here would be color and not make. So you see, I'm copying and pasting. There's nothing wrong with copying and pasting. Once you understand the concept or what you're trying to accomplish, you can always copy and paste and speed up your productivity. All right, so we have those three fields in color, and then I'm going to do the same thing in our car model class, and using control dot to include any missing references. And then this one would be, so here in the display name, I can say model, because we know we're looking at the car, so I don't need to say car model to the user. This is only because I'm trying to avoid conflicts. And this is more experience talking because I have encountered that before. So don't feel any way if you're wondering, okay, so how do I know when there might be a conflict or not? Sometimes it's trial and error. Sometimes you do it, and when you try to run, you run into the problem, so you change it. All right, no problem. So we have car model, color, we have car, and we have make. Now, another thing that I'm going to point out at this point is the fact that they're all kind of using similar fields. So every single one of these entity models so far has the field called ID. All right, let me just space them out. As much as these three have all three fields in common, car doesn't have anything else in common but ID. My point is that instead of repeating ID, 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 ID every time, one thing that you can do to, once again, reduce the repetition and increase extensibility and shareability across the code is introduce what you call a base model. So I'm going to create a new item that I'm going to call base, a new class rather, that I'm calling base domain entity. And then I'm going to make this public abstract class. So it's abstract. And abstract classes basically mean that they are there, but you can't have an instance of them by themselves. So you see, like how with car, we can just instigate or initiate rather car. Here, I can just call on car. When it's an abstract class, you can't just call base entity, base domain entity anywhere. However, it is good for inheritance purposes. So from here, I'm going to say prop int ID. All right. Now that I have this field here, I can tell everybody who needs that ID field to just inherit from base domain entity. So when I do that with car model, what you realize is that this ID lights up now. The message it is going to tell me is that this property here is interfering with the inherited one. So it's seeing a conflict. It's not an error. It's just warning you that if you intended to inherit, the value of this one is always going to take precedence of the inherited one. But the point of me inheriting is that I don't want to say it there, right? So anytime you have fields, so there, like later on in your career, you might start talking about auditing, where you want to store who created it and what date it was created. When you have those kinds of fields, you just put all of that in the base domain entity, and then you make sure that everybody who is a database class inherits from the base domain entity. So that way, every class will have those fields regardless. All right. So this now will reduce the repetition. So next time I have another class, I don't have to spend time putting in the ID property. I just let it inherit. If there are 5 properties that every class should have or every table should have in common, I just put them all in the base. Everybody inherits it. All right. So I'm just going to do that for all of my domain entities. So car is set, car model is set, color is set, and make is set. Everybody's inheriting from the base, right? So if I wanted to, like I said, just extend it, prop. So let's say I wanted to know when was it created. So prop, date, time, date created, right? So now I can say, okay, I know when this model was created, this make was created, when this car was put into the system, etc. These are all important bits when you're dealing with systems. So with these changes in place, let's jump over to our package manager console. And I'm just going to add a new migration. So I'm going to say added more car data tables. That's just my message. All right. So add migration and whatever message describes this whole activity as best to you as possible. And then let it go ahead and generate that migration. Build failed. Yes, of course, the build is going to fail because all of my views that have model are now going to cry out. So similar story to what we went through with name. But once again, it's better to get this done while we're in the development stage as opposed to when you're in production. All right, so we just quickly go through and comment out all of those fields that had a dependency on model. And I'm going to try that again. And this time we get our migration. So let us look through the migration quickly. we're seeing that we're dropping the column for model. We're adding the column for date created, and it's being added to makes. We're adding the car model ID to cars, the color ID, and the date created. All of those are being added to cars. And then we're creating the additional tables, all right, and then setting up those indexes and the foreign keys that weren't there previously. Of course, the down is just undoing all of that should we do a remove migration. All right. So after all of that, I'm going to do an update database, and if all goes well, we get the done, and we're done. So now let's update our fields. So back to the create. Our create no longer has car model. Now we have model ID. So model ID, and we have validation for model ID. Well, sorry, car model ID. That's the name of the field. So it's car model ID. And then we're actually going to have a select list just like this for the model. So we're going to do make, then select model. All right. And then our ASP items is not coming from makes. It's going to be coming from a field called models that we're going to be setting up in a few. All right. We also need to extend this list to have facility for our colors. So just the same way we have to put in the models, we have to put in our colors. So color ID, select color. All right. And this will be coming from a list of colors. All right, great. So that's it for our create. And what I'm going to do just to make this very easy, once again, copying and pasting, nothing wrong with it. I'll just jump over to the update and I'll change that out because it will be the same dynamic really. All right. So that is it for the update. For our index, we can uncomment this all and then put car model ID. So it would be car model dot name, right? So in the index list, we want to show the year, the make, the car model, and let's say we want to put in the picture, the color also. So it would be color dot name. All right, so you see the importance of the navigation fields. And then we uncomment. So now this is car model dot name and color dot name. All right, so this is just extending, and this is a normal part of any software development process. You're going to do something, you're going to get feedback, and then you're going to have to undo some things and redo some things and do new things, right? It's just a normal part of software development. So we've updated our index, our update, or create. So it's just the details. Now we'll just go ahead and update that. And we can do the others for the details also. Now, in doing this, it actually occurred to me that there was one thing the customer asked for that we did not put in, and that is the license plate number. So we put in everything but the license plate number. Now, at this point, once again, you have two options. You can either undo all the changes you made to the database and then put in the missing field and then, redo the migration. I'm not going to go through all of that. What I'm going to do instead is just say public, and license plate number I'm going to use a string because license plate, while it's called number, is not really a number. Sometimes it's alphanumeric. Like in my country, it's alphanumeric. And I have a general rule of thumb that I don't use int and double or any numeric data types unless I'm going to be using this number to do some form of math. So a license plate, while it's called number and while it may be strictly numerals in your country, it's not going to be used for any significant calculations. So like phone number, I wouldn't store phone number as a number in the database. I'll store it as a string, because if somebody puts in hyphens or the brackets and so on, then it's no longer just a number. So if license plate number comes with letters, just storing it as string has no consequence, whether it's only numbers or alphanumeric. All right. So I'm introducing that new field, and all I'm going to do is just add another migration saying added license plate number. I keep on typing name. I'm sorry, but I'm getting a build failed, and that's because we don't have these yet. So what I'll do is comment these out until the migration is done. All right, let's quickly, and then let's try that migration again, and I put that name. So I don't want name. I'm going to remove the migration, and I'm going to correct it and say license plate number. And then we get the migration where it's saying it's just adding that column, no problem. We could put validations on it. So, sometimes you do something and then you're like, oh snap, I forgot that step. So let us go back and just do it. So license plate number is going to be required, and I'm going to set a string length of 10. Right? That's generous in my book, right? Because I don't think anybody really has a license plate number of 10. In my country, they are 6 characters long. In a few countries around the world, they're up to 6, but let's just put it to 10. So nobody should be able to write an essay in that field. So let's do that again. Now I have to remove migration and then add migration. And it's a good thing that Microsoft doesn't charge us every time we run this statement. We can do it as many times as we need to make sure we get it right. Going into the database, so you see here, it's in varchar 10, max length 10, not nullable. That's fine. And then I can say update database. And that is done. All right, so now we have our license plate number introduced. I can go back to my forms and I can put in that input for the license plate. All right, so I can uncomment these. Uncomment these, make sure I fix my indentation, put in license plate number in the form, and then do the same thing for the update. So uncomment all of this and introduce the license plate number field. All right. And once again, I'm following the same format. So even if I need a new field, I'm just going to copy this, paste it, and then change what I need to change. All right. So now that all of that is introduced, what we need to do is make sure that we're loading the other drop-down lists. So right now we have makes. I need one for the colors and one for the models. All right. Just the same way that we had to load up makes, we have to load up colors and models. So we can just easily do that one place without duplicating the effort in both the get and the post. I can do it one place and say load initial data here, set the models to be context.models.toList. They're all the same kind of format, and that's really car models, sorry. So ID and name, that's fine. And then we have context.colors, and we have ID and name. Now notice that I'm getting these errors. And if you can tell me why I'm getting these errors, then kudos to you, you've been paying attention. If you can't tell me, that's fine. The reason we're getting these errors, let me just change that quickly. The reason we're getting these errors is that the context does not know anything about car models or colors. So I'm here trying to access tables that the context doesn't know. Why doesn't the context know? While we put them in the database and we created the entities, we still need to put the DB set. So I need to say, please track this entity called car model against a table called car models, and color against color. Now, this is a good point to point out these nuances, because it's easy to miss these little things, and I made these mistakes deliberately just to point out how being consistent is very important. So remember that this represents the name of the table, right? So by saying db set car model and car models, if I had put this in before doing the migration, then the migration would have said that the table name is car models and the table name here is colors. But because I did the migration already, look at what happens. The name of the table is car model and the name of the table is color. All right, so be very careful about that. So whatever the table name is here, you want to make sure that you kind of mirror that on this side with the name that you give it. And then that kind of looks mismatched to me. The cars, makes, right? So I don't really like when it's like that. So once again, they don't charge us to run migrations. How many migrations you run, that's really up to you and how many migration files you really want. But once again, as you practice more, you'll make fewer mistakes like this and you'll see them do it right the first time. And then you realize that when you needed to run 5 migrations to get one thing done, you'll just run 2 at most, right? So now that I've put this in car models and colors, I can go to the package manager console and run a migration, and I'm seeing corrected table names. So that's my migration. When I get that migration file, I'm seeing that it's dropping the foreign keys, dropping the primary keys, it's renaming the table and it's adding them back, right? So it has a whole step-by-step process of how it handles even renaming a table. It may seem simple, but like I never fully appreciated what databases go through in the backend until I actually saw what kind of migration code was being generated for what I perceive to be very simple operations. All right, so it's always good to let the migrations handle these kinds of things. You just add the migration when you need to. So we'll just update database. And once that is done, and once again, if you're encountering errors, you just comment out the code. Probably in the form, like the update form, will probably have some code that will cause problems. You just comment it out, do what you have to do, and then we get back to it. So back in our create, now you see that everybody is happy. We can load initial data. So we didn't do this load initial data in our update, and I would suggest that. So I'm just going to uncomment this code that was causing problems. We need the models and we need the colors. So over here, I'm going to have that private method. All I did was copy and paste it. All right. And then I'm going to tell it, go ahead and generate a property for models. So you see that? And then go ahead and generate a property for colors. Now, if I look at the top, there they are, right? So you see Visual Studio is a productivity tool. It's helping you to focus less on the little things and just get things done. So just like that, I now have my select lists. So what do I need to do? I need to call my load initial data method when I'm about to return the page. I call load initial data, all right? And then that's asynchronous, so I have to await it. And then if the model state is not valid, then I have to call initial data again. And that's it, right? So with that, we have accomplished a lot. And even then, you could probably abstract this functionality out into a helper method that does that for you. I'm not going to get that technical and complicated just yet. I'm just giving you the ideas, but you still see that we have to repeat this method here and in the create and in maybe other pages where you may need to list them. So if you want to reduce repetition, that's when you start saying, okay, how can I create one file with the method that multiple places need to use so I can just call it and have all the code in one place. With all of that said and done, however, we have accomplished a lot. We have extended the tables. The car table, we have created new tables, and we have facilitated for new drop-down lists. Now, when we come back, we're going to do the scaffolding for the new tables because we did that with makes so that we could maintain the list of makes. We need to do that for the colors and for the models. And then we will also look at how we can control which model comes up when a make is selected. All right, guys, welcome back. So the last time we left off, we had just put in new tables and we put in the drop-down lists, but we need to actually put in the CRUD pages around these lists. So I'm going to do one with you, and then I'm going to challenge you to pause the video and do the rest on your own. So let us do the scaffolding for our car model. So pages, add, and then we can add a new folder. So I'm just going to say car models. And then inside of that, I'm going to add a new Razor page. Razor page is using Entity Framework, CRUD. And then we're modeling off car model. Go ahead and hit add. And barring any errors, which once again would be because you probably just need to go and roll back to previous versions that would have worked. You can see your car models has been scaffolded. So I encourage you to hit pause right now and just do the same thing on your own for colors. And if all went well, then you should have a folder in your pages called colors and all the CRUD pages. All right. So what I'm going to do is quickly go to the layout and add the new nav the nav items. So I'm going to remove privacy because I'm really not using that privacy link. So we have cars, we have makes, we have models, and now we have colors. All right. And then of course you just change out the path to the relevant folder name /index. All right. Another challenge that I would give you guys is if you are interested in extending the same way we did the delete of the cars. So remember in the index page, we did the whole suite alert and the delete form and the jQuery to fill the delete form and the custom handler for the delete, right? I would encourage you just try and do that on the others, right? That's where practice comes in. So on car models, when I'm looking at the list of car models, what if I wanted to delete them? Well, you can put in the jQuery and everything and put in the custom handler, and you wouldn't need the delete page, right? So I'm encouraging you to try that on your own. We did it one time, review how we did it, and apply the knowledge, because that's really how you improve as a developer. All right, so let us test out our application. Let's go over to models, and I'm clicking models, and nothing is happening. And that is because I have the wrong folder name in the layout. So my bad. We made that correction, refresh, try again. So if I go to models, there we are. Now we're in the car models folder. So I'm going to add a new model, and this would be Sunny for Nissan. Now notice date created. I don't want the user to tell me when it was created. This is something that should be automatic. I want that to happen in the background. I don't want this shouldn't be on the screen for the user to see. And two, that needs to be happening in the background. All right, so bear that in mind later on when we start looking at view models, right? Because when we're using the data models, this is one of the limitations. We need it for the database, but we don't want it for the user interface. So there are times when we have to create a little separation between what we show the user and what do we actually store. This is one of those situations. We don't want to show the user this field at all, but we do need to store it. Anyhow, I'm just going to proceed by saying model is Sunny. Go ahead and create, and you see now it's telling me date created is required. Why is this required? Because we did not put a required over it. However, the data type it uses is date time, which just like the int gives an automatic requirement. All right. So I'm just showing you how the dynamics of all of these things when we, put things in and we don't necessarily consider the full picture just yet, or when we encounter these kinds of issues, how we can work around them or the understanding towards working around them. So that is why date created, is being stubborn and telling us that it is required. So that's fine. For now, just to get beyond this hump, we'll just put in a date created, and there we go. So we can add a few. I think Spider, that is Ferrari, right? I just made that today. Create, and we have Toyota Harrier was the first one in our system. Fine. And what other, sorry, I don't remember the makes that we have. So let me just look at the makes. We have Nissan. So I deleted the extra one. So we have at least one Toyota, one Nissan, and one Ferrari. That's good. So in our models list, we have those. Now I need some colors, and I'm just going to keep this simple. I'm just going to say black and blue. All right, so black and blue. So now when I go to create a car and I go and click cars and I say create new, I get the drop down list for make, I get the car model, all right, but I'm seeing all of them. So I could easily say Toyota Spider. Ah, right. And then we see the color ID, black and blue, the year. I'm going to say 2020. And the license plate number, like I said, in my country, can be alphanumeric. So it could be 1, 2, 3, 4 AB. That's the general format. We create, all right, and we at least see that it's created, but we're not seeing model, we're not seeing color. Why aren't we seeing model and color for the one we just created? We're not seeing it for the same reason we didn't see the make initially, because in our query, when we're getting back the index, so let me just jump over to the index for the cars. In that query, we have to include, right? So I have to make sure that I say include, and what I'm doing is just breaking lines so that I can just control D on this and make my life much easier. All right, working smarter, not harder. So when it gets the cars, include the make, the car model, the color, and then latest version of Visual Studio Code, apply code changes, go ahead and hit refresh, and we're seeing at least the color come back. So let's go and debug and see why we're not seeing the model. So I did all of the includes. You can go ahead and restart if you're already running in debug mode, but I put a breakpoint here so that when the data loads, it will pause and allow me to go in and interrogate. So I see I have 5 cars. And the car that I just added has the make ID, but it does not have a car model ID. So that means something went wrong with the form. Between the form being submitted and it getting here, something went wrong. That's fine. So let's go over to our create and see what might be missing. So that is the problem. Wow. So I did copy and paste. While it is good, just be very careful. So I was still binding it to the wrong field. So it should be make ID, right? So save that, refresh or apply code changes. Let's go and try this again. Go ahead and load the create form. We get Toyota Spider, black, 1990, and I'll just reuse that license plate number, and I'll remove this breakpoint so it just goes ahead and loads, and there we go. So it's coming back now. So the binding is happening as we expect. That's good. So that's one of our battles fought. If we go to edit now, we're seeing all of what we had put in. If I change this from black to blue and from Toyota to Harrier, because I realized, oh, I made a great mistake, and I click save, then we see we're back to square one. We're back to square one because I updated the create and I use the same code here in the update. So the update still has that error. Regression testing, always important. Anytime you introduce changes to your system, go back through and make sure that what used to work still works. So let me try that again. And save, and there we go. So now the edit is working. Create is working. All of those features work. Does delete still work? Let's check, and it does. All right, so everything works the way we left it. Now, the next big ticket item was that when we create, we want to make sure that only the respective model relative to the make exists. That means when I create a model, I need to let it know which make it belongs to. And then 2, when I select a make when creating the car, I need to make sure I'm loading only the models those relate to. All right, so that's very important. That was very important. They stressed that part in the meeting, right? So let us see how we can do that. So the first thing we need to do is introduce a make ID. So we need to create a relationship between the model and the make, and think about it conceptually, because I mean, if you have a car and you know that you have certain brands of cars that have certain models, right? That's a relationship. So if you were to write, do like a crossword puzzle or one of those crossword matching activities where you had the brands on one side and the models on the other side, and you should match the ones that relate to each other. It would be the same concept as a foreign key. When you draw that line between Toyota and Harrier or Nissan and Sony, that is you saying that they are related. So that relation is seen as a foreign key, which is what we have been doing up until now with car. So let us jump out of testing mode and go back into extension mode. So we're going into car model. I'm going to introduce a foreign key. I already have that kind of foreign key here in make ID in car. So I'm just copying that, jumping over to car model, and then I'm going to introduce it. So now I have that field to let it know that it should be related to a make. And in the same way, because of this relationship, I can go over to make and let it know that it has a list of car models. You see how that works? So with that done, I'm sure you guessed it, we need a new migration. So add migration, added make model relationship. That's my message. And then we get the migration file, which is not doing anything fancy. We already know, we can look at it and we just know that, okay, it's doing the right thing. We can update the database. And when that's done, we can move along. So in the CRUD for our models, car models, we need to extend the create page to have a drop-down list for the makes, and we need, and also the edit, sorry, right? So I have that kind of code already. Once again, work smarter, not harder. So I'm just going to take this form group. I'm going to jump over to car models, and I'm actually going to remove the date created. So you can actually just remove the field, right? You don't want the field on the page, you remove it. So here, the binding would be car model dot make ID, right? And we're taking from makes. That doesn't yet exist, but that's fine. I'm going to copy this also, go over to the edit. I don't want the date created. I need to retain the ID though. Remember, always retain the hidden, but I don't want that section. I just want the make ID part. All right. Then I'm going to have that load initial data. So that initial query that we ran when we had to fill the data for the page, I'm just going to jump over to car models. I'm going to use the method. I'm going to remove the excess. I don't need those two. I only need makes. So I'm going to create that property. All right. And then include any missing references. And then here, I'll just do my await load initial data call. All right. And I'll do the same thing before returning the page. And this is all in the create async. So I'm kind of speeding through this because this is stuff that we just did, and I'm really just copying and pasting the code that we already went through in detail. So we're not doing anything special at this point. It's the same thing. We're just reusing code that we wrote and we know the concepts of. So if we do that for the create, we have to do that also for the edit, which is going to have it. I'm just going to put it here. Go ahead and generate this new property, and then we make our call await load initial data, and we made that call up here also in the on get right before we return the page. All right, and just like that, we're done. All right, so we're done facilitating a make ID for our model. So let me run. Jump over to our models create, and you see here we are getting the list of make, and we have the capacity to write in the model. So I'm going to say Sonny, and you are related to Nissan, and I'm going to create that one. All right, so actually I'm just going to delete all the previous ones. So I just middle click them, open them in new tabs, delete. So I haven't extended this to have the delete functionality just yet. That's no problem though, it still works. So delete. All right, oh, I thought they all worked, but they don't. So this one is in the delete conflicted with something and has been terminated. And I think that is only because I'm deleting something that shouldn't be. Okay, deleted. So this deletion error is really because we created a car that has a relationship with this. So bear that in mind. So let me point this out from the migration. Like I said, whenever we see errors, I am not skirting past these errors, because there are times when you will learn the concept without seeing any errors, and then when you get errors, you don't know what to do. So it's good to see the errors and understand them. When we created the migrations, most, if not all, of the foreign keys that were added with the onDelete referential action restrict. So if you're not so familiar with databases, what happens is that you have the referential action, which allows you to either say, when I delete the parent record, meaning you delete like a car, or you delete like a car model, right? Then delete all of the cars that have that association, right? So if I was to delete a color, let's say I deleted black and I had 50 cars in the database as black. If you wanted, when I delete black, it would delete all 50 cars as black, then you would say cascade. All right. So cascading action means delete everything related to this record. What our migrations gave us was restrict, which is why we're getting that error, because it's saying you're not allowed to remove a record that has children records. So something is relying on this record. So a car right now is relying on the Harrier record that we have. I cannot delete Harrier until I delete all the cars that are Harriers. So I would have to go and delete all the actual car records that are Harriers, then come back and then say, yes, I want to delete Harrier. So that is basically what this is saying right now. All right. So it's an error, but it's not really an error, right? So that's fine. So I'll just go ahead and add new ones. And notice, because I took off the date created, it's defaulting to a date. So it's not telling me that it's required, because it's not on the screen to think it's required. But when nothing is provided to it, it will get a default value just like this. Just like how with int, if nothing is provided, it will default to 0. So this would be Spider, and Spider is relative to Ferrari. And the other one that we had, let's just add another Harrier, and this one is Toyota. Or let me use another one. Let me use Lexus, right? Or Supra. There we go. So Supra, Toyota, create. All right. So we have at least 3 records that are directly related to makes, and one that is still kind of freestyle. So when I go to cars and go to create, the expectation is that I shouldn't be seeing everything in the drop-down list like this. If I click Toyota, I should only be seeing the Toyota-related one. If I click Ferrari, the list should change and only show me the Ferrari models. That's what the user expects. Obviously, that's not happening now. So let us implement logic to make that happen. All right, guys. So when we were last here, we were setting up our form and setting up our drop-down lists for makes, models, colors. Now, the next big ticket item is that they want that when they select the make from the list, it automatically will filter the list of models for display. So let us review what we have right now. We have our form that has all the makes listed and all the models listed. So no matter how I change the make, we're still seeing all of the models. All right. So that means when I choose Nissan, I should only be seeing Sunny based on the data that's in the database right now. When I choose Ferrari, this list should reconfigure and only show Spider. So that's what we need to implement. And the tool that we're going to be using is JavaScript, or jQuery. So jQuery has this feature called Ajax that allows you to actually do what we call asynchronous calls to the server side code from the client side. In other words, we'll be inside of our static HTML section, but we'll be hitting a server side method, loading the query, getting the data, and then bringing it back over to the client side, all in real time. Let's get this party started by going over to our create page for the cars. And what we're going to do is override the ID value for the models. We're also going to override the ID value for the makes. Now, a quick explanation. Remember that the ASP-4 is a tag helper that when the page gets rendered, it's going to give us the name attribute as well as the ID attribute. Now, when you have that kind of double-barreled name like car.makeID, the ID itself is going to come out as car underscore make ID. I don't want such a complicated ID, so I can always override it with my simple one. So I'm adding ID equals makes to the makes drop-down list, and ID equals models to the models drop-down list. Next up, I need to add some JavaScript. So remember that what we want to accomplish is that when you change the make ID value, we are going to be dynamically loading or changing the values that are available in the model drop-down list. So I'm going to start off in my section for scripts with a script tag. So remember that that's what this section is dedicated for. Anytime you want to write JavaScript, always create that section and then you put in your script tag and then you can proceed. So let us start off with our event handler. So I'm watching for a value change event in the makes drop-down list. We've seen that we can watch for a click event on a button. So pretty much you can watch for any kind of event on any kind of control. The type of event you choose to use, though, is relative to whatever operation you're carrying out. So I want that when I change the ID value here, or the make ID value, that it will do something else. So I'm saying watch for my element with the ID. So remember, when we want an element by ID, we say hashtag and then say the ID makes. See how much easier that is? And then the event we're watching for is a change event. So it's going to watch to see when the value is changed. And then we specify that we want to run this function whenever that happens. So function, to get the spelling right. And as I said, every time I open, I close from the get-go so that I don't forget. And then break a few lines and then we can start writing the code here. So the first thing I want to do in this event is get the value. So it has changed. What is the value now? So I'm going to say var make ID is equal to this. So this object represents whatever control triggered the event, this dot value. All right. And then I want to set the default values inside of the model. So right now I've hard coded that. What I'm going to do is actually just take it out of the select. So I'm not hard coding it because we're always going to be changing the values, but I do want that the HTML in there is that default bit of text. So I'm going to say, get me the element by the ID models. Remember, select ID models, right? So get me that element and set the HTML in that element to be option. So this will basically just append the HTML. Whatever the control is, it will just add the HTML. Whatever you put in here, it will add that inside of the tag. So anytime you want to manipulate what is inside of a tag, maybe you have an empty div and you want to put another element in there on the fly, that's exactly what we're doing. Right now we have the empty select list. Yes, it's getting the items from models, and I could even remove that because on the first load I don't want it to have any items, right? So I'll remove that, and whenever this is changed, then it should at least set that default HTML tag, and then we're going to make the Ajax call to go and fetch the values from the database and bring them back here. So to do that, I'm going to say $.get JSON. So this is a jQuery method that allows me to call a URL. So I'm just going to put empty quotation marks right there for the URL. It also allows me to pass in data. So in this case, I need to get the models based on the make ID. So the parameter name that I'm going to use is make ID colon, and the value I'm passing in is make ID. So this is the parameter name, but this is the value. And notice when I highlight this, it also highlights the variable, right? So this is the value. Whatever value came from the change event, that is what I'm passing over to this method. Then I have a comma, and then this function basically says, when it is successful, I will do this. and it takes, or it has a capacity to take a parameter called, I'm calling it data. So data here would represent whatever came back from the server side call. All right. So I'm going to leave this shell of a function here. Inside of this area is where we're going to do the magic of filling the stuff. But this is the basic template. So we have a URL, which I haven't put in yet. We're passing over the make ID value that is going to be used to filter the list of models. And then when we do get back that list of models, we're going to be implementing the action in that area. So I'm going to pause here for a bit, and I'm going to jump over to the code file for this create. And what we need to put in here is a method that will actually be called whenever the change event occurs. So remember that Ajax allows us to make server-side calls from client-side code. All right. So here I'm going to put in what we'll call another handler. So remember that these methods are called handlers. And this one is going to be JSON results. So public async task returning JSON result. And this is going to be an onGet. So remember that I was saying that you have onGet, that's a keyword. OnPost, that's a keyword. When we want a custom handler, I am going to say onGet, and let's call this models. Or you can even call it car models if you want to be explicit, right? So onGet car models. This needs an integer, which would be make ID. That is the parameter that we are saying we're going to be sending over, right? So we need to receive that value inside of the parameter there. And then this method needs to return a JSON result. So one, we need to run the query, and two, we need to return the JSON result. We can do it in one line. I'll do it in two just to show. So var models would be equal to our context dot car models, and then it's easy enough to say to list. So you see that the to list async is just going to return every single thing in the list, which is what we've been doing here, but that's not necessarily what we want. We want it filtered. So I need to inject what we call a condition or a where clause. So I have to say dot where, and then we put in our lambda expression. So Q is my token this time, and I'm going to say where the column of make ID matches the value that was passed in through the parameter. So after we get all of those, then I'll just say return new JSON result with the data of models. So what this will do is actually take all the database objects, the data from the database, store it inside of models, and then this will just return all of that in the form of what we call JSON, right? So this is complaining because I need to await the call to list. All right. So now we have our method. Now I have an idea of the path that I need to call in order to get the data. So back to the JavaScript, I can now say get JSON, your URL or the path you should call would be /cars/create. I guess that looks familiar, right? /cars would be the cars folder. /create would be our create file. But our create file or create method, which has the onGet and the onPost, also has onGet car models. And this is our handler for that situation. So I have to say /cars/create. Then I'll pass in a query string in the URL to say the handler you're expected to call in the create page is equal to car models. So notice the naming convention. Over here, it's called onGet. That's a keyword. That's a key expression that Razor Pages is looking for. But the method itself is called car models. So I'm saying your handler is car models. So I don't have to put on the onGet or the onPost part. I'm just saying call car models. All right. So after doing all of that, we have the URL set and we have the data, or at least what needs to be passed over as a parameter. We're expected to get back this data. Now what I'm going to do is loop through the data and fill the drop-down list manually, right? So the reason I would have put this line in is that every time I make a change in the makes drop-down list, I want to reset. So by just calling this line, it's going to empty out all the HTML and it's going to set only what I put here as the HTML. Now I need to, having fetched the data, put in the rest of the HTML. So $.each is a way of saying for each in JavaScript. And the collection would be coming from our variable here, data. So data will represent the new JSON result that is returned, right? So for each, basically object in the data, execute this function where I get a key and let's call it a value. All right, so a key and a value. And then we open and close that and semicolon, so I don't forget. So in this for each method, I'm basically just going to define what an option should look like. So var option is equal to, and I'm going to say $option. So open brace option, open and close option, just like the tag. So we want that option tag there. I'm going to add an attribute. So remember that an attribute that is very essential to a drop-down list option would be the value. So I'm adding this attribute and I'm going to tell it that its value is the value.id. All right, because remember that when this returns the list of models, our model table is going to give us back the ID courtesy of the base domain entity inheritance. It's also giving back a name. Yes, it's giving back make ID and list of cars. That's fine, but we don't need those. We really need the ID for the value and the name for the display. So I can infer that the JSON result, which is just returning a result of the same class or result of a bunch of objects of the same class that we just looked at, it is going to definitely have in the value section an ID field. And then I'm going to add .text to be the value .name. So for each option, for each value or each thing that came back through the data, get the value and then build an option where you're putting in the value as the attribute and the text, which will be what goes in between the open and close, like this section that says select model, the text would be value.name. Now, after I've built an option, the next thing would be to append it. So I'm just going to say models dot append, not append to, but just append option. So append now will add to the end of whatever is in there. So when I say .html, it will empty it out. It will reset it to whatever value I want here. So if I wanted it blank, I could just say your HTML is now blank or your HTML is now the option, right? However, in this case, I don't want to clean it out. It's already cleaned out with the default. Now I just want to append the other options to the default. Now, with all that done, what I'm going to do is introduce a little method here that I use to debug called console.log, right? So whenever you are trying to do your JavaScript or your jQuery and you're not quite sure if what you're doing is working or what values are being passed or being set, you can always do a console.log, which will print to the console area of your browser, showing you whatever it is you're printing out. So I'm going to do a console log for the make ID just to make sure that we're getting back the correct value whenever there's a change. And I'm also going to do the console log on the data right here when the JSON call is successful, because then you'll see what JSON really looks like if you're not quite familiar with what I'm talking about when I say JSON, right? So let us take this for a spin. I'll just do Control F5, or rather I'll do it in debug mode. I'll set a breakpoint right here so we can see exactly when that method is called, and we can go ahead and get a better understanding of how Ajax works. All right, so we're on the page now, and you see here, one, there's nothing in this drop-down list because, one, we removed our ASP items from it. So ASP items for the make, but for the models, there is no ASP item. So even though we call the database in the background and we load initial data, we didn't tell it where it should be getting its items from. Two, we also removed the default option from this select list. So we're getting a blank drop-down list. Make is fine. Now, when I click Toyota, look at what happens. It's jumping to my breakpoint. So that means the Ajax call is successfully finding the handler. And I'm just going to jump down to the last line so that we can see what is in models. So you see here that it actually got the one Toyota model that is in the database. All right. And that's all the data that it's returning. So everything in the database. So we could even refine this a bit more because we really don't need all of these things. We really just need the make ID and the name. All right. But that's fine. Let's just go ahead and continue. Oh, sorry, we just need the ID and the name. We don't need the make ID. Sorry. So if I just hit F5 and allow it to continue, now you see that default text being loaded in. So one, on change, it went ahead and it set the HTML, and then two, it made the Ajax call, which then retrieved the stuff. So that means under that, I'm going to see Supra. Now, when I talk about console log, if you right click, go to inspect element or hit F12 and click console, then you will actually see the console messages being printed here. This is an error about trying to load the font awesome stuff, so that's minuscule at this point. But you see here that the console is logging the make ID as 1. If I change this to Nissan, you see it's 2. If I change it back to Toyota, you see it's 1. So each time we make the change, we're console logging, we can see what value is being chosen. Under that, you'll notice a far more complex looking construct, and this is what JSON really looks like, right? So if I expand this, that is what we call a JSON object. So JSON is JavaScript object notation, which is a very, very popular standard for transporting data across, well, HTTP right now, right? So in this case, what it did was to take all the data from the class and serialize it into key value pairs. So the name of the field and the value that the field would have. So that's why you see name with the value, make ID with the value, make, etc. So it's the same kind of construct that we just used right here when we were making the call. That is JSON, right? Notice key or parameter, colon, and the value. Just that I'm using a variable, but in this case, we're seeing the literal values. So after getting that object from the Ajax call, we are able to now just access the individual values, or the values by their keys, because it's an object and it's also like an array, right? So or it's an array of these JSON objects. So if I had multiple Toyotas in the system, so let me just go over and create a few more models. All right, so I just created about 2 more Toyotas in the system. So look at what happens when, all right, I changed to Nissan, but I'm changing back to Toyota. Now I'm seeing that there are 3 Toyotas in the system. I didn't pause or anything. Literally, I just went over, created them, right? They're now in the database. So every time it hits the database, it's going to get back the newest values. And there are the JSON objects. So we're seeing each one of the cars in its own JSON representation and being represented right here in the drop-down list. So that's what we call a cascading drop-down list. So the persons who requested this feature didn't know that they wanted a cascading drop-down list, and they certainly would not appreciate the level of effort that goes into creating such a construct. However, as developers, we're always going to be given requirements, and it is up to us to find the best solution. So in this case, jQuery was the easiest solution for something like that. And like I said, jQuery / JavaScript, that's not something you're going to always write necessarily, but it does definitely come in handy when you have certain situations like this that need quick and clean solutions. So just by way of cleanup, what I'll do is just remove these console logs because they're really for debugging purposes. You don't want to leave them in your code because when your application goes public, other people might see it and want to and get inside information or potentially sensitive information in their own browser console logs for your website. You don't want that. So after you've debugged and you've fixed it and you know it works, you can always go ahead and remove your console.logs. And that's really it. So one other cleanup activity or a few cleanup activities, starting with the fact that I really would want this default to be there at all times, right? So what I would do is also replicate this, and even then you could put it in a method, but what I'll do is put this outside of our makes change function. So that means as soon as the page loads, we will always be setting this option. So that's one option. The other option is that we just put it back, right? So when the page loads, we just have the default option here that says select model, but of course it has no ASP item, so it's empty. So that's the only option that would be there. Either way, when you change, it will always reset that value before it appends the values coming from the database. Now, outside of that, another cleanup that I would want is in the load initial data. I don't need to call the models. If I'm going to be loading them dynamically, then I don't need to call this query when the page is loading. So that's one less query up front, and that's just going to lead to a snappier load time, right? Now we've done all of that in the create. Let's just go ahead and make the same changes in the update. And then this is where it can get a bit tricky again. So am I going to repeat all of this? So right now, what we would be inclined to do is just copy this, put over in the update, and copy this this JSON result method and put over in the update. So I would agree that maybe this JSON result method needs to be duplicated. Okay, I can accept that. But when we come back, we look at the best way to actually share the code between the update and the create, such that we don't, if there's need for maintenance, once again, there's one or very few points of contact, and thus reducing the maintenance effort in the long run. And we're back. So in this lesson, what we're going to be doing is modifying our update to be able to do the cascading drop down list. And what we don't want to do is repeat all of this code between the two views, because let's just backtrack. We have to allow the model drop down list to repopulate each time the make drop down list value is changed. That obtains on the create page, and that also has to go on for the update page because it's pretty much the same form. So the same thing is expected. Now, the update page has an additional requirement where when we say that we have the make, and that value would already be provided when we select a car to update or to edit, right? So we would select a car, the page or this update form is going to load with all of the values for the car. So it's going to load with the value for the make, but then this drop down list by default is going to be empty. So remember that we're removing the items. We have to dynamically load it. And I also want to make sure it's loaded with only the models, right, that are relative to whatever make was selected. So if this was Toyota, then I should only be seeing the Toyota values when the edit page is loaded. So that's another modification that we're going to have to make sure that we account for when we write our code. Now, to make this script shareable, firstly, we're going to have to put it in its own file. And we kind of discussed that from the earlier days when we talked about how to make the JavaScript shareable across multiple files or pages, right? So the same concept applies here. So what we'll do is go to our www root, and in our JS folder, I'll just right click and I'm going to add a new JS file. So just add new item. And frankly, I usually just choose anything here because I know the file extension that I want. So instead of trying to find exactly the one, and you can just search over here and you can see JavaScript, so you get JavaScript file, right? So that's okay, but ultimately what you want is something with the extension .js. So we'll just call this one cascading models script, cascading sorry, let me get my spelling right. Cascading models drop down list script. So I'm naming it this this explicitly because I want it to be very clear what the script file is going to have. All right, so cascading models drop down list script. Press enter and then it will generate that file for us. This file comes empty. If you used another template, just clean everything out of the file. The most important thing is that it has the .js as a file extension. Now what I'm going to do is take all of this, cut it, and then I'm just going to paste it inside of our JS file. So that is simple enough. And then now that we have the JS file, what we'll do on both the create and the update pages will be to replace the script tag with the src component, right? So we just say script src is equal to, and the IntelliSense will help you to fill it out. You just control space if you don't see any prompt, js/cascading models dropdown list script.js. Right, and you can just copy that and make sure you put it at a similar place on the update page. Now, since most of the mods we're making now are to cater to the update operation, we have to make sure that the update form looks just like the create form. So a part of that is to make sure that the same controls or the corresponding controls have the same ID values as seen on the create form. So in update, make sure the makes has ID equals makes, and make sure that the model has ID equals models. All right, so just make those modifications and then let's jump back over to our JS file and then continue our work. Now, a few things to consider. One, yes, when we're creating, it's fine because we've seen it work. Everything starts off with the default values, and then when we change the makes, it's expected to go ahead and fetch the new values. It knows the path, so we don't have to change the path because it already exists in the create page. So the update can actually just call that same path in the whole JSON file request rather, and that should be fine. So we don't have to modify any of those concrete things. However, we have to consider that when the form is not blank, like in the case of an update, there is going to be a make ID present up front. With that make ID, we need to make sure that we populate this list up front. We can't wait for the change event on an update to have these values present. Those are two factors. Another factor is that we need to make sure that the value that was selected by the user when they created the vehicle is the value that is presented. So while we're populating all of the options, like we have maybe Toyota and we have 4 options for Toyota, only one of them was really selected. We have to make sure that that is the one that is visible to them. As we've seen on the update page, the drop-down list will always show the value that was selected during creation. So we have to make sure we replicate that kind of logic here. So with a few tweaks, what we'll do, one is take this declaration of make ID. I'm going to put it above the scope of the event. So the event happens here, makes.change function. This function is our event. I want make ID to be global to that. So by doing this declaration at the top of the file with no braces around it or anything, because our scope is really open and close brace, like that event, this function is within the scope of this change event, because the bracket opens here and it closes here and everything inside of that is within its scope. So by putting this outside of here, there is no scope surrounding this variable. Every function and every other bit of code that we write can access it at will. So that's fine. So now that we have done that, what we need to do is also make this reusable. So right now it is bound to the confines of the change event. I don't want it to be only called when there's a change event. I want it to be called by, automatically when there is a load event also, right? So what I'm going to do is cut this, and underneath the change event, I'm going to make a custom function. Just write the word function, and we're just going to call it load models. So I'm just giving it a name akin to what it will be doing for us. And we're just going to say paste. All right. So now that this is in a method, I can call it at will. So I can say whenever makes is changed, I want to load models. Before I can load models, however, I have to get the new value of make ID. So we're just tweaking here, right? So remember that this object really refers to whatever set off the event. Now this is outside of the event, so it can't be this while we're here. So I'm going to copy this line and say, when this event is triggered, get the value of this control that triggered it, and then everything else can flow, no problem. However, when it's global and it's being declared, I have to manually say, get me the control with the ID makes and get me the value. So those, I'm just pointing those out, right? Based on where you're doing the same lines of code, the way you access it will have to be different. I mean, we could have accessed it like this inside of the function, so that wouldn't be a problem, right? I'm just showing you how you can reuse the syntax in different ways. So we have to access it by its name here, but then we have choices inside of our click event. So with these modifications made, I'm not going to go any further. I'm going to just go and test and make sure that the create still works as how we left it. So testing the create, I'm going to change to Toyota, and I'm still seeing Toyotas come up, Ferrari. So everything works in the create. So with those minor tweaks, we have retained all the functionality that we would have left with last time. No problem. So create still works. And I kind of cleaned out some of my records, especially those with the orphaned models and so on. I just cleaned up the database a bit. So let's get back into it. So now the objective would be that when we click edit, we see Ferrari coming up, but what we're not seeing are the models or the fact that it was Spider, right? So remember, Ferrari Spider, black. When we click edit, we see Ferrari, we see black, but we're not seeing Spider. We're not seeing any values here. So we need that to happen automatically, right? Of course, when I do the change event, it will happen, but we don't want to have to wait on the change event for that to happen, right? So let us modify the code accordingly. And what we'll do is call load models on start, right? So as soon as the script is loaded, we want to load the models. So it's automatically going to get the make ID. So it's automatically, when the edit page is loaded, the script will get the value here. Then load models will say, go ahead and make the JSON call, passing in the make ID and getting the options. Right? So let me just test and see if that made a difference. We just refresh the page, and if you look, let me just refresh again. I don't think that was refreshed properly. So I'm just refreshing. Ferrari's loaded. And if you look, you'll see Spider in the list. All right. Similarly for the Toyota, if I just click edit while it says select model, it does have all of them in the list. So at least that part is working. Now we need it to make sure that we're selecting the correct one when loading the drop-down list. So here's a cool way that we can pass the value coming over through our binding and from the server side over to our client side script, and then use it to inform our decision. So in the script tag, we can pass in value parameters right here. So I'm going to say model ID is equal to, and then in quotation marks, I'll put @ model dot car model ID, right? So right here, I'm just passing over a parameter. When you call this script, make this value available to it, and that is what it should be called. All right, nice and cool. So the @ once again is used as part of Razor syntax. Anytime you see it, that's how we can access C#. So you can use that @ and do your if statements, your for loops, whatever it is. We've seen it multiple places, but this is how we can actually use it to our own advantage. We want whatever value is there, and we're mixing it in with standard JavaScript syntax. Now in the JavaScript file itself, what I can do is say var model ID is equal to, document is a static keyword that represents this document that I'm in, or the document meaning the page. So remember, we always say document.ready, right? When we want to initialize our JavaScript or jQuery rather. So document.current script and get attribute. So attribute would represent this parameter, and we're calling it by name. So we're saying get that attribute, and we're storing whatever value was possible with that attribute inside of model ID. Then underneath the option, I'm going to introduce an if statement that says if the value.id. So remember that when we're getting all the cars as the data or from the JSON call, right? We make the call, this runs the query against the make ID, and then it returns all of it in the form of this variable called data. Then we're iterating through data and saying, give me each key and value pair. The key would be the name, and the value is what we really want. Create an option variable that represents an HTML option tag with the attribute value, storing the value.id, and text that is presenting the name that came over with that value key pair, right? Then I'm saying if the ID of the current option that you're building, or if the ID of the current value that you're evaluating rather, matches the model ID, then that option, add a property, give it the name selected and true. So prop and ATTR or attribute kind of look very similar. They kind of do the same thing, but I'm just showing you different ways you can write similar code, right? So here I'm just saying option.property, add selected true, and then we go ahead and append it. Now with those changes made, I'm just going to save everything, and then we can jump back over to our edit. And well, I didn't even refresh it, refreshed itself and see it's working. So I'm going to go back to list. Toyota Supra, when I click edit, Supra is automatically loaded. Even though the list is full, Supra is the one that is selected. If I go back, Ferrari Spider, it's going to show me Spider. So it went, fetched all of the models from the JavaScript and then evaluated them and saw that that one matched the one that was selected. If I just do an inspect element, you see on that option, it has the value, but the property was set to selected. So that is why it floated to the top. All right. So that is basically all we need to do to get our cascading drop-down list working for both the create and the update. And in general, that's the concept behind a cascading drop-down list. Anytime you're using a system where you select one option and then that option influences the rest of the form or the rest of the options, this is all they're doing. All they're doing is watching to see, did you change the value in this drop-down list? If yes, carry out these commands. These commands could be hiding parts, hiding elements of the form. In our case, we're completely rearranging the elements of another part of the form. Whatever it is you need to do, it is right here at your fingertips. Now, these things are, they're kind of difficult to memorize, and if you don't use it a lot, you might not necessarily have it on quick rapid fire recall every time you need to do something like this. But the reality is that once you understand the concept of how JavaScript can help you to make dynamic web pages and how they can, bring towards fruition your idea or vision for a page or form or whatever it is, you just need to go there and research, how do I do this, and break it down into small tasks. Yes, it was a big task thinking about how one drop down this is going to change the rest of it, but we could easily itemize and say, okay, what are the scenarios we need to account for? How do I account for that scenario? So scenario number one, options must be available at all times for the edit and for the create. They both rely on the same bit of code. Instead of writing these two places, I just put it in a method and call the method two places. So if something changes about how we're going to formulate our options or so on, we just have to make the change one place. So these are things that you just, with practice and exposure, they will become natural and second nature to you. All right, so we're nearing the end of the basic parts of the application. We've set up the CRUD. We've done some, cool JavaScript stuff. Now it's really just about beautifying the application. So the first part about beautifying this application to me would be fixing the labels. So we kind of put in some effort to make sure that these labels are, set properly on the list of cars. But then if we look at makes, models, colors, make is only showing the name of the make. And then if you look at the others, we're seeing date created as well as on the color. So I would want to probably either fix this, make it spaced and more human readable, or just remove it, because I don't think our users really need to know at this point when it was created. Date created is more for system auditing than for user consumption, right? So we can go through and hide some of these. Another thing that I would want to prioritize would be on the forms. For at least create car, we're seeing make ID, car model ID, color ID. Now remember that these ID values are more for the system than for the user. So the user is going to come here and wonder what is a make ID, but then they're seeing names. Instead, the label should say make, right? Or something, car model, color, right? Instead of make ID, that. License plate number, that to me should be a bit more human readable. And I think it would be nice to put in some validation to make sure that no two vehicles get the same license plate number, right? I think that's detrimental to our data quality. So little things like that would constitute the cleanup activity. So let us start off with our interfaces, like for the model and the color that have date created. That's simple enough. We can just jump over to those pages or those index pages. So for the model, I'll jump over to the index page and I'll just remove the column that shows the date created. So I'll remove those two columns. Right. I'm going to do the same thing for the colors. So index, remove date created, and remove that. All right. Looks good so far to me. So at that point, that activity is good. Now for the create cars and update, or for forms for the cars where we had model ID, you see here that it says label ASP-4 car model ID, right? So we already looked at how we can change the display name for on the index, where it's a display name for, and we said name is supposed to show as the word model instead of its default name. So that's simple enough. All we have to do is everywhere we would have had that ID value, we just make it know that it's supposed to say make, right? So here, when we're creating the model, we would have had the drop down list for the make ID. Same principle. We just give it the display name make, so that drop down list will now say make instead. So if I jump over to the model and I just made a change, so it has to update the application, right? So I'm running without debugging. But when I go to models and click create new, there we go. It's now saying make instead of make ID. So let's look at cars. We're on the car create form. It said make ID, car model ID, and color ID. So what I'm going to do is go over to the car class, and over make ID, I'm going to say your display name is equal to make. For the color, your display name is equal to color. And for the car model ID, your display name is car model, right? So when I save all of that and go back, it's going to automatically refresh, and you see everything now looks a bit more human readable. License plate number, I'm going to give it a display name, and that display name is going to say license space plate space number. Right here, if I wanted it to be a bit more sophisticated than just year, I could say your display name is manufacturer year, right? I'm just showing you that when you see these nice clean interfaces, this is all they're doing in the background. .NET makes it so easy for you to kind of make these changes in the background and have it manufacture here, right? It makes it so much easier for you to just be consistent across your user interface with your labels and how everything looks. So that's really it for this particular activity. The next major activity for me would be to kind of change the buttons or have the consistency with our buttons. So we went through that major overhaul with cars where we set up these nice clean looking buttons for the create new, for the edit, for our create or back to list, for the edit page, save or back to list, for the details, edit or back to list. We have all of those. But then we introduced other pages that, well, just brought us right back to the default stuff, right? So what if we wanted to actually change how these look, or rather, it's easy enough to change how they look because we've done that, right? We see how to change how they look, but what we need to do is to make sure that they are all consistent. Consistency is key in website design. You want to make sure all your pages kind of have that common theme behind them, right? So what we're going to do is look at how we can kind of take these buttons and put in more reusable forms, because if I had, well, I do have 4 different places with create buttons. I have a create button on the list of cars, one to be on the list of makes, models, and colors. But then what if I wanted to change the general design from a plus sign to something else or something around the button? I would have 4 different places to make that change. So when we come back, we look at how we can kind of abstract that out and use one template across all pages. The last time we were here, we were cleaning up our labels. Now we're coming back to clean up all of our buttons and the general layout of all our pages, the lists, and how everything flows. So we're talking about having a general template for how our button sections look. In this lesson, we'll be looking at what we call partials. So a partial is exactly what the name suggests. It's like a part of a page, right? So we're already kind of using partials because our views, these view files, are technically partials because it's only part of all that is required for an HTML page. And then what we're doing is just randomly, or not randomly, sorry, dynamically rendering them inside of the particular section of the overall page that we want. So this is our main page, and this is where we set all the global styles and everything fine. But then we're rendering the partials based on where we're navigating. We show the partial to make it look like the pages are actually changing, when all we're really doing is changing out the section inside of the render body. Now we can bring that concept down a bit more to the actual page, and that's what we're going to be doing to get the index buttons. So right now I have completely styled these index buttons for the cars index page. It's easy enough to just copy and jump over to car models, go to index, and then replace the buttons here. That's easy enough, right? And then once again, it's easy enough to do that for every other page, because really and truly, the buttons need to look alike and our routing is fairly consistent, except the fact that we use the default scaffolding here for the edit for the car models and everything else, and we have changed that to update for the editing for the cars, right? So I'm actually going to undo that. I was just bringing home the point that you could change them, and to rename a file is pretty simple. All we have to say is rename the top file. The code file will also get renamed, but then another consequence of that is that I like to be consistent with the name of the model. So I'm going to change this from update model to edit model and use control dot and do a rename refactor through and through. And then any path that would have led to update.cshtml needs to lead to edit, like it would have by default. All right. So I was just saying that to say that if we're going to be consistent, we need to be consistent. You can't name one update and then the others are edit and another one is change and so on. It makes it harder for you to actually be consistent with your code. All right. So we are going to be changing the buttons for all the indexes, but once again, I don't want to copy and paste the code. So what we're going to do is in the shared folder, right? So shared, the purpose of shared is that the different partials are accessible across the application. So in the shared folder, we're just going to go ahead and add, and I'm going to say new item. And from the list, I'm going to choose Razor View. So if you look at the difference between Razor Page, Razor View, the extension is the same, but then the description says that the Razor Page comes with a page model. So what we've been using up until now are Razor Pages, where we get the CSHTML and the CSHTML.cs. However, the Razor View is only going to come with the CSHTML, and that's fine. So what I'm going to call this partial is underscore index partials, index buttons, right? Remember naming convention, lead with the underscore, right? Consistency is key. So underscore index buttons, and just so it's very clear, this is a partial. So index buttons partial. So you have two clues, the leading underscore and the fact that it ends with the word partial. So we can go ahead and add that. Now, when we have this razor view, we need to specify a model. The model basically represents any data or data type that will govern the type of data that is accessible on this partial, right? So in our regular razor views, we would have had model, @ model, and you would see that they're using some complex class types, and that's why we can do some wonderful things, accessing data and manipulating it. However, all we want on the page are the index buttons, and all the index buttons really need that would count as dynamic data would be the ID value that each page would have or need to generate for each item, right? So all I'm going to do is say @ model, and I'm making it an integer because we're expecting an integer value as the ID value. Now the buttons or the code that I'm going to use for the buttons will come from the car because these are the buttons that we've designed nicely already. So I'm just going to go over here, copy them. And I was saying that everything needs to be consistent. So we have changed the edit or update to edit in the link. And we have made sure to change the page name also. So it's no longer update, it's now edit. That way, everybody shares the same basic files or file names pretty much across the board. All right. So I'm going to copy this, put it over inside of the partial, and then you're going to start seeing red lines appearing where item.id was, because now it's saying, okay, I don't see any item or any variable or object on the page name item. I don't know what, but remember that our model is the integer, which is basically representing item.id. So I can just say @ model, because model is just going to be an integer. So this just goes to show you that anytime you need data on your page or a partial, you only need to define a model and use your data types to your advantage, right? So model and model. So we have edit, details, delete. All of those are on our partial. So on the page that we would want, and I'm going to test it out on the cars page first, where we want to include the partial, we have to say @ because we have to write some C#, and we're going to await our HTML helper, and we have partial async. So anytime we're using an async, we have to precede with await. And then this method takes two parameters, or it has several overloads. We're using an overload that's going to take one, the name of the partial, which is index buttons partial. And then we're going to also give it the model. So model is generic. It can be anything. It's not making any assumptions that the model has to be anything. I'm telling it what the value I want to pass over is, and it will figure it out when it gets to the actual partial that, okay, the value provided is the type of model it's expecting. So if I said int here and I provided a string, it will not load. If I say one data value type and I provide another data value, so if I say the model is a data type but provide a value of a different data type, it will not work. So that is just letting you know it's very generic but strict enough to know that what you gave me is not what I was expecting. So we've made that modification to the cars page. So if I control F5 and look at it, I am getting a 500 error. So I'm getting an invalid exception. And I don't shy away from errors. I want us to see what the error is. So in this situation, we're getting some insight as to where it will look for for a partial. So these are legal places you can put a partial, such that when you just say this is the partial's name, it will look for it in these places. So it's looking in pages/cards/index button partial. No, it's not there. Pages/shared/there, and views/shared/the name. So we know for sure that we put it in pages/shared index partial, right? But then I said index button partial in the code when I called it buttons. All right, so that's my spelling error right there. So I'll just go ahead and modify that, save, and then come back and refresh. And now we're seeing two sets of buttons. All right. So our code is working, our partial is working. So now let us prove even more so that the partial will work. So for makes, models, and for the colors, I'm going to take that one line of code, right? And I'm just going to put it on all the other indexes. So we have it on cars already. Let me put it on index for models. I'm going to put it on the index for colors, and I'm going to put it on the index for makes. All right. And then when I save and control refresh each of them, you're now going to start seeing these links appear. Anything that's not refreshing is because I didn't save. So let me go back. See, now the buttons appear. Now the buttons appear. So you see, with very minimal effort, we have shared these buttons. Let me see if they still work. If I click edit, it navigates to the edit page. If I click details, it navigates to the details page. And it will do that for all of them because, once again, consistency is key. So the navigation properties are the same everywhere. They're all looking for at the same ID, construct or values, right? But then relative to the routing mechanism internal to the folder for car models and for cars and for each of the other ones, it knows where to go when it is clicked. All right, but it's one baseline code. So what I can now do is remove the default ones. I'm just going to go through each of the indexes and you're going to see how much cleaner this looks. We're reducing 3 lines of repeated code, and in the case of the cards, even more lines. And I'll just remove that commented line, and that looks much better, right? So now everybody's on the same page with the buttons. Now earlier I would have said or encouraged you, when we're doing the other CRUD, to try and replicate the whole delete functionality and the delete button with the click and the form and everything across all the other pages. Now, if we wanted to share this bit of code across the pages, what we would have to do, well, we can't really share the form. So I wouldn't recommend trying to share the form. And we definitely can't share the handler. All right. But we can share the script. So I'm just going to create a new JS file, a new item, sorry, and look for JavaScript. And this new JavaScript file is going to be index delete button script. All right. So then we can put let me just go back to the code here, and this entire function, I'll just cut that. All right. Place it inside of the index delete button script. So at this point, we actually do have a few opportunities available to us, because I did say we can't share the form, but let me evaluate. Let me just close everything that is not necessarily needed at this point, right? So in the form, I am being very specific when I say the name is car ID. It's not necessarily car ID. I could have easily called it record ID. And record ID at this point is a far more generic name than just car. So instead of looking for only car ID, I'm going to look for record ID, and I'm going to say set the record ID to be equal to whatever data ID is on the button. So remember that everybody's using the same template of a button. So once you click the button, it's going to have that ID. We can use the same form, set that, and then we can just submit that delete form. So I can now create another partial. So you see, so let me, before I create that partial, let me say src is equal to js/index button delete .js. All right, just making sure we have that. So this form can actually go into a partial, because I'm putting it in a partial because I don't want to copy this form across all the pages. And if something changes with the form, we have to do it all over again. So it's better to just put it in a partial and have it one place. So in the shared, I'm going to have another Razor view. So go add new Razor view as soon as I see it. There we go. and underscore delete form or index delete form partial. So I'm naming it well enough that I can see the name later and figure, oh yes, that's what it was for. This partial doesn't need to take any data, so I don't even need to give it a model. So all it's going to have is this delete form that's looking for a handler on whatever page it's on called delete, and it's passing over some named record called record ID, or named variable called record ID. That's all this partial is for. So on the index page, I have another way to include partials, which is a much simpler way, where I just say partial name is equal to, and the name of the partial at hand. And instead of typing it out and risking a spelling error, I just clicked it, pressed F2 to rename, copied the name, and pasted it. Right? Working smarter, not harder. So then I can take this block, and while it's on the cars index page, I can now put it on every other index page, right? Code reusability. So now the form is here, and the script is watching the delete button from our buttons. So I can just go ahead and put that on every index page, right? All right. And, we're nearing there. Once again, we're promoting code reusability and templating. So we want to put in all of this effort up front. It may take long now, but in the long run, it is for a good cause. All right. So now that we have the delete form and everybody is saying record ID, let me go to the code behind for cars, since this is where it all started, and I'm going to Control MO to just collapse everything, and then we have our on post delete taking car ID. So instead I'm going to say record ID, because remember, this is what the name is going to bind to. So I'm just taking record ID, and I'll just do a renaming, refactor throughout the method. And this one is looking for the car, and then it's going to try and remove it and redirect to the page. Fine. Now I can take this method, and this method, yes, we'll have to repeat this method through and through. We could theoretically make one Razor page that has all of these generic methods, and we call them. So like even with the cars, to get the JSON result, instead of having to repeat it on the create and the update, I could put it in one generic handler that we just make sure we call that path from everywhere. But that's fine. There, while it sounds like a good idea and it sounds logical, there can be limits to how much you want to make everything reusable and generic, and sometimes your context will determine if you need to go that far or not. So in this context, I'm not going to go that far with this particular method. Instead, I'm going to let each index page retain its own implementation of the delete, because the different pages or records may have different requirements for a delete, right? So like, for instance, models. If I was to delete a model, right, then I would probably have to delete all the cars related to the model before I can delete the model. So the logic inside of this might be slightly different. So in this situation, the delete here needs to look at the car models and delete the car models, right? So anything that said car, I'll just rename to car model, and that's that implementation, right? So that delete is present on the car models page. We have it on cars already. So in the colors, it's the same principle. We just add that, and the record ID stays the same. I'll rename this to color, and we're looking in the colors table through and through. All right. And then we do the same thing, last but by no means least, for makes, where we change the table to makes, and anything that said color or whatever else you may have been copying and pasting all this time now says makes. All right. So now each index page knows it has the delete method looking for record ID. Record ID is coming from the form which we just put in a partial. So every one of them will be looking for that delete form and setting record ID to the value. And once again, the script is now shared across the board. So let me go ahead and test this. And we select a make as Toyota, but the list is not populating. That's suspicious. So let's go ahead and inspect elements, look at the console, and then we're seeing this error saying cannot read property get attribute of null. So I believe that error has to do with the fact that we are passing in, well, okay, so we're getting the model ID to be whatever this attribute is when it's passed in. So in the update page, sure enough, or the edit page rather, we are passing in that attribute, but we did not do it on the create page. So what I've done is to introduce that attribute in that script on the create page where I pass in model ID is equal to 0. So that is of very little consequence considering that at the time we're creating one, no data is present. So that's why I can't use car.car model ID because car is empty. It's null. So we'd end up with the same null exception just on the C# side. So instead, I'm just giving it a default value of 0 because we really don't need it. Now, an extension of that goes to, or an extension of the modification requirements goes over to our script. So if we go back to the script, let's just evaluate exactly what's happening. When the script is loaded for the first time, it's getting the make, okay, that's present, then it loads models, and then it gets the attribute, and then it performs the JSON. But look at this. Every time we're going to be changing the makes, we're going to be calling load models, which is then going to try and get the attribute again and then do the same thing. We really don't need the attribute more than once. We really only needed it the first time the page loaded, because after that, we don't really care for what might have been selected, right? So what I should do is cut this and put this global. So script is running, get the make, get the model ID, then load models, and then it does that. When makes is changed, we get the make ID, we reset the models HTML, and we load models, which does the fetch. So this really only needs to happen one time. So that's another refactor that you probably want to consider, because I believe that this error would have broken our cascading style sheet for every time the values changed. So if you spot that one before me, then kudos to you. It means you did more testing than I did, right? So with these changes made, let's jump back over to our web application and go and try our create for the car again. And then I do Toyota, and then I see, okay, Nissan and Ferrari. Okay, our cascading style sheet is back. Let me go over to the edit and make sure that the binding still works. If I change it to Nissan, Sony comes up, Ferrari, Spider. All right, good. So we're in the process of testing our CRUD. So Toyota, Corolla, black, and this one is a 2001 license plate number. And I just added 3 other ones just to speed up that whole addition process, right? So now I'm going to test the delete. So we want to make sure that the delete functionality still works on our cars page. So delete, we're getting our sweet alert. That's good. If I click OK, it's deleted. So that works for us. That's good. Now, if I go to the other pages, I'm going to create a test here because I can't delete the other one. So the create still works. That's good. Does the delete work? Oh, look at that. So the same sweet alert is coming up. And if I click OK, it's calling the delete form and redirecting to the page and everything perfectly. So now we see how we can put in shareable code. So I'm going to delete the Harrier from the model list. That works. And then I'm going to create a new color. And then we still have the date created. So that's another cleanup activity that I would have overlooked, where we need to remove the input field for date created on some of them, but we have the test and the delete works. So just like that, we would have set up some partials to make sure that the buttons look consistent. So that same concept can be extended to even the create button. Or create button here with the plus sign, all the others look plain. But what if we wanted all of them to look the same way? So instead of creating it or whatever, and I mean the style for the create button is not the most bit of code, but once again, it's a matter of how you want to restructure your application as much as possible. So in this situation, you probably just be okay and content with just copying and pasting the create button. Maybe you have different ideas for the different create buttons on the different pages, right? But ultimately, I would probably try and put that in something that is reusable, especially since this one doesn't need any data. It's just a button or an anchor tag that has that tag helper to say ASP dash page. All right, so I kind of sped ahead and did the editing myself. I didn't want to walk you through each one because, like I said, how granular you get with the templating and the buttons and the shareability, that's up to you and your tolerance for such an activity. I went ahead and did it, and I'll walk you through it just in case it's something you really, really would be interested in doing regardless. So I'm just going to close all tabs and we can just look through the shared. So I created additional ones. So we did this one together, index buttons partial. We know and understand that. We pass in the data as an integer and we can access that data through our keyword model. All right. Now, for the create button partial, all I did was take the p tag with the create button, and this is coming from the one that we did together for the cars. And then on each page, I've just done the other way of referencing the partial, which is saying partial name is equal to that. So because there's no data that is needed for the create button, I don't have to put in any model or anything like that. So you can also include partials like this one. They're just like static HTML. And generally speaking, when they need data, you have to do it like that. All right. So this static HTML looking tag, I just put that in the car models. I put that in the cars index, right? Anywhere I needed it, I just put it. So I just put it wherever the create button was. I just put the partial, right? So once again, if I wanted to change the design, I just go and change the design one place and everywhere gets affected. All right. So that's a create one. I did it for the details. Now the details buttons would have had this div with the anchor tag to go to the edit page, and it would have taken the route ID in the form of the record ID, right? And then we had the back to list button. So that is why this one required a model. So on any details page that partial was used, I would have had to await partial async, call the detail button partial, and then I just pass in the ID as required. All right. Another part of the cleanup was that I removed the date created fields from, the create forms and from the index and so on. So that was another part of the cleanup that I kind of did off camera. But, once again, be free to be creative. Feel free to be creative because it's your application. You know best, and your customers are the voice that you need to follow. So do what you feel is right, and you can do cleanups that or make modifications to your interface that I am not considering or doing to mine. So the other one would have been the edit buttons, which are straightforward, strictly HTML. So these would be the edit buttons at the end of the form, the one to save and the one to go back to list. So on any edit form, I would just say partial edit buttons partial, right? I'll just put that, and remember that the form group, I just took the whole div with the buttons and put inside of this partial. So it can just fit into that part of any edit form. Every and any edit form can get that partial. Once again, consistency. We looked at the edits already, and we have the index delete, and that's it. Those are all the partials that I have. Those are all the mods that I made. And frankly, the user interface looks the same way. A user would never know that we actually did all of this in the background. Everything is rendering and working as expected. There are our buttons on the details page, and our delete works as we know it ought to. All right, I just noticed on the cars details page that, okay, so some details are not coming back. So let's fix that while we're here. That is why we're here after all, right? So let's jump back over to our car details code behind. And I think that has to do with the fact that we're not including enough data on our query here, right? So I'm just going to jump over to index and borrow the code that does the include. All right, instead of rewriting it from scratch, and I'm just going to place it here, and there we go. So we're doing our cars, include everything, and then get the first or default by ID, and save that. Go back and refresh, and now the details are showing. All right. So it's a good thing we were just clicking through and looking at buttons, and well, that one appeared, right? So if we go to any page, we're going to see the same kind of dynamic. The buttons are there, all of them look the same way. And that took, oh, I didn't clean this one up. No problem. That's why we're here. So let me jump over to colors, take off the date created. All right. So I think that's it for this activity. Actually, you can probably try if you're interested for the create buttons, because you see the create buttons here, they don't look quite like how we would want them to look. There it is on the cars, right? I didn't do the create buttons for the other one. So if it is that you buy into the whole partial buttons and having everything reusable, feel free to try that one on your own. All right, guys. So now we're at the end of another milestone. We've put in some additional tables, and it's turning out to be a wonderful application. We've looked at some more JavaScript and jQuery. We looked at how to make some advanced calls, how to let the server side and the client side talk to each other while the application is running, and that manifested itself in the form of the cascading drop-down list. We looked at how we can, share templating across multiple pages using partials. There's a lot more to do and there's a lot more to learn, but baby steps and practice is what will get it ingrained. So at this point, what we're going to be doing is checking into our GitHub repository, all of our changes, all of our migrations and the entities and all the changes we made with the database or scripts. Everything is now going to get added to our repository. So we just put in a nice message that, well, at least gives a synopsis of what the changes are. And then we go commit all and sync. And when that is completed, we can now proceed to the next module. All right, guys, welcome back. So now we want to kind of assess where we are in the project. We still have some features to put in, that's fine. But right now we do need to make sure that we are going to be putting in some foundational concepts so that when we extend our application, we don't do as much harm as we have the potential to do if we don't get the foundation right. So I want to focus right now on our use of the database context directly in our pages. Now, yes, it works, and it was designed by Microsoft, by the Entity Framework core team, to allow for direct injection of the context into the page. And that would be in a what we call scoped manner, meaning for the lifetime of our request, for the whole lifetime of this code running on Get, you're getting a unique context instance. All right, so every time it hits this page, you get a new instance and it can do its work, and then it disappears automatically. So it opens the connection, does the work, and closes connection. So remember that database calls are expensive, so you want to make sure that you're as efficient over a database call as possible. And yes, they have done a wonderful job of it. The thing, though, is that at times you would realize that you start repeating queries, right? So, for instance, when we have to do these drop-down lists, when we have to get makes, models, and cars, colors, rather, if we have to get makes on more than one pages, we have to repeat this line of code. So, yes, repetition will happen, but once again, what is your risk tolerance around this repetition? Because we have to get this select list inside of the edit for the cars, all right? And then we also have to do it for car models, right? So when we're getting the models, whether we're creating or editing, we do have to go and make that same query call. So something might change. What if we had makes and we had some of them that were not active, or some criterion around which ones we want? All right. So then you might run the risk of having to maintain, if something changes about the way that you get the makes from the database, you're going to have to make more than one changes in more than one places. And if you forget one of these things, then you might run the risk of, not maintaining the application as easily as it could have been maintained. And there are a number of things. So what I'm getting at really is the reason people kind of build what they call a wrapper or a repository around the database operations so that you can have one point of reference for general operations and you can have specific ones per table, but then it's still one point of maintenance, one point of contact. So it's easier to maintain in the long run. So to get this activity started, to set up repositories, what we're going to do in our solution is add another file, another project rather, and it's going to be a class library. So I have mine on my recent templates where you can always search templates, and we want a C# class library. So you click that, click next, and then we're going to be calling it carbookingapp.repositories. Then I hit next, and we want it to be, we can leave it as a .NET 5, that's fine, and create. Once we have this new project, we can start dissecting it by setting up some new folders. I just deleted the default file that came with it. And the first folder is going to be contracts. And the other one will be repositories. All right. So technically speaking, what we want to do here is follow the concept of interface segregation. All right, so that's the I in solid. I keep on talking about solid. It's an acronym without telling you all of the, the letters. I've been breaking them down, and each time we're implementing one of them, I do point it out, right? So we've looked at separation of concerns, which is the S. We've looked at dependency injection, which is the D. Now we're looking at the I, which is interface segregation. So that's why we have contracts and we have repositories. Now the concept behind a contract is that you are signing a contract, right, to do some work. You haven't done the work yet. However, the contract is a declaration that you are going to be doing the work and this is what you're going to be doing. So at that point, we're going to call those interfaces because the interface has the declarations of what is possible. That would be the wording in the contract. Then the actual repository or any what we'll call the implementation will inherit from the contract or the interface and be the actual work, right? So you would have signed the contract. The contract is a declaration of what you're going to do, but then later on you are doing it and you're doing it by the guidance of the contract. So that's kind of the, I hope that analogy made sense to you, but you will see exactly what I mean as this comes to fruition. So let us first start off with creating an interface in this contracts folder. And then we're going to call, it's going to be I'm using class here, but we're really just going to call it I generic repository. So naming convention wise, anytime you have an interface, you generally put a capital I and then whatever it's going to be called. So I'm saying I generic repository, and this is going to be a public interface, not class. Public interface. Now, this generic repository is going to have the base functions that every database table will ever carry out, right? So we've seen that we can add, remove, edit, and update basically using our repository or using the database context. So those are the same operations that we should allow our generic repository to carry out, except we're going to be writing the code one time, and the reason we're calling it generic is that we're writing it so that it can happen against any table that is passed in. So now we're going into what we call generics in C#. So to make something generic, what you do is you use a type bracket. So that's the angle bracket or the greater than and less than sign. And then inside of those brackets, you're going to give it some token, I'm just calling it a placeholder. So this would be your generic token, right? So generally speaking, you see people use like T or T model or T entity, right? So I'll call it T entity. So the T just means it's a generic. And what is generic? What is the generic type I'm expecting? It's something of type entity. Then I'll say where T entity So I'm saying, give me the generic repository, and it's relative to some generic called T entity. And then I'm going to specify where T entity is. I could say class, I could say int, right? So whatever data type I specify here, it's basically saying that this is generic as far as it matches this data type I'm looking for. So if I say class, that means I could literally pass any class in, which is not necessarily what I want to do. Instead of saying class, I'll say base domain object. All right, so remember, just backtracking, remember that we have the base domain entity rather. Sorry, I said object, it should be base domain entity. There we go. Base domain entity. So every single entity that is in our database must at least be the base domain entity. That way, right, we ensure that we are always going to be getting something that is actually a database entity. I don't want any other class unless it's a database entity. So that's what I'm specifying here. Red lines, because I don't have any reference to this project. So remember, when we're setting up the web project, we have to add a reference to the data project. Well, we are setting up repositories, which is going to have a dependency on the data project. So I need to add that reference. So I can just add reference and it will add the using statement for me and everything. And then that red line goes away. All right. Looking good. Next up, we want to have the methods that we know we're going to need. Once again, this is the interface or just the contract. So this is just the declaration of what is possible. It's not the actual code. All right. So the first one we're going to have is, and I'm just going to be using up my async terminologies. So it's a task that will be returning a list. And I'm going to call this one get all. So when we want to get everything in the database, we say get all, no problem. So I don't think I need to do anything else with this one. Let's just leave it at that. If we need to extend it later on, then we can do that. And oh, sorry, this should be returning a list of type T entity. So whatever it is we passed in as the base domain object into T entity, then this method will dynamically return whatever that T entity is, getting all, right? Then the next basic one will be to get one. So we want one record. I'm going to say int ID. So we want to get one record by ID. And then I'll just go ahead and fill out the rest of them. So you can pause, replicate that. But ultimately, we just want another task with returning a Boolean to say, does the record exist? And we pass in the ID. We want something to insert T entity, something to delete when it gets the ID, and another one to update when it gets T entity. So those are the general methods that we expect to carry out against every single table. Once again, this is the generic. All right. So next up, we need to set up a class that's going to implement this generic behavior. So inside of the repositories folder, I'm going to add a new class this time, and it's going to be called generic repository. All right. So go ahead and add that. And then this one, public class generic repository. And it has to be generic also. So it's relative to entity. So put in our type brackets, say entity, and it inherits from I generic repository. All right. So remember that once again, we have the contract and then we have the implementation. We signed off that this is the work we're going to be doing. So now the work starts, right? So this is the inheritance where we're saying, okay, whatever it is that the contract said we need to do, I need to go ahead and do it, right? So the inheritance, I generic repository, and then we just go ahead, control dot, add the usings, and we are going to have to, of course, specify that this is generic to T entity, where T entity is of type base domain entity. Right?
similar to what we just did, except it's just a little more nuanced now because you're seeing two colons. One is the initial inheritance, and the other one is just the same declaration that we had to do just to make sure everybody knows that base domain entity is what T entity should represent. All right. So the reason we can use base domain entity once again is that it is being used by all the entities. So technically, while each entity is its own data type, at their base, they're really the same data type in the form of base domain entity. So this is like a unique identifier for anything that is an entity. If you add a new class tomorrow that's an entity, you just make it inherit from base domain entity, and automatically they all share the same identity. All right. So now this red line here is coming because it's saying I need to implement. So once you have an interface that has methods in there, you need to implement. So you sign the contract. Now you need to start doing the work. So I just have to do control dot and it says implement interface, press enter, and look at that. It just generated each method stub relative to the declarations I made here. So if I make any change inside of the contract, then I need to make sure that I make the relative change here in the implementation. So before we start with our implementations, what we need to do is inject, right? So if I need a connection to the database, I need to do something similar to what we had been doing in our pages where we did our injection of our context. Now, all of that was generated for us. I explained what it was doing, but it was generated for us. This time, there's no generation. We have to write it out ourselves. So let's get started on that. Now, to start, you can just write CTOR, press tab twice, you get your what you call the constructor. All right. Then I need to inject in a copy of my car booking app DB context. So I'm just going to say car booking app DB context, and this is inside of the parameter of the constructor, and I'm just going to call it context. All right, we're used to the word context already, so I won't change the name here. And then I just do control dot, and I can now say create and assign field context. And when I do that, you see it looks the same way it looked on in our pages, right? It's private read only. It's just, yeah, you can take off the excess, whatever is gray. If you're using this theme of Visual Studio, when it's gray like that, it means it's actually optional because you have the namespace already, right? So that's all that's really happening there, but it's the same thing. Car booking context, and then it initialized it. Now notice it uses an underscore here, but it didn't give us an underscore in our own. So personally, I prefer to use the underscore because I like to see the fields different from the other regular variables or properties through that underscore. So I tend to use the underscore, so I replace it here, control dot, and let the Visual Studio refactor it anywhere else it was being used, right? So that's the only reason you'll see the underscore and not see the underscore. If it doesn't matter to you, you don't have to do it. That's my personal conviction, really. All right. So let us look at another line where we have to initialize the DB set. So private read only. So read only fields are well, as deceptive as the name is. A read only field means that once you set something as read only, it can only be set inside of the constructor and nowhere else. So once this file is called, this class is called, the constructor is called, these read-only fields will be initialized and then they cannot be changed afterwards. So if you write code to inadvertently change it, it would just give you an error during runtime that, hey, you're trying to do something that's illegal. The compiler might not tell you, but the application will definitely crash because it is not possible. All right. So we'll make a private read-only DB set relative to T entity. So remember, T entity represents the entity for the class, for the database rather, and we're just going to call that one DB. So control dot, and I'm adding the using statement for entity framework core, no problem. And then inside of the constructor, the only place I can set the value, I'm going to initialize this to say DB is equal to the context dot, and we can call this method called set. right? So set creates a DB set relative to T entity, no problem. So set and T entity. So I'm retrieving basically the connection. So this is the connection to the entire database context. And then DB would be the connection to the specific table relative to whatever table I am requesting an action against. All right. So that's how everything connects. So let us start implementing these, and this won't take too long because we're generally familiar with the code that needs to be carried out here. All right. So in the delete, let's look back at the delete operation that we would have implemented. So in our pages, remember that we have some delete pages. You could have removed them if you wanted to, but we had done our own delete in the index anyway. And what did it do? Firstly, it found it, and then it made sure it wasn't null, and then it removed it. All right. So that's what the delete generally has to do. It has to find the record, and then it has to remove the record. So it's the same thing in this implementation. Firstly, we'll say var entity is equal to, and we can say underscore db dot. So now db dot means the exact table that I'm in, and you notice that we have all of the methods available to us. So we'll say find, and we'll just use up our async. We already set this as a task, no problem. So find async by ID, and then we say underscore db dot remove the entity. All right, looks good. So at this point, it's complaining because find async and I'm not awaiting. And then the moment I await, it's going to start complaining again. Let me put that at the correct place. Sorry about that. Await, and it's going to start complaining again because the method isn't async. So I can just use control dot, and it converts it to async for me. So that's one down and a few to go. Next up is exists. So what did exists look like? I think in the edit we had to do something with exists where it said return context dot the table dot any with that condition. All right, no problem. So I'm actually just going to copy this code and we can change it up just to see why it looks slightly different, right? So yes, we're going to return, right? We're not returning context dot anything this time, right? Instead, we're returning underscore db because that represents the specific table this time, which then means I don't need .car models because I really don't know which table I'm in until it hits this implementation and initializes the db set. So I can't make the assumptions that it's context.car models. It can be anything. So db will represent that anything, but then any is still the method I need to use. As a matter of fact, there is an any async. There we go. And then it looks at the condition. All right. So any async, this needs to await, and then control dot to make the method async, and everybody is happy. All right. Coming together nicely. So you see how the code looks very similar, but then once again, it's generic because here it is definitely looking for car models, and we may not necessarily know which entity we're dealing with at the time. All right. So let us continue with our implementation. So we have get to do, and get is relatively simple. All we have to do here is say var entity is equal to await find async, but I'm getting a few errors here. One, because this is a deadly mistake. This should not be returning a list. So we have get all returning the list. Get should only return one. That's no problem. I'll have to make the change in both the interface and the implementation. So get shouldn't have a list there. It should just return task T entity. All right. And then we can just modify that here, because if we go up, we'll see that this is now complaining because the two method stubs don't look alike. When I made that correction, it's no longer complaining. All right. Next up, control dot to make the method async. and then everybody should be happy. But this is saying not all code paths return a value. So I could actually just change this and say return. All right. Yeah, there we go. Next, we have something similar for the get all. So I'm just going to say return, and instead of db.findAsync, it would be db.toListAsync. Once again, asynchronous. Go ahead and make our inclusions, right? So insert and update will have similar code. So insert, we're just saying db add async, and we're adding the entity that will be passed in, and it's async. So, use your await and make the method async, and they're void. They're not returning anything. So this is only a task. This one is void. So there are no real update async methods, and that's because of the whole concurrency or potential concurrency thing that we had discussed from in the earlier days, because you don't want to risk two update operations on the same record on the same thread, right? Or on different threads, rather. So asynchronous programming will create a different thread. That's why you can have multiple add operations, multiple retrieval operations, all happening simultaneously. But then an update is kind of risky, a delete is kind of risky. So you notice that these two were not necessarily asynchronous, right? So remove is not asynchronous, and there's nothing asynchronous about the attachment here. So those need to happen one at a time to ensure consistency. So now we have our repository, generic repository created. I'm just going to do a build, Control Shift and B, just to make sure that everything is building properly. There we go. Now, I'm not going to go any further. I think that was a lot of information to soak up. So you can just review all of it and see how all of these dots connect to each other and how everything is tied in. The last thing I'm going to do, however, is add a reference for our new project to our car booking app project. So that's going to have me rearranging the dependencies, because I'm going to add a project reference to repositories, one, okay. And then the thing is that repositories has reference to the data project. So if I remove the data reference and then do a build, then we see that it was still successful. So at this point, we don't need a direct reference from our web application to our entity project, because it's talking to the repositories. The repositories will have that direct reference to the data. And then the data project has the third-party references to the entity framework core and such and so forth, right? So the hierarchy is still intact. If you look, you'll see that none of our code has really broken. But ultimately, what we want to do is not have this DB context directly injected into our pages. So when we come back, we're going to be refactoring our code such that it will, one, know about and register the repository that we have created. And then we will swap out the code to use the repository. And then for more complex operations, like those that require includes on some of the fields and so on, we'll look at how we need to, modify our repository and our code to facilitate those specialized situations. All right, guys, welcome back. So what we just accomplished was setting up a little wrapper around our whole database context and removing some of the direct references between our web application and the database. So we've put in this middle layer, which some people would kind of describe as the business logic layer, because if we have anything special to do, any special operations, we don't want to write the code necessarily in the web application. We just want to call a method and then let that method make the decisions and do anything that needs to be done that is of a fancy nature, for lack of a better expression, right? So that would be what our repositories layer really represents. Now, this layer can grow. We've only kind of abstracted a lot of the operations into two files right now, but there is potential for growth, and you will see that it will need to extend based on some of the operations we have to carry out. So in order to make the repositories available for dependency injection into our web application, like what we are able to do with the DB context, what we need to do is jump over to our startup and register them as scoped services. So in the configure services, remember that we had modified it to add the DB context. That has to stay. But what we can do is say services dot, and we can say add scoped. And in parentheses, I'm going to say type of generic repository with empty type brackets. And then I'm letting it know that where you see the interface, it is implemented by the generic repository. All right, and also with the type brackets. So you might see similar code written a different way where you actually say add scoped, open type bracket, type A, and its implementation. But because we're using generics, this is how it has to be done. And it's just another way to write basically the same kind of code. All right. Later on, when we have specific repositories, then you'll see the other style of writing this line. But for now, we just add scoped. So there are actually a few kinds of injection models. Injection models meaning how services are injected and their lifetime throughout what we call a request or throughout the runtime of the application. So for context, we have add scoped. So here we had add scoped. Add scoped means that for your carrying out an operation until you finish that operation, you'll use one instance of this, whatever it is that we're giving you. So in this case, you use one instance of the generic repository for as long as you're carrying out an operation or a set of operations on one page. All right. Add transient means that each operation that you're going to start will always give you a new one. So add transient is fine if you are doing that with a scoped service. So because the DB context is scoped and the generic repository relies on scoped, we could easily make the repository either transient or scoped. No problem. The other one now is singleton. So you have add singleton, which means that I am going to be one instance for the entire application. And there are times when you'd want that, maybe like with a config file, something that's never changing, never expected to be dynamic. You make it a singleton. You don't have to change that every single time something happens or every time the page changes, you have to get a new instance of it. That's more like for our database operations and certain other kinds of services. Like an email service, you definitely want that to be transient, because if multiple emails need to be sent at one time, you want multiple objects or instances of that, and they should close as soon as they're finished. So you can mix and match. You don't necessarily have to remember all of them and just figure out which one all the time and blah, but certain principles can be used to figure out which one is best for what kind of service. And this database service is definitely best as scoped. All right. And if you wanted a clue, if you hover over the add DB context, you'd actually see it tells you that it's scoped by default. All right. So anything that is dependent on database context, just make it scoped and you should be fine. So now that we have included our generic repository, let's look at how it works. So I'm going to jump over to one that's very simple. Let's start with makes. And in our create page for makes, what I'm going to do is, instead of injecting the DB context directly in, I'm going to change this out. So I'm just going to remove the DB context from the injection, and I'm going to say, give me a generic repository. I have to include the missing references, and I can say relative to, I know I'm in makes, so relative to the make class. All right. So then I can call that one, I'll just call it repository, and then control dot, let it initialize and create the field. And then I can remove the references to the context, and repository underscore repository, let it rename that. Now it's renamed. Now we're using repository instead of the context. And as expected, we have a few errors appearing. Fine. Now, this was a create operation. So that means instead of saying context.makes.add make, I can now say repository.insert make. And then it was asynchronous after await. All right. Now, this is very important. We did not implement a save changes in our repository, right? So remember that every time we augment the data, we have to call save changes. If we jump over, and I can just do Control F12 to jump over to the implementation of the method, right? Notice that there are no save changes happening anywhere, right? So we are updating, we're inserting, and we're deleting and we're not saving. So we left that one out, no problem. That's why it's good to catch these things from now. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to make this one a task that returns an int, and it's going to be save changes. And I made it int because save changes by default usually returns an integer anyway. So I'm just representing that. But this is like a wrapper function. So if I jump over to the implementation, it will complain, hey, you have a new method, please implement. Control dot enter. It's now implemented. And then all we really have to do is return context. So we have underscore context dot save changes async. All right, and then it's async, so I have to await, of course. Control dot make method async and remove the excess space. There we go. So now we can save changes, no problem. What we can do is, instead of calling the save changes every single time, like how we do the insert here, and then we have to call the save changes in a separate line, we know that these methods need to save changes. So it's easy enough for me to just say, after, in the insert, after you add, then go ahead and call your local save changes method. All right, and that's await. So this will reduce the number of times that you'll see the save changes all over the application, because we know once you do an insert, changes need to be saved. It will do everything here. No problem. And then everything would be running on the same context. So no matter how many operations you do using the one repository instance, it will always save changes at the end of the day. So let's just await save changes with the insert. Let's await save changes with the update. And then look at this. We can't await save changes with the update because the update is not asynchronous. So no problem. We can refactor as we go along. And the delete also is not asynchronous. But, well, this one was asynchronous because it did something asynchronous. So now we can bring the update up from being void. All right. So if I control dot, we can make the method async. But instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is modify the interface and make it a task, just like delete is a task. And then that would make it more consistent. So we can just say async task update, and then everybody's happy. All right. So now in our create, we don't need this line, because once we do the insert, we know the insertion and the saving of changes will happen. That's all in one line. If we need to make a change to how inserts are made, we have one point of reference. So if there were multiple places in your application, you have to do this kind of operation and you wanted everywhere to be consistent, instead of making code changes in all the places, we have one point, Control F12, one point of reference to make those changes. So I'm going to show you something now. What if for every time that I needed to save the change, remember that we had added date created, and let me go back to the base domain entity. We had said date created. All right, remember that? Now, right now, up until now, we haven't made any modifications to facilitate the date created. As a matter of fact, we've been removing it from the interface because we saw it as a hindrance, because really and truly, the users should not be able to see it or interact with it. It's really for our internal system. However, I want to make sure that every time a record is being created, this value is set. All right. Going back to what I said, instead of doing it in multiple places and for everything, I can make everything happen inside of my repository. So it gives me a bit more control over the operations. So that being said, let's modify our save changes method to add more data, manipulate the data, whatever it is we want to do, before it actually goes to the database context and saves, right? So here we can get the entries that are about to be saved from the context by saying, and I'll just do a for each. So I don't know how many things are going to be saved at this point, because, we could have done multiple operations, whatever it is. So I'm just going to say for each entry in the context dot, and then there's this thing called change tracker. So this is actually, so entity framework is actually tracking that when they gave you an entity, it's actually seeing, did you modify this entity? Did anything about this entity change? So that's why when we do the update, we are saying attach and then change the state to modified, so that entity framework knows that this was modified. So when you save changes, you're updating kind of vibe, right? So it will automatically know what kind of statement to generate based on the state of the entity. So change tracker is what is being used as like that register to say this one changed, this one didn't, this one did, this one didn't. So change tracker is, I can say, get me the entries, and then this is a collection. So I can use type brackets now to parse them out into something specific. So when I say something specific, I can say, get me all the entries that are of car, or get me all the entries of car model, but I don't know what is being saved. This is generic. So instead, I'm going to say, get me anything that is being saved that is of type base domain entity, which could be any one of our entities that we have. So you see, just using that little bit of inheritance is allowing us to do wonderful generic things, right? One bit of code to serve many tables and just be, flexible. So I'm saying, get me each entry that is in the change tracker that is of type base domain entity. And then I can extend this to say dot where. So we're setting up date created. So I only want the ones that have the entity state as modified. So you see context entry state. So I can say dot where q and lambda expression q dot state is equivalent to, and then entity state, that is an enum given to us by entity framework core. And here are all the potential states: unchanged, added, detached, modified, deleted. Right? So I want that when it is being added, I want all the entries that when they're being added, I can say entry dot entity. So entity here is wonderfully generic, but it's based on base domain entity dot date created is equal to date time dot now. So everything is coming together, right? And then once I do that, it allows me to not need to sit down and worry about setting that date created on every single record or every single time something is about to be created. So I would have to go to every create page and set up, code to say, before you send it over, make that date created is equal to date time now and this and that and that. I'm just doing it one place, right? So once something is created, this will happen, and then it will save changes. And no, you can extend this to do a number of things, because we could have had a date modified. So you could easily say, get me where the state is added or modified. If the state is added, then you set this. If it is modified, you set date modified, etc. Stuff like that. So I'm just showing you that this is wonderfully flexible. So at this point, I'm just going to do a quick build, and we're going to jump in and test our makes and see the difference. So right now, the only change we've made is to the create page. That's fine. So create new, and I'm going to say test new repository. This is not a car make, make, but let's just go ahead and hit create. All right. So our create still works, right? Let us look in the database and see what value got set for the date created. So drilling down to the database, and our database is called car booking app. And in our makes table, the most recent record should have the date. And there we go. So every other one had the default date. This one is showing the correct date, the exact timestamp of when it was created. And that's how easy that was. So now if we change out the create code, and I'm going to challenge you to do that now, the same way that we modified the create model here for make. I'm going to challenge you now to go and do the same for colors, do the same for car models. And it should be easy enough to do the same for cars. Yeah, because the code was straightforward enough. Right. So do that, swap out all of the create. And if you feel up to it, go ahead and do the same thing for the edit, because it's pretty much the same thing. Wherever you had context.save changes and context.doing stuff, and here's that same attached with the entity state modified save changes. That's all we did in our update method, right? Wherever you have those, try and swap them out for the repository code. So I'm going to do it, and when we come back, we can compare what was done. All right, welcome back, guys. So when we were here last time, we had an assignment where we should complete all the pages. Now, I hope you attempted it on your own, and if you ran into issues along the way, which wouldn't be surprising, don't feel as though you're not doing the job correctly or so on. There are certain parts of it that will need a bit more explanation than some, but ultimately, I hope you attempted it, and I hope you understand what we are trying to accomplish here. So what I'm going to do is review what we did the last time, and then we're going to walk through each of the general changes, and there are some changes that require a bit more code to be written. So let's do those together. So let's start off with reviewing what we did last time. We're dealing with makes, and we had modified the create page, right? So we did the injection of the repository onto our create page relative to make. That's iGeneric repository relative to make. And then we could replace all of that fancy code of getting it and storing it and saving changes with one line of code, just the insert. So let's move on. So I still have my delete page. We know we don't need the delete page, so I'm actually just going to delete the delete page right there. And then let's look at details together. So details, we do the same thing. We do our injection. So we replace the context injection with the generic repository injection. And then where we would have been doing the first or default get that, we just replace that with await repository.get id.value. So if I'm moving along too quickly or you haven't done it yet, feel free to pause and replicate as I go along, but please make sure that you're internalizing the explanations of the code as I go along. So let's look at the edit. Edit, same injection. So I'm sure you start realizing a common theme across them all now. All we have to do is inject our repository relative to what entity we're about to use on the page. Then for the onGet, this line basically looks the same way as the details get. It's the same line, right? I didn't change any of the default code around the checks. All of those are still necessary. I'm just replacing the code regarding the context. Then in the post, instead of changing the state to modified and then saving changes, I just put the update in there, because on update, it is going to go ahead and save changes anyway. So we don't have to worry about anything going wrong with that. So all we do is change that to update inside the try catch, and everything should operate the same way. Now, another major / minor change would have been with the exists. So one, exists was not asynchronous, it was just private bool make exists, and it gets the ID. So I changed it out to say await repository.exists with the ID. That made the method asynchronous. So by using the control dot, it automatically appended async to the name of the method. No problem. Made it async, no problem. And then one other thing you'd have to do is make sure that you call await in that method call at the top here, right? So the names and everything would be updated once you use the IntelliSense, but you just have to make sure that you put the await in that line. And those changes pretty much are the same changes for the same pages for colors, because those two pages or these two entities have no dependencies, right? So colors, same thing, except we're injecting our repository relative to color, right? And then we use the same line there. For, well, I don't need the delete, so I'm going to remove that. For the details, we have the same thing, where we just get the details of the color. For the edit, we have the same injection where we get the color, and then later on we update the color when necessary. Now the index, I skipped over the index for the make also. So index for both make and color.
pretty simple, pretty similar. So we inject our repositories. Our list will be get all, no problem, right? And I think this should be mix. I might have renamed that. If not, then you can go ahead and make that change. So that's mix. You will get all, and then on delete, all we have to do is call the delete, right? If record ID is equal to null, we go to not found. Otherwise, we just call the delete passing in the record ID. That's all there is to it, right? Nice and simple and consistent. So see, I didn't make that change here in the colors. No problem. Let's do that together. So once again, and literally, I'm just going to copy this line because it's basically the same code, and I can replace all of this with that one line of code because everybody is being called repository, and you can get specific if you want. I'm not saying you have to call it repository and everybody needs to have it called a repository. You might want to get specific and call this one color repository, make repository, etc. No problem. But at the end of the day, the base code and the way it looks, the structure is always going to be consistent. So we've done that for colors, we've done that for makes, no problem. Let's look at car models now. So car models is a bit more complicated in that we have to load initial data. So you see, I did some of the changes and I left some undone, just in case this is where you were. And if not, then feel free once again to pause and replicate what you see on my screen. All right. So we have replaced the insert code in the post method already. So it's repository insert car model. Fine. But then we need to get the list of makes, which means I need a repository that can get me the makes. Right now, the only repository present is relative to car model, not makes. All right. So this is where you probably want to get specific with the name of the repository. So in this case, I would want to call this car model repository, and I'll just rename, and I'll just copy, paste, reuse this name and rename accordingly. So now everybody knows that this is car model repository. So car model repository, insert that. I need a repository that's relative to makes. No problem. I can easily go here, and I'm just going to copy this bit. I'm going to say iGeneric repository relative to make, and I'm going to call this one makes repository. So this is where naming it specifically comes into play, and then control dot, let it create and assign the field, and injection happens. Of course, we use our underscore. And after doing all of that now, I can just jump down here and say makes is equal to new select list await the makes repository dot get all. And look at that. Everybody is happy. So that is how you can have more than one repositories in the same page. So I have a repository that talks to car model table, and I have a repository talking to make. And guess what? They're both the same code base. All right. So that is really all I needed to do for the create. So I have to repeat that feat for the edit, of course. We know what we do with create. We basically have to replicate with edit. So I'm just going to copy and paste. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do this even quicker. I'm just going to take all of this up top and replace all of that in the edit, and then just rename the constructor field or the constructor name. And my repository, what was repository is now car model repository. All right. And then car model repository again. And then this would be await makes repository dot get all. See, so refactoring can be tedious, but there are ways to speed it up when you copy and paste similar code and you know exactly what to change. Because look at that, that took a few seconds to get edit and create up to scratch. I'm going to remove the delete page for me. Don't need it. For the details, I already changed all the details because all we need is a car model. But then there's something else that you may need to look at, which is the fact that car model has makes. So we would need to include the makes details in the car model table. So I don't think we had done it before we switched out to the repository, but that is something that we're definitely going to have to implement in order for the details page to show the make properly. So, okay, we never modified the interface, so we never had to modify the data coming back. So really and truly, this should be car model dot make dot name, because we want to see this is the car model and this is the make it's related to. Right? So at that point, we definitely need to modify how we get the data, because our get is just getting the data, but we already saw that when we want to get with the details of related records, we have to kind of do an includes and so on. And we don't know what to include in the generic, because I can't just include something on the table, because different tables have different properties that are includable. So we're definitely going to have to write some custom code for a car model in that scenario. And then by extension, we're going to have to extend it for the index also, because when we get the all on the index page, we probably want to not only display the name, but just like with the details, you probably want to display the make also. So, I mean, that's up to you. This one is probably optional. So I'm not going to extend the index to show the make, but we will have to do that for our cars. So I haven't finished changing out the cars, and you can see here I got some of my data types wrong. I did some refactoring, some global refactoring that messed up a number of things. But when you look at this, you see I'm getting the car repository. I haven't changed out much of the code here, but then we have the same issue where we need the makes and the colors and the models, which was suspiciously missing. We do need to bring those in. So that means I would need a repo for mix, a repo for models, and a repo for colors. So yes, we got rid of one issue by taking out the context, because conceptually the context should never directly interact with the controller or the page. But then we created another little issue now, where we created such a delineation between the three data types that we have to inject three different instances of the repository. So that's the, as I always say, there are times when you do something because it makes sense, but then it matters how granular you need to get based on your objectives, right? But notwithstanding that, let's just go ahead and get those additional repositories. So I didn't want to bore you with you watching me do it, but this is basically what it looks like. And I'm just going to break the line so you can see where each line starts and stops, just so it's very, very clear. All right. So we just go ahead and inject a repository per type that we need. We go ahead and initialize those fields. So now, relative to each call, we're going to make use of the correct repository, right? So here, I'll say underscore car, we're in the car, right? So this is the car repository dot, and this is the create. So it's insert, and we're passing in the car. All right, and you'll notice that IntelliSense will always guide you as to what data type is needed based on the repository you're in, right? So there we go ahead and insert our car. Down here, we're doing on car get models. So we know that this is the cascading drop-down list area. So at this point, all right, we definitely need some custom code, because when we get or get all, we are getting all records one time, but then we're getting based on ID. We get one record based on the primary key ID. Here, we're doing neither. We're getting all car models where a completely different row is equal to a different value. So we definitely need to have some custom code for that, but we're not quite there yet. Let's just make sure that all of our common methods look the same. So for the makes, I'm going to say underscore makes repository dot get all. All right, and then I can just replace each of these. So I'll just copy and paste, and then just rename this to, this was car models repository, and this was colors. Is it colors? Do we have color? Yeah, color. All right, let me just copy and paste. IntelliSense was quite a little slow there. All right, so at least these are fixed. Now I'm going to pause right there. And if you look at the details page and you look at the index page, and like I said, for the edit page and even the create, where we have the cascading drop-down lists, we have to make sure that we are looking for the correct things at the correct time. So when we come back, we will look at how we can extend our repositories. All right, guys, so we're back, and what we'll be doing in this lesson is setting up some custom repositories. So when we talk about custom repositories, there are times when for certain entities or certain operations, we need to have custom code that cannot be generic. So case in point would be for our create, where we have our cascading drop-down list. We definitely need some custom methods here to facilitate how we're looking up the car models in this particular situation. So that means I'm going to have to extend our models, our car models, to have its own repository with its own custom methods. Another example of why this might be needed would be like when we want to look at the details or even the list of the cars, we have to include these specific details for the car when looking on the details model. And when we're bringing back the list on the index, we definitely need the includes also. So those are reasons to kind of extend your code, right? This is no, and this isn't really an official term in programming, but I call it pain-driven development. And you would hear other developers with it too. Pain-driven development, which means you do what is necessary for the goal at hand, and you get fancy when it is required, but you don't just start off fancy because you might overdo something that's very simple. So at this point, we see the need for this refactor, so let us go ahead and do it. So the first thing we're going to do is go back to our repositories project. I'm going to right click contracts, and then I'm going to add a new item, and item in the form of an interface. This one I'm going to call it iCar models repository, and we know we need to make it a public interface iCar models repository. All right, so now what does this contract, what is the work that this contract needs to implement? Well, I'm going to say you need to implement a method that is a task that returns a list of car models. I'm going to call it get car models by make, and it takes a parameter int make id. So now with that that contract in place, I need an implementation which I'm going to call car models repository, and that one will be created in the repositories folder. And I just realized I misspelled repositories at this point. Oh my, I'm so sorry about that. Repositories. All right, so that now will have some ramifications on the namespaces being used, but that's fine. We can correct those easily. So go ahead and create that new file. I'll just go ahead and fix the spelling error, as it were. So now when you have your implementation class, what we need to do is let it inherit from iCar models repository. So that's easy enough, but this is going to have to be a double inheritance, because for one, this models repository should be able to carry out everything that the generic can do. It should be able to do everything the generic can do, as well as anything customized. So our new contract is reserved for customized operations relative to the car model, but then it still needs to be able to carry out everything that the generic can do, which is save changes and this and that and that, right? So what we need to do when we have our implementation is inherit from generic repository relative to car model, right? So we're saying the implementation of the repository for a car model, I want to inherit from that, right? I include any missing references, as well as my custom contract. So when you look at this now, and I do control dot implement interface, it will only implement the work prescribed by this contract. However, the work implied by the generic repository is also there in the background. Now it's complaining to me that there's no argument given that it corresponds with it. So if I'm inheriting from something that has an injection, right? So generic repository has an injection for the context. If I call on car models repository, which is inheriting from that, then car models repository needs to provide all that the base class needs. So long story short, I'm just going to have a constructor that is going to take the same DB context. So I'll just even copy it. So car booking DB context, go ahead and insert any missing references, but also create and assign the field. And then I'm going to have to provide the base method with an instance of the context. So it's almost like a daisy chain. It's like a handoff. So I'll be calling the contract for iCar model. It will know its implementation is this. When that is called, it fetches the context from the IOC container and says, okay, base, which is our generic repository. Here's a copy of the context that I have. So they're both on the same context thread right now. And then I also have the implementation of the custom methods for the repository. So at this point, get car models by make. I'm not even going to do much hard work. I'm just going to jump back over to the create. Where is it in cars? We have the create method, which has all of this. So I'm just going to copy all of this, go back over to my car models repository. I'm going to paste all of that. So var models will be equal to await the context. So renaming, let's rename that underscore context. So await the context dot car models, where all of that, and then I'll just return models. And I'm getting this error because it's not async. So make the method async, and there we go. Everything is now good. So now we have a custom repository that can give us the customized functionality for this customized query, right? So at that point in the create, and I'll just go ahead and save everything, all the changes I've been making, I'm always pressing Control S. In this repository, I don't need to have the generic repository for a car model, right? Because this is going to be used more than once. This car model, yes, car model repository is being used to get, or needs to be used to get, the entire list of car models as well as get them relative to make ID. So I can actually replace the I generic with I car models repository, right? So this one is not the generic. This one I need the custom method of getting it by the make. And then I can, you notice, no red line because it still has access to, okay, I'm getting a red line. And I think that's because I failed to inherit. I apologize. I should have inherited from the generic repository at this point relative to car model. Right. So the same way that the interface was inheriting, or the implementation inherited from the generic, the interface needs to inherit from the I generic so that it can see all of the work that the generic can do as well as give its own work. And then let me just jump back over to the implementation. There are no errors here because I'm already making reference to the implementation, which basically the ID is interpreting. That's where the work for the get all and all the other ones for the generic are, as well as the custom methods as defined by the custom contract will be implemented here. All right. So when I jump back over to the create, now the red line is gone. There we go. All right. So for this part of it, I can actually just return new await my car repository dot get car models by make, giving it the make ID that came in as a parameter. All right. Which eliminates all of this code. I don't need that code. Right. So you see, once again, if that code changes, I just have one place to change it. Or, it just looks to me, this looks much cleaner than having all the context code written out inside of the page. This looks so much cleaner. Once again, if it works, it's good. It's just a matter of what are your objectives and do you need it maintainable to a point, or what are the problems that you're trying to solve. Don't just do this because you know the pattern and you know how to do it. Do it because it is solving a problem that you have. All right. So that is our adjustment to the car models. So, or to the create page rather, right? So notice I generic, I car models. So because we have this new repository that is custom and it needs to be injected in, I need to let the application know that we have another one that can be injected in. So I added scoped for the generic, and I'm getting an error here because I changed the namespace, no problem. But then I also need to add scoped for the new customized one, right? So I want to say add scope type bracket I car model car models repository, comma, and the implementation of this will be car models repository. So that's the different syntax that I mentioned. So because this one is generic, we kind of have to write it different, but generally speaking, that's how you'll see the interface or contract and implementation pairing go when they're being registered in the IOC container. All right, so that's really what we have to do to make sure that it works. So let's go back to the details part of car. So, okay, well, the details part of car models will have a similar story where, so anywhere we had the generic car model, we could actually just use our specific class that we just defined, I car models repository instead of the generic. This is what we're using anytime we're dealing with car models, because custom methods like getting the car model with the details is now necessary. So in this repository, what I'm going to do is jump back over to our contract, and I'm going to create another method that's going to say return just the car model, and I'm going to say get car model with details. Look at that. And then we have to give it the ID of the car model that we want to retrieve with details. Now, once I've done this, and I put these little tabs here so I can navigate easily to files. So if you don't have those tabs, I'll just show you. You can go to Tools, Options, go to C Text Editor, then C#, then Advanced, and scroll all the way down to bottom, and it says Show Inheritance Margin. It's experimental, so I have seen it work for some people and not for some people, but that is how you can enable that. So it makes navigation between parent and child classes as far as inheritance goes much easier. All right, so now there's a new method to be implemented. I'm just going to control dot implement it, and then I will say here that if I'm getting it with details, what you need to return is my context dot car models dot find, or not find, car models dot include, and I'm going to include my navigation property for the make, right? And then at the end of all of that, I'll say first or default and lambda expression where the ID in the record is equal to the ID I'm looking for. So whenever we call this, we know we're guaranteed to get back the car models with any includes. If we call the get, the regular get, it's generic, there are no includes. So that is how we can once again put in specific methods for the specific repository for a specific reason, right? So let's jump back over to details now, and I can replace this with get car models or car model with details. So I know when car model comes back, it's definitely going to have the navigation property for the make type included. All right. So for the cars, we have a similar problem. We need custom methods for the car repository to be able to get back those with details. And for the index, we need to include the details there also. So what we are going to do is repeat our feat. We're going to have a custom contract and a custom implementation in our repositories project. So here's what the contract is going to look like. iCars repository, once again, inheriting from the generic repository relative to car. And then we have our task, car, get car with details. And then our implementation is going to say cars repository inheriting from generic repository relative to car and the contract. So everything gets injected just like we have been doing up until this point. And then we have the method get car with details. Of course, I made it async and await. And the same code that was in the details page, I just cut it and paste it right here. Await the context.cars, include all of these details, and get the first or default. All right. So back in our details page, we can start off by no longer injecting the context, but now we can inject iCar repository or cars repository. And this would be, I can just call this one repository. It's the only one there, no problem. So repository, and include missing references. Go ahead and create and assign the field. I remove all traces of the context, and then add the underscore just for my peace of mind. And so where we're getting, I just say repository dot get car with details and give it the ID dot value. If I didn't explain it before, because it's nullable, I have to say id.value, and of course I have to await that. And oh, like I said, I did some refactoring and Visual Studio changed too many things for me at one point. So some of my data types are wrong. But after fixing that, and I'm sure you didn't have that problem, you see here everything is okay with our details page, and this looks much cleaner. So we have to do something like that for the index. Now I say something like that for the index because this is this is a whole list with the details. So I need another method here that is actually giving me the list of car. And I'm going to say get cars with details, and it will take no parameter, right? And that should be list. There we go. So get the list of cars with details, no problem. Implementation, go back over to here, control.implement interface, and I'm just going to repeat that return statement here. So return context.cars with all the includes dot to list async. And it needs to be async, so control.make method async, end it with a semicolon, and that's okay. So in our index page, all of this can now be repository, and of course I need to update the constructor and the injection, so I'm just going to shortcut it. Just copy a similar one, change the few errors, and then I can now say repository dot get cars with details and close that. Of course I have to await, and that's basically it. Change the mixed up data types, and we should be good to go. All right. In other places, we're going to have like the on post delete, no problem. So I don't have to find anything. I don't have to check if car is null. Instead, if the record ID is not null, I'll just say repository, and of course I'll have to await this repository dot delete, and we give it the record ID dot value, and that's it. Right? Look how nice and clean that is. So you never really want your code behind to have all the if statements and all the complex operations and so on. You want to abstract that out. All this should do is call a method, get the work, and let the method do the hard work. I call the method and I'm waiting for the response. You do all the work and just tell me what the outcome is. So I'm going to, at this point, build just to make sure that I've made all the changes needed. And I have one error because in my startup, I have the misspelled namespace, but I do need to make sure that I have the, so before I add the iCar repository, I'm going to show you what kind of error you'll see if you fail to add or fail to register your service. So let's just go into the control F5 to run without debugging. I'm getting this other error because I had renamed make to makes. All right, so let me try that again. Control F5, and our application is up. Let's look in makes, colors, and models just to make sure that we're seeing the data. So we see here that our repository is working. If I click edit, make a change, and then save, we see that the change is saved successfully. So we know that the repository is working in that regard. If we look at the others, we'll see all of them coming back. So if I click on the details for models, you'll see the make is coming back. The details are coming back. All right. Now, if I click on cars, let's close all of these and let's click on cars. Now look at this. You're seeing unable to resolve service type for iCars repository while trying to activate index.model. So that's just a fancy way of saying you forgot to put the registration in the startup file. So because we didn't do this, you notice everything worked fine for models, right? All of them worked fine for model. And it's the same concept. So because we didn't register iCar, so I'll just say iCar repository is implemented by car repository. All right, and include any missing references. Oh, sorry, that's cars. Keep on forgetting that. That's cars repository. There we go. And I can just do a build and refresh the page or rerun it without debugging, and click on the cars page, and now it's loading. So you see, you'll get that blotch of an error if you forget your service registration. And by extension, look at that. We're seeing all of our details. If we go to edit, we're seeing all the details. If we go to create, our cascading drop-down list will still operate as we expect it to. All right, so those are little changes that you want to make around the application just to keep it clean. But once again, not because you have a hammer, everything should look like a nail, right? So a lot of the times we learn a pattern and then every single thing we use this pattern. Some applications are simple enough that you don't have to add that level of abstraction and complexity to it. But at the end of the day, we see where it does definitely go a far way in increasing how maintainable the application is going to be. All right, so we've hit another milestone and we're going to do a check into our GitHub repository. So let's just do a quick recap of what we went through in this section. So firstly, we had identified that we want to reduce some of the code repetition and increase the overall maintainability and testability of our application. So step number one to doing that was to create our repository. So we created what we call the generic repository that had very what should I say now? Well, generic for one, but very abstract ways of declaring basic functions that every single database element will need to carry out. By doing that, we were able to use two files to compensate for many database tables. So between the iGeneric repository and the generic repository, we have enough code coverage for almost any of the basic scenarios for every one of our tables in the database. By extension, we were able to even automate certain things that we would have had to do in a customized manner or do in a number of places. In every time we create an element, we're able to automate that. So regardless of which element is being created, we know how to get it down to the base domain entity, which every element will be, or every entity rather will be. And when it is being added, we can go ahead and modify it all before we actually commit it to the database. So those are very key operations in what we are doing. Now, after we had our generic repositories, we also realized that there were certain operations that needed a custom touch. So instead of touching the generic stuff, we went ahead and extended it. So being able to extend a class without modifying the main class, that is the Liskov principle, right? And that is the L in solid. So we're looking at dependency injection because now we're creating objects that can be injected in at will. We're looking at dry, which is don't repeat yourself. We're looking at interface segregation, which is why we have all these contracts and their implementations, right? So a number of principles come into the fore here. So when we want to extend one of our already implemented repositories and so on without overtly modifying it and saying, okay, generic repository have something specific to something else, we create our specific one. So iCar model repository with only car model related operations that require, a little customized touch. We have the implementation, and we have the cars repository also, right? So I did say from, I think, a previous model that it would be nice when we're adding a car to see if the license plate exists, and if it does, don't add it. All right, I do remember saying it would be nice to do. We never got around to doing it. So let us just look at how that would look. So once again, anything custom that you need, you put it in the relative repository. So in this case, I'm just going to duplicate this. Sorry, that's car model. I want it in cars. So I'm going to duplicate this method, and this is only going to return a boolean, and this boolean is going to say get car, or is license plate exists, right? And this will take string plate number. I'm just going to say plate number. That is its parameter. Once again, if we have it in the interface, we go over to the implementation, and then it's going to complain. We go ahead, control dot, let it implement the interface, and then I can return context. Please look in the cars table and tell me if there is any, and of course we use our async, any async q dot license plate number being equal to the plate number that came over, right? Now, because they're string, you would probably want to, one, put everything to lower, because uppercase A is different from lowercase a, so to lower. Another thing you'd want to do is probably to trim it of any spaces that might be on the outer reaches, right? And with those two done, to the one what's in the database, you also want to do it to whatever value is passed over. So everything will be lowercase and everything will be trimmed of all white spaces, and then we will check to see if there is any. So I have to await this dot control dot make the method async. So now that is extended, nice and easy. So if we wanted to incorporate that check now in our create, and by extension the edit operation, what I can do is do my own check here to say if await, and I can say underscore repository or car repository dot. I'll just start typing license plate until I see it, which I am not, and I'm not seeing anything because this is still the generic, right? So no problem, swap it out. Now I'm using my custom iCars repository, and I can replace that everywhere so that the injection works properly. Right? Okay, everybody is good. So now if I look back, I would see that I have access to the custom methods is license plate exists. And then I would pass in the car dot license plate number that's coming from the form. So if it exists, what I want to do is make the model state invalid, because right now, if a license plate is present, it is valid. I want it to be invalid if this is in place. So I can say model state dot add error, add model error, and this takes two parameters. It says what is the field you want me to add the error to, and what is the error. So for the field, you can use a string, but then I'll show you the danger, or one of the problems would use the string like this. That's fine. So I want it to be added to this field, and the message should say license plate number exists already. So by the time I finish adding the model error and it gets to this if statement, it's going to see that it is not valid because there is an error. I added it, and then it will reload the page showing the error under the field. All right, so you can experiment with that. I'm not really going to test that. That's not the point I'm trying to push. What I was saying about the field is that it, because of strong typing, and if it is a case where we end up changing the name of this field, we would have to remember that we have to update this string. It would not automatically change. So to keep it strongly typed, what we do is say name of, and then we pass in the direct name of the variable. So it will just convert it to license plate number and know that that is the field we meant. This is the error message, no problem. So I'm just showing you how easy it is now to just extend the functionality, right? It's already injected. All I did was change out the data type, which is a one-time operation. As you need to extend it, you just put in other methods and you use them at will. So that is all that would have been required to extend this functionality. So you can go ahead and test it. But like I said, we have to do that in the edit also. So let me just do that and make sure we have full coverage. So right before it does the post, we have to do that. Car repository, once again, is the generic. So I have to say over here, car repository, right? And change this. And I think iCar repositories might have the wrong namespace, but I'll fix that. That's fine. So at that point, that is all we really need to do to make sure that our contracts and everything are extendable, right? So you can go ahead and test that. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find what I needed to change, but I'll just include, oh, it's cars repository. Apologies. All right, so iCars repository, and then everything should be fine. No using statements needed. All errors are gone, and the same kind of validation is happening when we edit. So this is how easy it is to add custom validations because of our custom database methods. Now, with all that said and done, let's go over to Git changes. Once again, Git changes should be to the side. If not, you go to view and bring up the window Git changes. You put in your commit message, and then you can just commit all and sync. That will push your changes to GitHub, pull down any changes made by your colleagues accordingly. All right, guys, welcome back. So at this point, we have a lot of functionality working for us. And even though it may not seem that fancy, you have come to the realization now or by now that all applications are reading from the database, updating data, putting data there, or removing data. That's all that's really there to it. It doesn't matter how complicated it may seem, how fancy it may seem. That is all it comes down to. So if you want to extend this application to do more things, put in more tables, I mean, it is called car booking, and to date, all we're doing is putting in the cars. So if you want to be able to put in the actual booking, then no problem. Let's look at doing that. However, before I put in that bit of functionality, I want to kind of secure the application to an extent. Reason being, we don't need we need to be able to know who is doing what in our application. At this point, anybody can just run the application and start adding cars, adding makes, adding models. We kind of want to restrict certain things to, one, a registered user who we know, and two, later on we look at how we can set levels between the different users who are able to do things in our application. So we're going to start off by extending our DB context to be able to handle user-related operations. So that's actually simpler than it sounds. All we have to do is, instead of saying DB context, we say identity DB context. So identity is the framework or the library given to us by .NET Core to start adding user-related operations to our application. So by saying identity DB context for the inheritance, when I control dot, you'll see that I need to include some new libraries. So we're using NuGet, we can just say install package, find and install. But remember that we had some versioning problems with the entity framework core and the version of the library. So it's actually safer to just use NuGet manually. So I'm going to right click, go to manage NuGet packages. And for our installed, we know that we're working with 5.0.8 right now. So I'm going to go over to browse and I'm going to look for identity. I'll just type in identity, identity core, and then we see Microsoft.ASP.NET Core, Identity Entity Framework Core. So that's the one that we want. And then we're dealing with 5.08. So this is how you use NuGet Package Manager to make sure that all of the versions are on the same level, right? So then I hit install, allow it to do its thing, accept any prompts that come up. And when that is done, I can jump back over to my DB context and include the missing using statement. All right, there we go, and everybody is happy. All right, looking good so far. Now, in our startup file, we'll see that we have a little error here where we were adding the DB context and it is saying that we need the using statement. So I'm just going to control that and it says install the package reference, that, or just add a reference to. So I'm just going to add the reference, or rather, I'll just use the local version. So I'll just use local version. And that's another strength of package management. It allows us to make sure that that all of our versions are on the same level. So now that error has disappeared. Now we're still in the startup, and what we need to do is to let the startup know that we will be using identity services in the application. So I'm going to say services dot add. You should see default identity. If not, then add identity. There we go. So you can add identity core, right? And adding identity core now, they will say which user type. So the default user type you get with identity is identity user. And we look at how this can be extended in a few, but we'll just add with identity user, put in the missing using statements, and then we can pass in options if we want to. So when I say we can pass in options, I can say options with a lambda expression, options dot, and we can explore different options that we want to govern our users and their accounts, right? For instance, what we're going to do is say options on a sign in require confirmed account. You know, like when you sign up for a website and they send you the token to say, please confirm your account, but until you do that, you can't really log in. Well, that's what we can enforce here, right? So I can say require confirmed account. By default, it's going to be required. So I'm actually just going to say equals false. So just because, you know, it's an internal application, we probably won't be going through the rigors of asking anybody to confirm their account anyway. But I'm just showing you what is possible. So you have a bunch of options at your disposal. And if you need to set multiple, you can just do that using an object block. And you terminate each line with a semicolon and you add as many options as you need to, right? So we are adding identity core relative to identity user, which is the default user class given to us by identity framework, or identity core rather. And then we can say add roles. So if we want to use roles, we can say I want to use roles also. And the role class, there's a default one in identity role. Once again, we can customize that. I don't generally customize that one, to be honest. I usually use the default role. And then at the end of that, we need to tell it add entity framework stores. So I need to tell it where are we storing our user information. So it would just really be asking for a DB context. Which context should I use to infer which database I need to store the user related tables in? Now, the thing about it is some people like to use the same database for application and user related things. Some people separate them. In this activity, I'm going to keep it simple and I'm going to use the same context for both the regular stuff and the user stuff. Once again, some people separate it. So if you wanted to separate it, you would create another DB context, just like how we have this one here. What you could do is leave this one as only inheriting from DB context and then create another DB context which inherits from identity DB context. It wouldn't need any tables because you'll see how just this inheritance will give us the tables that we want, and then you would be fine. And of course, you'd have to have the other connection string here, and you set up your DB context accordingly, or your identity context accordingly. So it takes a few bits of configuration, but once again, the simple path, using one database, we have the context already. We just need these three lines, and then we can add identity services to our application, and it will know that it should be looking to this database context for all its connectivity needs. All right, so with all of that done, we can go over to our package manager console. And when we have that up and running, we can change the default project. As we know, we'll set it to data, and I'll say add migration added user tables. Now notice I didn't do anything. I didn't create a new entity. The only thing I did to the DB context was to make the inheritance change. But look at the migration file that is about to get generated. So we're getting a mega migration. Look at all of that. Big migration. And by now, you should be familiar with what migrations look like. I'll just point out what tables are being created. So we're getting one for the roles, one for the users, and you see all the fields being generated for the user. And all of those are relative to identity user. So just by saying identity user here, we are getting all of these fields. All right. We're getting role claims, user claims, and a bunch of other tables with a bunch of things. Some of them you may never even actually use, right? And it creates the indexes and any foreign keys, and then of course the down just undoes all of that. So that is what just changing the inheritance from DB context to identity DB context, that is what the change results to. So inside of the package manager console, if I do update database and allow it to have its way with the database, what you'll notice is in the database, we get a bunch of new tables. So if I just do a quick refresh and look back at the database and the tables that we have, you'll now see that we have all of those new tables being added to the database, just like that. So right there, you're putting in your user tables. It knows where to store the user information. You didn't have to sit down and write any custom code. And any custom code that you're about to write is really because of your business needs or because you want to flex your muscles. But out of the box, identity libraries make this so powerful and so easy. So when we come back, what we look at is extending our users table, because right now the users table, yes, it has a lot of columns, but you'll notice that they're not necessarily useful columns in terms of like a business setting, right? Yes, we have an ID. Yes, we know a username and an email, but we don't know the person's name, right? I don't know which user this is just based on their name, like first name, last name, even date of birth, anything you'd want to store about a user. And just picture this application as an application being used in a company, right? So any company that you're in, they want to know who you are. When you log in, they want to be able to see all the information. Well, this is where it starts, storing it. Right? When you get created in the system, they usually put in all of that stuff. So when we come back, we look at how we can extend the table at will. All right, guys. So the last time we were here, we were looking at setting up the identity tables in our database. Now we need to know how we can extend those tables to take on different fields. So we're going to start off with the identity user. It comes with some fields, but I want more fields. So an easy way to do that would be, and in the data, I'll just create a new folder. I'll just say identity, so that anything in this folder is identity related. So I have a class, so you can name the class anything. So the most popular name you would see is application user, but once again, what you name it is up to you and your operation and your objective. So we'll say application user, and it's a public class that is going to inherit the character traits of an identity user. Right, so identity user is the default user. I'm going to say, all right, well, you have everything that the default user has, but you also have, and this is where we can start putting in string first name, your last name, if you wanted to put in an employee ID or stuff like that, anything unique to that person. So I'm going to stop at first name and last name, right? And yeah, I think date of birth. I think in adding the date of birth, it would be a nice activity. So date of birth. All right, that's it. So now we need application user to be the default user class whenever we're doing our operations, so that we have access to the additional fields on the code side. But we also need to extend the database to actually be storing these fields. So one, in the startup, I need to change add identity core from just saying identity user to now saying application user. So code wise, whenever we're doing anything user related rather, it will be using this data type and give us access to those fields. For the database, we need to jump back to our context and let IdentityDB context know via type brackets that it should be using. And if you look, the type brackets say give me the T user, right? So if I tried car, let's see if car would work there. It's just wanting a class. If I used car, no, the error shifts. It's saying it cannot be used as a type parameter for T user, right? Let's look back at what it said. Remember, we were talking about generics and the data types. So it says T user, where T user is of type identity user. So it has to be some entity that is of type identity user, like application user, which we just let inherit. So I can now put application user there and everybody is happy. All right. So now that the DB context knows that I'm using application user, if I do a new migration, so I'm going to say added more user fields. That's my migration. He's going to reevaluate now and say, okay, I'm dealing with a new data type, and this new data type has columns I didn't account for, like date of birth, first name, and last name. Please go ahead and add them to the database. All right. So it's adding that column to the ASP.NET users table, or those columns, right? So when I do the update, it finishes successfully. And then if I look back at my database table after a quick refresh, I will now see my new fields nicely displayed in the ASP.NET users table. So now we have first name, last name, and date of birth, right? So that is how you can extend your classes when you're dealing with the user-related operations. Just the same way we could have extended identity role. What if the roles table didn't have enough information or as much information as you would have liked? All it has is a user ID. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Your roles, there we go. So roles has name, normalized name, concurrency stamp. I don't know what else you'd probably want to add to it, but I'm just showing you that the same way we can extend application user by the inheritance and then use it in place of is the same way that you can extend roles or anything that has the prefix identity pretty much in front of it. So all of what we've done is just configuration. When we come back, we will look at how we can set up a registration page and let users log in. Guys, welcome back. So the last time we were here, we were talking about actually letting the users register and having them log in. So I'm just going to collapse everything. We're going back up to our web project. I'm going to close all tabs that are not directly needed. And inside of our app, I can right click, go to add, and I'm going to say new scaffold item. Now under this dialog box, you'll see that there is a category that says identity. When I double click identity, it will do its little checks, and then it goes on to evolve into this screen where it says add identity. You can override all files. So the thing is that when you get the template, the file is actually kind of there, just kind of hidden from you, because nowhere did we see any login or register pages. They're kind of hidden. But when we want to override them, we can easily say we want to override all files, or we can cherry pick the ones that we want to override. So in this situation, I would like to override the registration page. And the context it should be relative to is car booking app DB context. I don't need to add the user class or anything else. For now, all I want is a registration. And then I can go ahead and hit add. It will take a while to do the scaffolding, of course. And when it's done, we get this README file. Okay, we don't really need that. But if you look, you'll see that we have a new folder called areas. And if you drill down, you see identity, pages, and then you get a few new folders right down till you see the register file. And if you notice, this is also a Razor page. So by default, these will be Razor pages regardless of the project template you're using, right? So let's look at what register gives us. The CSHTML file gives us a form.
where we get an input for email, one for password, one to confirm the password. We know that we have other fields that we need, so we can always extend this as we need to. In the register code behind, you notice that it is injecting. So yes, it asks us for the DB context, but notice it is not injecting a DB context. Instead, it is injecting what we call a sign-in manager and a user manager, and they are relative to application user. So I'm just showing you how everything is connected. The reason it is saying application user and not identity user is in the startup, we told it that when you add identity, anything identity related, use application user. So now the generated code knows it's not identity user, but it is application user. Notice this didn't give an error because they could be used interchangeably. However, I won't go against the generated code, and I look at the fact that we have the sign-in manager as well as the user manager. So these are built-in libraries given to us by the identity core library that allows to handle sign-in related operations and anything basically user operated, user related operations, getting a user, changing something about the user, etc. So everything here is being injected. Now you'll see that there's an email sender. We haven't implemented any email services just yet. So this is really just a placeholder which can be overridden later. And we also get the logger, which is relative to the page that we're on. All right. If you notice at the top, we have this attribute that says allow anonymous. So we look more at attributes later on when we're discussing how we can allow unauthenticated persons to certain parts of the application versus how we can lock down certain parts of the application. So let's move on. In this model that was generated for us, you see that we have bind property above this input. So this is a pattern that we've seen before. If we look in our pages, we'll see that for the create, we had done something, or it generated something similar to that bind property over the entire model called car. However, in this situation, you'll notice that input model is actually defined right here inside of the page. So this is a class inside of a class. Right, so you're seeing a number of patterns, but I'm just showing them to you that even though it looks slightly different, it's the same thing. You have a class, and this class has the same attributes that we had put required. This is an email address. This is the display name we want. We had used all of those before, and it's just a property called email. We're seeing some other ones, but they're the same things. We have the string length verification. This one is a password, and then this one is saying it's a password and it should compare with password up top and show that error message if they don't match. That's all. So that's why we only have 3 fields in the input model, which is being used on the form. And that is why the form is binding to input.email, input.password, input.confirm password. All right. And then outside of all of that, on get, it just takes a return URL. We can get rid of some of these lines of code like this external logins and so on. We don't necessarily need those. At least we're not going to be setting them up in the scope of this course. But after the form is submitted, we see here that if the model state is valid is relative to, once again, all of these attributes up top. We create a new application user passing in the details coming from the form in username and email address. And then we create, so here's our user manager dot create async a new user using the password that was entered. Now, an important part about passwords is that you never store passwords in plain text in the database. Yes, the user can only type in the word. I mean, when you're typing in passwords, you only type in the words and the numbers as you know them. However, if you were to ever see what was stored in the database, you should never ever recognize it. So that's defense number 1 against hackers. Hash your passwords. Now, the good thing about this library is that by calling this method, all of that is done for you behind the scenes. So you actually don't even have to worry about the security of the password storage once you use this method to create the user record and give them the password as entered by the user.
Now, if the person was successfully created, you just log that and then we generate the code. So when we talk about confirm your email address and we send you the email, this is the code that generates that kind of token behind the link where you say, click this link to confirm, right? So please confirm your account by clicking here. That's what that confirmation email looks like. Once again, we don't have any email services running right now, so we can bypass that bit for now. And then they say if, and then here it is, require confirmed account. Does that look familiar? Because remember when we configured identity core, we said we don't have to require it. So here we're saying if the options said it should be required, then we redirect them to the register confirmation page, which is just like a shell page to pretend as though you were clicking the same link here. All right. Otherwise, just go ahead and sign them in. So that's what that sign in async is for. All right. And then we get all the errors. If it failed to create the user, we get the errors and then we send them back in the model state to the page. So that's quite a mouthful. I just wanted you to understand what this code is doing because it can look overwhelming, but when you just pay attention to it, you see that all of the variables, all of the code is written in such a way that if you just read it, you can actually follow along with what is happening at each point. All right. So let us test out our registration page. What I'll do in our shared layout page. Oh, and notice that we also got this login partial. Oh, I missed that point, right? So this login partial came with the scaffolding activity, and this login partial has the links to say, here it is, register or login. So that login partial is actually just giving us the links we need for the login register. And if we were signed in, it would say hello signed in user and please log out. So what I'll do in the layout is use that partial in the nav bar, right? So I'm going to inside of this div that already has the nav bar, and all we have to do is place the partial inclusion, partial name equals login partial, right underneath that UL section. All right. So let's take this for a spin, Control F5. And the first thing to greet me is an error about no service type. So that's an injection error. And it's talking about the sign-in manager for application user. Now, the sign-in manager is being used in the partial for login. So it's saying that this has not been registered. Now, going back to the startup, what I'm going to do is modify the library or the function I'm using here. I'm using add identity core, but if I just type in identity, you see that you have add identity versus add identity core. So add identity takes two type parameters and it sets it up as the default identity, whereas identity core sets up certain things. But I believe that what happens is that with identity core, you have to kind of register your stuff on demand. So identity will just register everything. Whereas with identity core, I have to say, well, yes, use identity core, and I also want this service and that feed that service. So instead of complicating the configuration, I'm just going to take out identity core and use add identity. I also took out the line that added the roles because add identity wants a user and a role type in the type bracket. So that's what it's going to look like. So this line is now services.add identity T user. So if you look at the overload, it wants something of type T user and something of type T role. So T user would be identity user or application user in this case, and identity role for the T role type. So with all of that done, let me Control F5 and try again. And now our application is loading, and not only is it loading, we now have the two links in the nav bar. So if I click register, it is now telling me about the iEmail sender. So remember I said that that's a service that we don't yet have. That's no problem. What I will do is not inject it. So I'm just going to remove it from the injection here and comment it out, and I'll leave it wherever it's being used. No, well, I'll comment it out. So anywhere that the email sender object was being used. I'll just comment that out for later use. All right. So that should solve that problem. Let me control F5 again. And this time when I go to register, it works. All right. So you see here, this is what the form looks like. We get email, password, confirm password, and then something about using another service to register. Remember that we have this file, so we can modify this registration form however we want. So for instance, I want more fields in the registration. I don't want just the email address and password. We notice that we have username and we have email. Those are two different fields. However, the way the form is set up right now, it's just asking for email, but it will use that in both email and username fields. It's up to you if you want to separate them, and if not, you can leave it as is. However, I do need the first name and the last name to be added to this form. So I'm going to jump back over to my register form, and I'm going to add more text boxes. So before the email, I'm going to put in input dot first name. So all I did was copy the whole block for email, and we looked at modifying forms already. So this should be rudimentary stuff for you at this point. I'm just changing the additional ones that I created to first name and last name. Notice I'm getting those red lines because first name and last name don't exist in the input object. So what is this input object? If I control click and jump over to it, it's input model. What is input model? Input model is what had these fields defined. So I can now say I want my first name and my last name to be a part of the input model. First name, last name. Once again, nothing special. I'm going to remove or change the display names, however, of course, and the data type that I'm validating is not email address for these two. So there we go. All right, so now our input model has been extended to have first name, last name, and whatever else it had. We also added it to the form, and you see those red lines are gone now. So everybody knows their role. And then the final thing I'm going to do is extend application user, but I'm not going to do that one. I want to at least register somebody without the data going in, and then we'll see how it looks when we get the correct data added. So let me control refresh again, jump over to my register, and you see now the form is showing more things. So if I put in all of those, and I'm going to say car booking, admin at carbooking.com, password. Now the password by default is kind of strict, so I'm going to say capital P @ SSWORD1. That's the password. There it is for your eyes. And I'm going to use that confirm password. If I change it, look at that. The password and confirmation do not match. So automatically we're getting that kind of feedback, right? If I put in something invalid as an email address and try to register, oh, that's not an invalid email address. I apologize. But here you're seeing that we have no iUser. So certain things are failing because they're expecting certain configurations that just aren't there. All right, and that's no problem. As I said, as you see the errors, we fix them. So that error is because the token generator that's being used by the user manager would have had to be configured from the startup. We're not ready for all of that because we're not sending the email anyway. So I'm going to comment that out also. All right. So I'm sure it only got here because the user was created successfully. So if I look in the database in ASP.NET users, view data, you'll see that the user was created, admin at carbooking.com. That was not an invalid email address, so it worked regardless. But you see here, look at the password. That does not look anything like the password I showed you on screen just now. That's automatic hashing. All right. So we don't have to worry about any of that hashing. But if you notice, the date of birth, the first name and the last name were not filled in. Date of birth, obvious because we didn't add that field, but first name and last name were not filled in, even though we provided data. So let us see how we can rectify that. So firstly, I'm going to put in the date of birth, as a field on the form. And it really doesn't matter where you start your modification from. As long as you get all the modifications done by the end of it, then you're good to go. And for date of birth, I'm going to set the type to be equal to date so that we can get a date picker in that field, right? And then input model, you are going to be date of birth of type date time, right? I'm not going to make it required, or I think I should make it required. I'm going to make it required because it's going to have a default value like we've seen that we don't really want, right? So everything is required for you to register successfully on this website. So after we've done all of that, I want the additional fields to be stored in the database. So I'm going to jump down to where it says, if the model state is valid, then create a new user, giving the username, email, and the email address email. I can extend this and say, and your first name should be input from the form dot first name. And this is something that we've done before, right? We build out what we want. So last name is equal to input dot last name, and date of birth is equal to input dot date of birth. There we go. All right. So after doing all of that, and what I'm going to do is test, but I'm seeing that I have an issue here because I created date of birth as a date. I apologize. That should have been date time. So now we have two changes to make. We have to change what goes into the database, or rather, I have to rescaffold that field in the database, and we have to be mindful of that. But I think we can still get through with this operation because the database should just convert that to string anyway when it gets it. So let us try this again. Let's jump over to our register, and Tyrone Cooper, change that to today for, editing reasons or testing reasons. I'll leave that, and I'll use my password @1, or I'll just use something, right? Date of birth 123, no problem. That was in my clipboard, so I'll just reuse that. We click register. Okay, passwords must have at least one none. So you see, that's the password strength at work, right? So that's why I said P @SSWORD1, and I'll reuse that. Click register. They're saying that they do not match. So let me try that again. And register. And there we go. So now it's even asking if I want to save the password, right? I'll just save it so we can move along more quickly. But you see register and login, they're still not changing because we're still in the process of developing our application. No problem, but at least we see that the registration worked. That's one. We got through it without errors. And if I look in the ASP.NET users table again, I'm going to see the additional fields have been added. So now I'm going to see my date of birth, the first name, and the last name. And everything is starting to come together nicely. All right, guys, so we're making good progress. The next step is to set up the sign-in page. So I'm starting off with the startup because there's still some configurations that would need to go in. So for our sign-in stuff, we're talking about what we call authentication. So authorization means, can you do this? Authentication means, let me prove you are who you are. So when we sign in, that is when we authenticate. However, what we can do after we sign in is, are we authorized to do it? So out of the box, we have the middleware being used already for authorization. So right above that, I'm going to add another line that says use authentication. So this is what is really going to let that sign-in manager start working the way we want it to work. Another thing that we want to do is in the configure services, I'm going to say services.add authorization, right? So that we know that that service is being used whenever an application starts up. So with all of that done, let us set up our sign-in page. Now, once again, you can configure your registration page because this is the form to one side. It's only taking up 4 spaces, and then we have this other div to the next side talking about additional sign-in options, blah, blah, blah. That's taking up 6. You could make it 6. You could make one smaller. You customize it as you wish. By now, you should be comfortable enough to know how to extend the form, how to make the buttons customized and stuff like that. So I'm not going to spend too much time doing that. What we want to do, however, is add the sign-in page. So I can right click on areas again, click add, and go for a new scaffolded item, click on identity. And then after it gathers all the information it needs, it's going to give us this dialog box that allows us to select, where is it, login. There we go. So we have that login page, and I'm just going to take the logout page also, right? So we have login, we have logout. And once again, you have a number of pages. You have changed password, you have forgot password. You can implement a number of things, and a lot of the code out of the box is quite resilient. However, I'm just focusing on the ones that are absolutely necessary to get through what we need to get through. So account login and account logout. Once again, our DB context is the database context class, and then we go ahead and hit add. And when that operation is done, it reopens the scaffolding README, but then we see we have the login and logout pages. So let's look at the logout first. Why did I take a logout page? Well, all this is going to do is say if the user that is here is authenticated, then allow them to click logout. What happens when they click logout? When they do that, the sign in manager logs out and then returns to the URL. All right, so that's what the logout page does. The login page, it's a simple form. Give me your email, give me your password, and do you want me to remember you? If not, well, whether you do or not, let me go ahead and log in. It's automatically generating links for a forgot password. We didn't take down that file, and we're not necessarily going to implement it now, so that's fine. But you forgot your password, register as a user, or resend email confirmation. So all of those things, as well as this next section to the right about alternative login options, all of those things came in this form. So the login code behind is very similar to the register. One, you have the allow anonymous, allow people who are not authenticated to reach this page. Then we have injections for user manager and sign in manager. We have the same kind of format with the input model, and the input model is being used here to just take the email and the password and set up a remember me. On get, we just load the page pretty much. So you sign out any external logins. We don't necessarily need to pay attention to that in the scope of this course. But when you click login, let's look at what happens. So if everything is valid, we go and ask the sign-in manager to sign in, using the password given, the email address, the password provided, if the person said remember me, and if we have lockout enabled. Lockout means that if after a few failed attempts, they should lock your account. I'm sure you've encountered that. All of that is built in this very powerful library. Like, this course is not enough time to go through all of the capabilities of this library. That's why I'm focusing on the bigger and more important things at the moment, right? So after we try to sign in, if it was a successful sign in, then we redirect to the return URL. Otherwise, we check if it requires two-factor authentication, then we spring that into action. We don't have that implemented. If the user is locked out, we redirect them that. We don't have that implemented. And if all else fails, then we return with the model error saying string.empty as the key, but it was an invalid login attempt, and we return the page. So if it gets this far, it means it didn't work. All right, nice and simple. So let us go ahead and test our sign in. Now we already have some users created. I'm sure you went crazy registering a number of users since you got the register to work. And you see I had one signed in just now. I just logged out. So let's try this now. So login. we get the sign in page. Great. I did say it was admin at carbooking.com. All right, I think it should have a 4 on the end of it, but let me try and log in. And you're going to see that it says invalid login attempt. So it checked the database, it didn't find that username or email and password combination at all. So let me put in what I think that email address was, even though I probably should just make a better one and try again. But let me try this again and click login. And now I'm seeing something else. So I'm getting this error about data being null. All right, so I went into debug mode and reran that operation, and this is the error I'm getting, which makes a bit more sense. And I figure it's complaining about this because we changed date of birth to date time, but the database still thinks it's string. So that's an easy fix. Just add a migration, changed DOB to date type, and let it do the migration. And then the migration is letting you know it's an alter column for that field, So update database, and it is saying it failed because I am not allowing nulls. So remember that whole conversation about data types and nulls, and that's fine. I'm not going to pressure it too much. What I'm going to do, since we're still in the experimental phase, and what you can do too, whatever users you had created, just find all of them, delete, right? At this point, they're not that important. That's why they're there. They're for testing. So I'm removing all the currently created users, and then I'm just going to rerun. So sometimes you don't have the luxury of doing that, but we already looked at how you can take steps when you can't remove all the records you have already when you want to make such a change. So anyhow, the update was successful this time. So let me just Control F5 and try this again. So I'm going to have to register firstly, and I'll do it properly this time. So date of birth, I'll just do today, admin at carbooking.com. That is the password. And I have to confirm this password just for your eyes. That is the password. And then we click register. And now I'm going to save the password and look at that. Hello, admin at car booking. So now that we included the add or use authentication and the service for add authorization in the startup, we actually start seeing the changes on the user interface. So let me log out, and I'm going to log in now. So I'm going to use the same admin at car booking, same password, click login, and look at that. We're logged in. Logout works also. So you see right there, we just solved that problem. So now we fixed the registration problem. Going forward, we shouldn't have any of those problems again. And we now know how to log in and log out at will. So the next thing would be, how do we prevent users who are not logged in from reaching to these pages? Because at this point, logging in doesn't make any difference. I can go anywhere in the application without logging in. So we need to look at how we can tie down or lock down access to certain parts of the application for unauthenticated users. So in this lesson, we're talking about how we can restrict access to different parts of our application for authenticated users and unauthorized, and vice versa. Now, this sounds more difficult than it really is, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to accomplish this. Right now, we do have login and registration functionality up and running, but we need to be able to manage these pages. So anybody should be able to get to the home page comfortably, but if they click cars, they should be forced to log in before they can proceed to look at the cars. So an easy way to get that done, and it's a very easy way, let me just close all tabs that are not important at this point and collapse anything. So if I don't want you to be able to get to the list of cars, all I have to do is above the page code for the cars, I add an attribute that says authorize. Add the missing using statement, and that's it. I told you it would be simple. So let us take a look at how that works. So this is over the index page for cars. I added authorize. which means that I should not be able to, in an unauthenticated state, click on cars and see the list of cars. Look at what happens when I click cars. It's going to, okay, well, okay, this is anticlimactic. But you see, it's not behaving properly. It's actually trying to get to the account login screen. Now I'm going to jump back over to the application, and I strongly suspect that I'm going to have to change my configuration again. And this is, once again, this back and forth, it's good because when you see these kinds of errors, it helps you to infer where you need to go to solve these problems. All right. So when we added services, remember that first we had identity core, and then we saw that it didn't come with certain things out of the box, which is why we changed it to identity. Those things it didn't work well with out of the box started to work. Now we're seeing another thing. The issue with the error we just saw is that it is looking for the login page at a certain location that it doesn't exist. And that's because the identity is just going to say, look in that location, right? However, I would want it to look in the default location based on the scaffolding. So I don't want to do a lot of configurations now to change the normal flow of the application. So for that reason, I can, instead of using identity or identity core, I can use default identity. So if you look at this one, it says it adds a set of common identity services to the application, including a default UI, which would be where we have scaffolded our stuff. That's the default location. Token providers. Remember, it complained when we were registering about the whole token provider, and I waxed poetic about how it's missing and we have to include it. It's automatically included with the default options, and configures authentication to use cookies. So that's what I'm going to do. Add default identity. All right. Now I'm getting this error because add default identity acts similar to identity core, where it only takes T user, which means I have to manually come down here and say add roles again. All right. So add roles, and then we give it the identity role. Let me put in my type brackets. There we go. Identity role, close. All right. So now we're using the default library for identity, and this one, like I said, is going to include certain defaults out of the box that other things did not necessarily have. All right, so let's take another stab at this. So the experiment was that we have added authorized to the cars page. I should not be able to navigate there without having logged in before. So if I click cars, look at that. It's just automatically redirecting me to the login page. So because we didn't have the default, it wasn't looking in the default location of the identity folder to find the account and login. So it had actually omitted that part, which is why we got this page. All right. I'll never show you something or encounter an error without explaining why we got it and how we fix it. So now that we are on the login page, let's make sure that our login functionality still works. And yes, it does. Here's our hello. And now we can see the page. So now we're authenticated and we are authorized to see the page. So it would be kind of tedious though to say, okay, well, I have to lock down the edit and the details and the delete, right? Because at this point, if I wanted to edit a car and I remember the URL for editing a car, and let's say I'm not authorized, and I go to cars and I can't authorize, but I was standing over somebody's shoulder while he was editing a car and I remember the URL, I can actually just put in that URL and bypass the whole authorization to get to edit car, which is wrong, right? So at that point, I would have to add the authorize attribute over every single page that I want to lock down. So I'd have to do it over create, I would have to do it over details, edit, that, every single one of them, which is not necessarily, I mean, it works and it can be practical in a small application, but to me, it will just get tiring easily, and it's easy for somebody to forget to place that code above the page code. So what we can do is do it on a global level. So in our startup, we can add this bit of code to our add razor pages area. right? So you may see varying code between how it does it in Razor Pages and if you've ever had to do it in MVC. And as we've seen up until now, there are so many ways to accomplish the same thing. Just find the one that works for you and is best for your context. So in this situation, all I have to do is say add Razor Pages, start up like that same option object, except I'm just calling it O instead of options. So O lambda expression, and inside of that I'm saying O dot conventions dot authorize folder slash. Now there are a number of things you can authorize, right? You can authorize the area, you can authorize a folder, you can authorize a specific page. If you have maybe a specific page that you want to have specific rules different from the other pages, or a specific folder to play by different, you can add all of those. They're called conventions. So right now I'm just adding one global convention to anything after a slash and saying you are supposed to be authorized. So this is going to automatically at runtime basically add that authorized filter over every single page in my application. The only way to bypass it is by adding or allowing anonymous. So I'm going to show you that right now. So if I remove that authorized from the cars page and I control F5, let it run, you're going to see that I should have landed on the home page. It needs me to sign in. If I try to go to makes, it wants me to sign in. No matter where I go, I have to sign in. All right. But then if I go to register, it allows me to see the registration page. So that is because the filter called allow anonymous is above the register page, right? So if I jump in and look at the register, you see allow anonymous above it. So if I add that to, let's say, our regular index page. Remember, we started off with our index page where we had all of our wonderful code from our basic web dev class. If I wanted the user to be able to land on at least the home page without any bother, but everywhere else they need to sign in, then all I have to do is say allow anonymous. So by doing that, if I refresh and go over to the homepage renders just because I said allow anonymous. However, if I try to go to cars, I cannot get there. If I try to type in a direct URL to cars/edit with the ID 14, I have to log in. No matter what I do, I cannot go anywhere. Even right now, privacy wants me to log in. To rectify that, I just need to go above privacy and allow anonymous access. All right. So the next time I click privacy, it will actually bring me to the privacy page because anonymous persons are able to view it. If I log in and then I try again, then okay, homepage is good, cars and everything else is available for viewing. So that is basically how we can lock down our application and restrict unwanted access to sensitive areas. All right, guys. So I think we have done a good job of securing our application. To this point, we have set up successfully the registration and the login. And there's so much more we can do. We could get into roles. We could get into restricting users based on certain policies and claims. There are so many things we could do. But sadly, I don't want to overwhelm you with all the information and all the scenarios and so on. It's better to absorb this much now and experiment with it, and then you can extend on your knowledge as you need to. So for now, we can just do a quick review of what we implemented, starting with our identity user or application user class. So when we were setting up our identity library in this project, we had to inherit or change the inheritance for the DB context, the identity DB context, and then we set it to inherit based on the context of application user. So application user was our custom class that we made to inherit from identity user, where we put in additional fields that would extend the users table in the database. So far, we didn't write any custom code to handle creating the user or hashing the password or even login capabilities. All of those things were given to us out of the box and with the leeway that we could modify them, of course. So after doing all of that, we scaffolded the changes with a few migrations, had a few failed migrations based on changes, but we went through all of that. And then we made sure that we configured identity in our web application, which we also went through cycles of. So we saw that we have identity versus identity core versus add default identity, which is the one that we settled with because it came with the most pre-packaged libraries based on what we need to do. So after doing all of that, we went ahead, made our user interfaces, modified some of them. Like for the registration, we had to comment out some of the code because it was not necessarily applicable to our current scope. So we removed some of that code. We put in the login and the logout functions and pages. We also got a login partial courtesy of the scaffolding, which we added to our layout page, which gives us access to the register and login links. So now with all of that done, let's jump over to our Git changes and say that we added login and auth functionality to our application, right? So our teammates know exactly what to expect when they get the latest code. So added login and auth functionality, and then we just commit all and sync. And that's it for this section.